You and I are starting this journey on the edge of a cliff, watching an army of monsters march. Behind him, a voice whispers that they are almost here. Demons and drakes fill the sky, but they look like gnats compared to the titans soaring through their ranks. 🗓𒕉, the legendary three-headed king of all dragons. A white-haired warrior sighs, noting the centaur keep has already been wiped out. There is nowhere left to run, no knights or lords to hide behind anymore. Every hero and adventurer who once gave the world hope has been slaughtered on the battlefield. Only one man is left standing, the last adventurer in existence, 𝒉𝒕𝒉 thorn. 𝒉𝒕𝒉 shouts for a final charge, calling it their last shot. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over them, blocking out the sun entirely. The beast opens its colossal maw, lunging forward. Now pay attention, because this is where everything ends. 𝒉𝒕𝒉 knows this is their final stand. Moments later, just fire and ruin. Bloodied and broken, 𝒉𝒕𝒉 collapses to his knees amidst a graveyard of his fallen friends. He is the only one left. The dragon's massive head lowers, staring him right in the face. Is this the end? He managed to sever only one of the beast's heads, but the monster is far from defeated. He watches in horror as the severed neck begins to regenerate. It was all for nothing. With 2 heads remaining, the dragon closes in for the kill. His eyes grow heavy. He closes them, accepting his fate. This isn't just his death, it's the death of the entire world, the final, tragic step of his journey. But then, 𝒉𝒕𝒉 slams his fist into the dirt with raw, desperate power. He screams at the sky, cursing the heavens and demanding to know if it really ends like this. He lost Philip, his brothers in arms like Julian, and even Alexandria, his partner and soulmate. She gave her life so he could live, dying with a tearful smile just to buy him a few more seconds. A total sacrifice. And yet, it was all pointless. 𝒉𝒕𝒉 lets out a guttural roar of pure rage, unable to accept this cruel reality. He staggers to his feet, trembling. Hatred for the Dragon King burns in his soul as he growls, "It can't end this way." He raises a mangled, bloody hand toward the winged nightmare in front of him. Channeling every ounce of his fury, our hero begins weaving one final spell. Golden light erupts, powerful enough to warp the very air around him. 𝒉𝒕𝒉 doesn't care about the cost or his life anymore. He's taking this monster to hell with him. But get this, suddenly, a massive shock ripples through him, shattering his magic. You and I saw that coming, didn't we? His body gives out. Blood spills from his mouth, soaking the charred earth beneath him. The massive dragon draws in a deep breath, glowing with a lethal purple energy. A torrent of purple flames erupts, dwarfing 𝒉𝒕𝒉 entirely. Facing certain death, he can only spit out one last curse at the beast. As the fire closes in, he wonders why it had to be this way. If only he'd been stronger, he could have saved them. He dreams of another chance, of something as simple as a drink of water. Then, bam, he suddenly snaps awake. He is back in rags, looking like a common slave, while some guard screams at him to stop faking being sick. A towering man looms over him, barking that a slave needs to know his place. Dazed, 𝒉𝒕𝒉 wonders what happened to the Dragon King. 𝒉𝒕𝒉 realizes he is actually alive, but then he spots something that makes his heart stop. He looks around the filthy surroundings, and a cold realization hits. This place is way too familiar. He rattles the iron shackles on his wrists, memory flooding back. This isn't just any place, it's the slave market. A cold sweat breaks out. This is impossible. The slave trade was abolished by the kingdom years and years ago. But there is no mistake. The stalls, the smell, and even that greasy merchant match his memories perfectly. This is the exact man who owned him 6 years ago. 𝒉𝒕𝒉 knows that face. He could never forget the merchant who treated him like cattle. The man gets irritated, demanding to know what he's staring at. 𝒉𝒕𝒉 finally understands he's back in the past. The merchant pulls back a fist, ready to smash it into his face. As the blow flies toward him, he remembers. This was the exact day his legend truly began, the very first step of his journey. Later, he just sits there, staring silently into the void. Part of him wonders if this is all just a dream. But the cold iron and the smell of rot, it is all way too real to be an illusion. He is stunned, but there is no other explanation. The merchant walks up with some adventurers, bragging that these slaves would make perfect bait. The fat trader claims they are fresh stock, but a wizard with a staff says they only need 2 for the job. His eyes are cold now. He doesn't need to think. Trust me, he's taking this second chance and running with it. All right, stick with me. We are watching a slave reclaim his life. Arthur picks up a fire-enchanted staff from the corpse of his former buyer. It is a solid upgrade, and honestly, it is the perfect tool for his current magic level. But a simple staff is not enough for a true knight to survive out here. He searches the area until his eyes land on a severed leg rotting on the forest floor. He remembers people hide valuables in their boots, and sure enough, he finds a precious ring. Now pay attention here, because he realizes this is a telekinesis ring, until a strange noise interrupts him. Dangerous plant monsters are closing in on his position from every single side. They tracked him through the scent of blood, their massive weight shaking the earth below. The beasts charge with pure rage, but Arthur meets them head-on with his spear. One creature lashes out with a long, wet tongue, but he manages to block the strike. The beast is too strong, shattering his spear instantly and leaving him in a state of pure despair. Another sharp, tube-like monster lunges at him from the shadows behind. He fires a magic arrow, ending the beast before deciding to test out his new ring. Suddenly, he begins to redirect the fire through mid-air. With a flick of his wrist, the flame circles and pierces every tree before vanishing into the wind. Surrounded by wreckage, he knows he cannot maintain this power as more monsters keep on coming. Suddenly, he notices the fire magic is not working, and his heart sinks as the monsters get closer. The staff is fine, so he wonders if the skill has a built-in cooldown. He tries to jump back, but the creature's massive jaws snap right at his face. Arthur plants his feet and swings the staff like a club, determined to survive this fight. He beats the monster relentlessly with that stick, ending the assault with a heavy kick to the teeth. The sheer force of that blow sends the plant monster flying backwards. He stands there with a blank stare, wondering how much longer the cooldown will take before the staff finally ignites with fire once again, signaling it is ready. The monster is just inches away from swallowing him whole. Arthur remains calm and cold. Now, pay attention. You are about to see him unleash the fire again. He moves the flame through the air once more, controlling the trajectory with his ring. He wipes out every last monster in the area, standing calmly atop a mountain of corpses while his empty gaze lingers on the carnage he created. An injured woman calls out, realizing he is no ordinary slave after seeing that massacre. Arthur is surprised the female mage is still alive, especially since she watched him show off his mastery over both spear and magic. She asks for his name, while he silently thinks she might actually be quite lucky. Or maybe she is unlucky. Her face is soaked in blood as she stares at his wrist, demanding to know how a common slave could possibly awaken such a terrifying level of power while everyone else died. She asks if this was all part of his secret plan, but our protagonist just stares back at her with a chilling, empty silence that makes her skin crawl with fear. A heavy silence hangs over the entire forest floor. He coldly asks if she is finally done talking. He explains that she has it all wrong, because they would have died here anyway, regardless of any secret plan or intention. His terrifying expression casts a long shadow that leaves the girl trembling in fear. He admits he despises those who use slaves as bait, while charging his staff for a final blow. The scene shifts back to the city where his journey began. The people in the streets are in total shock, whispering that it is completely impossible for a slave used as bait to survive and return all alone. Arthur knows he has to find Lord Lucius as quickly as possible to prevent his dark fate from repeating itself in this new life he has claimed. He arrives at the courthouse, knowing this is the first stop on his journey toward winning back his long-awaited freedom. Inside the hall, an official asks if the slave survived. A man with tied hair confirms that the servant returned without a single scratch, while the seated lord questions how someone who serves only as bait managed to survive, while everyone else died. And trust me, we are watching a legend rise. All the adventurers are dead, but he lived. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lord Alpham, the man with the eye patch, mutters that this is beyond strange. The boy returned willingly instead of making a run for it. In this kingdom, it is well known that those bound by debt are branded as servants for life. Stick with me, because Arthur knew running was useless. The only way out of a Golden Guild contract is in a coffin. Alpham folds his arms, noting this is the cold reality for anyone caught in the guild's web. He growls, asking why he is wasting time on a report about some lowly debt slave. But his advisor interrupts. There is something else he needs to hear. The boy didn't just survive. He actually awakened his first ring, leaving Alpham shaken that a mere piece of bait gained that much power. He knows a servant with that much fire will harbor a grudge that could burn the whole guild down. Then comes the real shocker. The boy is demanding a change to his contract. Now watch this, because Arthur wants to register as an adventurer, a move that leaves the old lord absolutely floored. Before Alpham can bark an order, Arthur reveals that Baron Raken himself commanded this to be handled personally. At the mention of the Baron, the blood drains from the old man's face. He cannot wrap his head around why a high-ranking executive would care about a common slave. Shaking it off as a fluke, the advisor slams the door, leaving Alpham alone with his thoughts. He is so stunned, he forgets his burning cigar on the table, staring out the window at the bait who dares to dream of glory. Queen Alara claims that slavery has no place in a civilized world. But those are just pretty words. In reality, everyone in this land is a slave to gold. Fail to pay a debt, and you are forced into hard labor. The world calls it guaranteed repayment, but Arthur calls it chains. His nightmare began the day his father died, leaving him alone with nothing but bills. He bought medicine on credit, but the guild hiked the interest rates until the debt spiraled out of control. It hit 1,000%. In court, the judge declared him a criminal for failing to pay on time. His sentence: years of grueling labor to pay back every single copper. For 6 long years, they bled him dry in that God's forsaken place. But deep down, a single thought kept him going: revenge is a dish best served cold. He presents himself as Baron Raken's personal agent now, playing his cards with perfect luck. Alpham nods, acknowledging the news, but he wants to get straight to the point. The old man slams his mug down, agreeing to flip the contract to an F-rank adventurer. Arthur offers a polite thanks, sensing the old man's hesitation, but there is a catch coming. You and I know Arthur is not playing around, so he demands an E-rank status instead. Alpham is stunned by the audacity. The Adventurers Association has not even evaluated him yet. But Arthur counters. He has survived over 100 dungeon rifts in just 3 years. The Lord scoffs that he was just bait, not a hunter, but Arthur knows hunting is not what makes a true adventurer. The greatest legends did not just kill monsters, they were the ones who actually made it back alive. Alpham realizes the boy's intel is worth more than gold, but he is not convinced yet. He admits the logic is sound, but points out those were low-level holes. Could he really survive a high-tier dungeon? Alpham thinks the boy is a fool for risking a new contract without any guarantee of repayment. He is certain Arthur will not last 3 steps before the monsters tear him apart. Yet a strange chill settles in his chest, a feeling of pure dread he cannot explain. Then the boy hears about a cursed rift that only 5 souls can enter at once. With a wicked grin, the Lord confirms it. 12 elite groups have already vanished in those woods. He demands proof of Arthur's worth, survive this, and he gets everything he ever wanted. We shift now to the edge of a dark, suffocating forest. And as Arthur joins a group of 4 veterans, you and I are about to see if this rookie can truly survive the impossible. All right, stick with me, because this guy Shev introduces himself as a tank, though he clearly thinks our hero is just some lowly bait slave. Our main character doesn't even blink. He basically tells them his past doesn't matter, and neither does their opinion. He keeps it professional, but the group's leader quickly pivots, bringing up the rumors that our boy can wield fire magic. He confirms it, but the knights explain that in this kingdom, magic is locked at birth. You stick to your element, or you're absolutely nothing in this world. Apparently, items for other elements are total junk to them. It's a complicated system, to say the least. Time for talk is over. The leader lays out the mission. Don't hunt monsters, just steal the artifacts from the other 12 rival groups. They need to deliver these relics to the guild for a payout of 3,000 gold pieces each. Not a bad haul, right? The blonde fighter starts grumbling immediately. He knows the guild is ripping them off, paying less than half of what these are worth. A teammate shuts him down fast. No time for whining. The leader checks his gear and asks if the squad is ready for war. It's time to get rich or die trying in this godforsaken forest. They step into a thick, twisted forest where massive roots claw at the earth. One knight mutters that this place is depressing as hell. The leader orders them to set up camp. This mission could turn into a long, bloody siege before they're done. Someone suggests building their base high in the canopy, perfect for hiding and moving between trees. The whole squad agrees it's their best shot. They stash their collected loot right along the main wooden walkway. The knight tells our hero to kick back while he handles the camp setup. Once the base is fortified, they split into 2 teams to scout. Max and his 2 buddies form Group 1, sticking together as a trio. Chev stays with our protagonist, and the teams head out in opposite directions, east and west. If trouble hits, they signal and retreat to base. Now, watch closely because our pair is finally alone in the dark woods. Chev is confused. 0 monsters so far. He worries the camp is in a dead zone and figures they'll have to push deeper tomorrow. Then he turns to our boy with a smirk, asking if he is actually enjoying this little adventure of theirs. The boy admits he is nervous. Chev just laughs, telling him that's just part of the job. He's been a veteran for years, but admits even he feels like a terrified kitten every time he steps through a new portal. The only reason he finds courage is because of the men at his side. He claims his crew are the best guys around. He acts all sympathetic about the boy's rough past, pretending he can't even imagine the struggle before dropping a sudden, life-changing proposal that sounds way too good to be true. He invites the kid to join them permanently. But he stops short when he sees the boy staring into the void. Chev quickly backpedals, saying he wasn't being that serious anyway. Back at camp, the knights huddle around the fire, whispering about all the gold they're about to make. One of them senses trouble, but the leader tells them to shut up and eat. They can worry about the details tomorrow morning. Our protagonist just takes a quiet drink of water while night slowly consumes the forest. You and I know something's coming. The trees creak in the dark. A shadow holding a torch approaches the boy's tent and calls out his name. He asks if the kid is finally asleep. Our hero stays dead silent, playing the part of the perfect victim. The captain doesn't wait for an answer. He draws a jagged dagger, a twisted, manic grin spreading across his face as he prepares to spill blood in the cold torchlight. They'd spiked his dinner with heavy sleeping herbs. If he ate even a bite, there was no way he was waking up. If the drugs didn't kill him, their blades definitely would. Max raises his weapon, ready to end our hero's life like it's just another day at the office. He drives the blade deep into the sleeping bag, certain he's just spilled blood. Or at least that's what he thinks. His eyes go wide. The bag is empty. It's a trap, and the squad realizes their prey has completely vanished into thin air. The leader screams for them to find him, but then, boom, a massive pillar of fire erupts right beneath their wooden base. Desperation kicks in as the flames climb. Meanwhile, our boy is watching the chaos unfold from the safety of the shadows. They scramble for their stolen loot, realizing too late that they've walked right into a calculated, deadly ambush. Suddenly, his teammate points toward the darkness, his voice trembling with a level of fear we haven't seen yet. Out of the smoke, a massive, glowing monster eye stares back. The leader freezes in pure horror. He finally realizes that the boy played them from day one. They weren't the hunters at all. They were just the bait for something much worse. And that's where we leave them, diving for their lives. Trust me, karma is a real beast. All right, you and I are diving into a nightmare where an enormous beast devours their shelter. Our hero thinks this is ridiculous. If they wanted to betray him, they shouldn't have been so kind. It was clear that in a dark rift where 12 elite knightly orders failed, no simple bait would ever be enough. This was obviously a deadly, calculated setup. Changing focus, he realizes this massive creature is the dungeon boss. He had already suspected this since he encountered a similar monstrosity during his previous life in the Royal Guard. The giant beast shreds ancient trees like they were made of paper. Cedric realizes that fighting such a massive monster puts their group at a severe disadvantage. One mercenary asks what that thing is, and the captain explains that it might be a legendary gilded slime. These bosses are almost never seen, as they are extremely rare and usually only appear within the most dangerous crimson rifts. The monster's body is composed entirely of burning acid, making it the worst possible enemy for those who fight with swords. But there is an even greater danger. Suddenly, the captain spots a movement. Watch closely as he throws his comrade aside just as a massive spray of burning acid erupts toward them. The man with the scarred face screams, wondering what that attack was. He realizes it was a long-range attack called an acid arrow. With a skill that allows it to shoot acid from its own body, the knight thinks in pure despair that this is cheating. The captain orders everyone to pull themselves together. They desperately ask what they should do to survive this, deciding their only option is to retreat from the area immediately. Since the beast's skill is now on a short cooldown, they plan to recover and search for an opening to strike the creature's core. Marcus laughs, realizing the creature's ability is on cooldown. Without waiting for orders, he starts sprinting back to launch a solo attack on the beast. Everyone wonders what he is doing, but the man says there is still time. He charges forward and tells them to leave it to him. Cedric tries to stop him, yelling that they must attack together and begging the man to wait for the group. But suddenly, the man's body is split in half by a lightning-fast acid arrow. Cedric is frozen in shock because the cooldown should have lasted 10 seconds. Even so, the beast fires again, melting their bodies until nothing but white bones remain on the forest floor. Our hero watches from afar, knowing it is finally over. He thinks to himself that the captain's assessment of the situation was not wrong. Pay attention. This gilded slime grows far more powerful as it consumes magical items. The reload time for its abilities also decreases as it feeds. Its abnormal size is because it has already devoured previous groups of knights, allowing the monster to evolve far beyond its original class rank. It has grown so much that it is now 2 tiers above the Rift's level, making it a monster that no novice knight could handle alone. In the end, the only certainty he has is that no items remain in this dungeon, making his mission a complete failure. But before leaving, he remembers the challenge to prove his worth. He ends up giving a slight, confident smile as he prepares for the fight. The indifferent beast just crawls around the ruined clearing until it notices something strange and small approaching its position. Suddenly, it gets hit by a fire shot right in the center of its head. Burning acid drips down and sizzles on the grass. The creature grunts while regenerating its mass. Arthur is certain he aimed directly at the core. Observing the damage, our hero is sure that 5 more shots will be enough to finally expose the beast's core to the air. He keeps in mind that the mission doesn't matter now. His only goal is to prove he can handle this nightmare to that man. The slime soon fires another acid arrow toward the boy. He dodges by leaping from the tree just as it gets melted. The creature fires again with a series of bursts, but our hero manages to deploy his rope in time, his face showing the visible strain. He activates the magical ring on his finger. This allows him to control the rope with telekinesis while focusing on hitting the exact same spot without fail. Arthur is no ordinary mage, as he held the title of the realm's best telekinetic. High in the air, our boy uses his staff as a base to create a bow and fires another fire arrow directly into the previous wound he made. The wounded beast attacks him with another burst, while our hero calculates that he needs to land 4 more hits. The young man uses his rope to dodge the acid spray. With incredible agility, he plants his feet on a trunk to gain momentum and evades another burst that shatters the tree. While suspended in the air by his rope, he prepares to launch his fire arrow one more time. It hits the same spot again. Now he only needs 3 more hits to defeat the legendary monstrosity. While regenerating its head, the beast continues firing at the young knight, who swiftly dodges all those attacks at once while preparing his staff. He shoots another arrow that lands yet another perfect hit. He knows 2 more hits will do it, so he controls his enchanted rope and dagger while preparing to fire another arrow while still suspended in the air. Stick with me, it just dodged his most critical attack. All right, stick with me because Alistair is about to show us how a real mage fights. Despite its size, this beast is fast, but he's already guiding a fire arrow right at its face. Boom! He lands a direct hit right on the creature's core. The strike cracks the shell, exposing the glowing heart of the beast. Without wasting a single second, our hero charges forward to deliver the finishing blow before it can recover. He grips his staff, ready for one final strike. But look out! The monster's massive hand is already swinging down to crush him into the dirt. Just as that giant fist is about to turn him into a pancake, Alistair senses the danger and reacts. He triggers his ring, showing off some seriously high-level thinking. He fires a dagger and rope into the ground, using the tension to launch himself out of the way of the blast. Now watch this move carefully. He slides across the mud, levels his staff, and conjures another blazing arrow. It's go time as he releases the shot. The creature sees it coming and tries to block the flame with its massive palm. Alistair just smirks. He uses his ring to bend the arrow's flight in mid-air, curving it straight toward the monster's only remaining weak spot. The explosion is perfect. The fire hits the internal core, and we can see the energy start to rip the monster apart from the inside. The slime's gelatinous body begins to bulge and swell. It looks completely dazed as its giant eye pops with pressure. Then, kaboom, it bursts into a shower of gore. Alistair bolts as a wave of deadly acid starts flooding the entire forest floor. The burning liquid chases him down while he readies his rope. He channels his magic into the blade and cord. As the acid wave nears, he fires his gear, hooking a thick branch high above the killing zone. He swings up just in time, as the forest floor turns into a melting lake of poison. Alistair stares down at the carnage with a cold, vacant look. The acid is relentless, dissolving every piece of vegetation it touches in its path. Eventually, the acid dries up, leaving a scorched but safe path for him to walk. He drops down from the oak tree, his boots hitting the blackened ground. He wanders through the eerie silence until a strange red glow catches his eye. Using his magical ring, he pulls the shimmering object toward him like a powerful magnet. A vibrant red core rises from the dirt. As Alistair grabs it, a mysterious blue flame wraps around the treasure. The moment it touches his skin, the orb erupts with light. Massive amounts of red mana start pouring out of the artifact. A barrier of pure energy surrounds him. Next thing we know, we're back at the bustling mercenary guild. The guild master smokes his cigar in the quiet room. He grunts, admitting that the kid's display of power wasn't just some cheap trick after all. I know what you're thinking. Where's the loot? Well, Alistair explains that the hunters in his squad were actually traitors trying to rob him. He tried to escape before things turned bloody. But the boss monster appeared and slaughtered everyone else. The guild leader looks suspicious, asking if it was truly the creature that did it. Alistair tells him it was a golden slime. The man realizes that means every bit of loot from the rift was dissolved. Privately, he knows this is a massive financial blow. All that expensive rented gear is gone, and he can't just let that slide. But the real shocker is that Alistair actually made it out alive. You see, rift rules are strict. Only a few people can enter, and the gate stays open until everyone is either out or dead. There's also a ranking system based on color, going all the way from common red to royal purple. If an adventurer is too strong, they're barred from entry. Plus, you only get one shot at it. If you manage to survive and exit, the portal is permanently destroyed behind you. The boss figures the gate is a lost cause anyway. He highly doubts a first circle mage could handle a golden slime, but he reluctantly accepts the story for now. Still, regardless of the danger, the fact remains that Alistair failed the official mission. Alistair tells him to settle down, since he hasn't even finished the full report yet. He reaches into his sleeve and pulls out the real prize. The old man is absolutely floored. By devouring the slime's power, Alistair has already ascended to the second circle of magic. He's completely speechless. The man yells that this is an absolute miracle. Absorbing a mana stone from a legendary slime is unheard of, but Alistair just wants his E rank promotion now. But he's confused when the boss mentions jumping straight to D rank. The boss is so excited he grants him D rank on the spot. He even promises that if Alistair sticks with them, he will receive the luxury treatment of a C rank elite. Alistair just signs the papers. Giving elite status to someone who hasn't reached the third circle is unheard of favoritism in this kingdom. Rankings are usually all about circles, as they are the true symbol of a mage's raw power. So, you and I have to wonder, is this kid even human? Because nobody jumps an entire circle just by eating a stone. All right, you and I are about to see a commoner shock the nobility. The old duke smiles, impressed by his raw talent, realizing this kid jumped from a first circle mage to a second circle in record time. This bearded lord has never witnessed growth this explosive and knows he absolutely needs the boy for his house. Alaric notes that his status among these nobles is rising way faster than he ever expected. But time is ticking before the first Great Rift raid, where 100 elite knights will be sent in. This event will have every great house and the merchant guild watching closely to see who comes out on top, and honestly, Alaric is fine with that. He needs to move fast to start his master plan, so he calls over the old steward abbess for a massive favor. When asked what he wants, the young knight simply holds out his hand and asks to borrow a small fortune in gold. The steward keeps smiling, but silently thinks this boy is getting way too arrogant for his own good. Legend says the rifts opened in the Age of Heroes, but it was actually a trap by a dark sorcerer. Countless knights perished inside the rifts, draining the kingdom of its power, until the day the monsters finally swarmed the surface and crushed all of humanity. Stick with me here, because that same apocalypse is exactly 3 years away from destroying this world again. Abbas smokes his cigar by the window, watching intently as our hero walks away with his pockets full of gold. Alaric knows the coins aren't nearly enough, but it is a decent start for the first phase. This 100-man rift is a red tier zone restricted to second circle mages, and usually the merchant guild only picks the highest-ranking veterans. But they are investing in a rookie like him, because they have their sights set on conquering that specific rift. He has the gold now, but buying high-level armor would be a waste since the items he actually needs are way overpriced. Instead, he finds a much better way to spend his coin and arrives at a building with a glowing golden sign. He can read the ancient script on the door, even if we cannot, and the young man just stares in grim silence. A guide approaches and reveals this is the kingdom's slave market, offering to show the adventurer around the dark cells. He asks what kind of disposable help the knight is looking for today. Does he want a bait slave or a warrior to fight by his side? Alaric says he is looking for a specific man and asks for the way. The young guide looks confused as they walk deeper. The man in the bandana leads him to the punishment pits, where the most rebellious prisoners are broken, and Alaric suddenly freezes. He points toward the shadows, where a man is chained to the wall, his arms bound by heavy iron shackles. Alaric takes a deep breath, and when the merchant asks if he is sure, our hero confirms he knows the risks of this situation. Staring at the broken prisoner, Alaric declares that this is exactly the person he came here to find. You and I need to pay attention, because in his past life, this prisoner's death destroyed the world. This man was once destined to murder the legendary heroine of the Axaren. He was her only apprentice, known as the hero slayer, 𝒕𝒉, and his crime was the exact incident that marked the beginning of the end of the world. The prisoner growls, asking why a stranger is staring at him, and tells the boy to get lost. The merchant apologizes, claiming the slave has lost his mind and is far too dangerous to handle. Alaric realizes the guy still has his pride, treating even high-ranking knights with total contempt despite being in chains. The merchant offers other mad dogs, but Alaric senses the prisoner possesses a truly terrifying level of hidden power. In his past life, these two were always compared because they were born in the same region and awakened their special abilities at the same time. But there was one massive secret that made them more alike than anyone knew. When Alaric asks for the price, the merchant laughs, assuming the wealthy-looking kid can actually afford any amount. He smirks and demands 1,000,000 gold pieces, mocking the boy to see if he really has the guts. Alaric knows this man is desperate for gold because he needs to cure his sister of the deadly black blood plague. The merchant tells him to leave since a kid like him couldn't possibly have that much. But our hero reaches into his bag, and the prisoner's eyes widen as he realizes that Alaric actually has the full 1,000,000 gold pieces ready. The seller is in total shock, wondering if this kid is some kind of royal money launderer or a secret prince. Sweating and tense, the merchant swallows his pride immediately. Alaric lays out the terms for a 1-year partnership contract with a 70-30 profit split, where he will have complete priority on choosing any powerful artifacts. And trust me, you and I are going to see things get wild now that he's hired a monster instead of a slave. All right, let's watch this desperate man sign his soul away for a chance to survive. Cedric grabs the parchment instantly, biting his finger to sign it in blood before anyone can object. Arthur watches him sign without hesitation, knowing he's doing this only to save his dying sister. A cold smirk appears as Arthur heads for the portal, with Cedric following his new master's lead. But he warns that the man must prove his worth, and the warrior accepts with grim determination. He vows to work harder than any knight. Soon, they reach the edge of the Whispering Woods. Cedric calls him "my lord," grateful for the new weapon, but insists they should head back and swap it for a longsword he's actually used to. Arthur informs him that this axe is his only weapon now, and if he refuses, the contract is over. They reach the portal where the test begins, a dangerous rank 1 red rift with a strict 8-person limit, marked clearly at the gate. Cedric looks for the rest of the squad, assuming a wealthy noble like Arthur has a full team. He asks if the boy at least brought a healer along for the raid. Healers are essential in a fight, but as Arthur just stares at him, he begins to sweat and desperately tries to guess why he's angry. Arthur explains there's no need to worry because the party is already full, letting the big man relax. Now pay attention, because Arthur just pointed a finger and told him the entire party is right here. Silence falls as the warrior realizes Arthur isn't joking, and pure dread starts to take over his face. Arthur loses his patience. He kicks him from behind, telling him to stop wasting time as they both vanish through the rift into a scorching and brutal red desert wasteland. Cedric hits the sand hard, letting out a scream that echoes across the dunes. He demands to know if Arthur is crazy, since taking on an 8-man rift with 2 people is suicide. He shouts that he needs a real weapon to survive. But Arthur's icy glare shuts him up instantly. Suddenly, a massive cloud of dust erupts on the horizon. Emerging from the dust is a horde of monsters shaped like massive, enchanted tree trunks. Cedric panics, thinking his shouting lured them in. These ironbarks are famous for shattering swords and heavy spears with their dense skin. But Arthur steps forward and coldly tells the warrior to get out of his way. Cedric tries to protest, but a single fire arrow from Arthur obliterates the first monster instantly. Cedric is frozen in shock as the same arrow streaks through the air, shattering more monsters into splinters. Okay, I know what you're thinking. That arrow is moving like a lightning bolt until the last creature falls. Arthur just sighs, looking thoroughly bored by the weak opposition. He warns Cedric never to panic again, while the warrior wonders just who this young noble really is. Elsewhere, a spy reports that the merchant guild has finally taken the bait. A noblewoman explains they are buying time for the plan, while the prisoners are prepared for shipment. A figure in black gloves swirls their wine glass as the girl asks for the dark signal to proceed with the master's plan. The girl bows with deep respect before vanishing into the night, using her shadow magic. An elder knight declares everything follows the master's will, raising his glass to the freedom of this world and its new order. The plant monsters are still smoldering as Cedric collects 27 monocrystals from the sand. Arthur tells him to keep moving, and the muscular man quickly agrees. The sun hangs high in the sky, baking the desert with a merciless, crushing heat. Cedric realizes Arthur isn't just crazy. He's incredibly powerful, and he wonders if his magic is telekinesis since he's never seen a mage do that. He starts imagining all the gold he'll save on medical bills until Arthur snaps him back to reality. They both spot another group of monsters closing in. Cedric counts 9 of them, but Arthur just smiles and says it's a perfect number. The warrior stares at Arthur's serious face, feeling more confused and doubtful than ever. A small stone lures one beast out, and suddenly Cedric lunges like a demon, splitting it in half. The rest of the creatures freeze, sensing the sudden, violent shift in the air. And that's where we leave them. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see if he masters that heavy axe. Even with 10 attempts, he knows it won't be enough to clear all these beasts. Trust me, you and I are about to see this knight realize that his sword won't be enough here. But soon, he'll learn that this heavy axe is the secret to becoming a true legend. There's no doubt he's gifted, being the only student of the legendary axe mistress. Suddenly, monsters close in like a vice. But the warrior strikes fast, immediately noticing that something feels a bit strange. The weapon's reach is incredible, and the metal feels light as a feather. He wonders what will happen if he changes his stance. He swings, his weapon blurring with blinding speed. With one clean strike, the beast is split in 2 instantly. His movement speed explodes, and his mastery over the axe sharpens with every passing second. Arthur notices his partner has already found his rhythm. Even without a mana circle, the man is a beast. Suddenly, now pay attention, because the ground begins to shake and the cavern walls crumble, revealing the massive wooden paw of a monster. Cedric is frozen in shock until the beast slams the earth, throwing him back like a leaf. Arthur stays low, recognizing the threat. It is an elder treant, a true forest titan. The creature swings again, but our hero manages to dive in and pull his ally out of the way. He drops him off to the side to stay safe. Arthur scoffs, saying its massive size just makes it an easier target to hit. The man on the ground looks up and smiles, thinking magic might actually work here, but then the beast manages to parry Arthur's opening shot. He realizes the creature's reaction speed is much faster than they expected. Arthur switches tactics, activating his telekinesis to curve his fire arrows around the monster's trunk. The spell loops behind the titan as Arthur waits for the perfect hit, but even with magic, the tree still dodges. You and I can see the shock on Arthur's face. The monster actually blocked that lethal attack. Cedric panics, yelling for the boy to stop standing around and run before they both get killed. Arthur knows his attacks are working. The issue is those damn branches. They don't leave a single opening for a proper strike to land. The titan slams the ground again, sending a shockwave that launches both of them high into the air. A jagged branch shoots out like a spear, aiming straight for the big man's chest. Arthur is ready. Using his mana ring, he rips a boulder from the earth to create a solid foothold for them both. Cedric praises his young master's coming. He breathes a sigh of relief, knowing he nearly met his end in the air. Arthur tells the guy to clear the small ones while he handles the big boss himself. Cedric tries to stop him, but Arthur is already gone, launching another flaming bolt at the massive beast. The warrior thinks this is suicide without a plan. They need to find a way to escape. An explosion rocks the creature's side, and for a moment, it looks like Cedric was right. But as the treant looks away, a second firebolt slams directly into its face. Cedric is stunned. He actually landed a clean hit, but Arthur doesn't celebrate, he stays focused. Those branches are fast, but he draws another arrow anyway. He can't use telekinesis and attack at the same time at this speed, but as a second circle mage, he can double cast. With a roar of flames, one of the monster's massive limbs is severed. The knight just smiles, hiding a second arrow behind the first. That strategy is surgical, and the monster can't block both. Right now, the only thing he can do is praise our hero, because that move was truly unbelievable. But then, something catches his eye. A few smaller monsters slip past his defense and charge straight for our young hero. Cedric screams for Arthur to look out. The boy pivots instantly, blasting the stragglers before they can reach him from behind. He's clearly annoyed, muttering that his partner can't even handle the weak ones. But the giant sees its chance. Its eyes flare with rage as it lunges with razor-sharp claws toward the boy. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see if he survives this impossible opening. With incredible agility, Arthur weaves through the chaos, but a massive, twisted branch swings right for his head. Check this out. Just as the killing blow nears his face, a heavy hand slams onto his shoulder. Sir Alaric shoves him back and cleaves through the wood with his battle axe. Arthur hits the dirt safely, narrowly escaping a crushing end. The knight grunts that he just saved his life, so Arthur better take back those insults from earlier. A relieved grin flashes across the boy's face. Finally, he's actually being useful in this high-stakes fight. They lock eyes and agree to end this beast. Arthur lets loose 2 more fire arrows, severing another limb from the monster. The creature howls in agony, but a third arrow is already whistling toward another one of its branches. Alaric grips his axe with both hands, shattering a giant bough while the flaming projectile draws the monster's focus. The spell strikes 2 more limbs, making the forest echo with screams. But then, something catches Arthur's eye that changes everything. He realizes the monster is launching a pincer attack on his companion from both sides. Arthur shouts that he's taking the right side. Sir Alaric barks a laugh and claims the left, and both warriors strike at once, shredding the beast's remaining defenses. The massive knight slides into the mud for safety before charging right back into the fray, circling the monster's thick trunk. His blade is a blur, cutting down dozens of branches, but a crushing blow suddenly slams into his spine. Blood sprays from his mouth as he is hurled through the air like a ragdoll. The beast opens its maw to swallow him whole, but Arthur uses his telekinesis to hurl a massive boulder toward his friend. He is snatched from the jaws of death just in time. However, the monster is clever enough to smash the rock that was carrying the knight. Now pay attention here. You and I are about to see Arthur push his magic to the absolute limit. This time, he pushes his limits, launching dozens of stones into the air all at once. Alaric lands on a floating rock with perfect timing, only to see another monstrous attack coming from his blind spot. He yells that there is no escape, yet he keeps leaping from stone to stone with frantic desperation. Arthur's fire arrows incinerate several more limbs, forcing the creature to turn its hateful gaze directly toward our young protagonist. Alaric attacks like a demon while Arthur signals him to finish it. He strikes deep into the creature's eye, drawing black ichor. The Colossus tries to pull back in terror, but Alaric clings to it as the monster continues its shrill wailing. Suddenly, the man drops his axe and lands on a nearby ledge. With a grim look, he prepares his final move. Arthur focuses every drop of his telekinetic power into his palm, locking his magic directly onto his companion's heavy weapon. The boy pulls his hand back sharply. The axe flies through the air, homing in on the monster's second eye. The blade slams back into the knight's hands with a thunderous crack. You and I both know what's coming. Alaric tells the beast it's dinner time as he delivers one final, brutal strike into the monster's last remaining eye. The monster collapses with a deafening roar, shaking the very ground as it falls. Alaric is thrown back but sticks the landing perfectly. Still, the dying beast makes one last desperate lunge to devour the knight. Suddenly, 2 more flaming arrows streak from the shadows toward the monster. They fly straight into the beast's open mouth, incinerating its core from the inside out. The creature thrashes in flames before finally falling silent. Alaric drops to his knees, gasping for air. Arthur approaches him, quietly telling the knight that he did a great job. Arthur stands tall, surveying the carnage, while the exhausted warrior grunts back that the boy wasn't so bad himself. Together, they watch the massive remains of the forest guardian crumble to ash. Later that night, in the quiet outskirts of the city, a young girl prepares a simple meal for herself. She clasps her hands in prayer, thankful for the food, until a sharp knock at the door breaks the evening silence. Filled with curiosity, she opens the door to see who is there. Shock washes over her as she realizes her older brother has finally returned from the war. She grips her dress tightly while the man whispers that he is finally home. She tries to stay strong, but tears of joy start streaming down her face. She throws her arms around him in a tight hug. Meanwhile, we see a lonely cabin hidden deep in the woods. Arthur stands over a bed with a cold, hollow gaze. His eyes are empty, but there is a hidden weight to his stare. This was his childhood home, but now, the only thing left on that bed is the cold corpse of his father. And so, this is where we leave Arthur, covering the body as he prepares to burn it all to the ground. Let's dive into the journey of a young man, leaving home in total silence. He hides his pain, only hearing the low crackle of the hearth behind him. The bearded lord sits in his study, knowing this mission is a disaster. A massive portal for 100 warriors is opening, and he has no clue how to organize the chaos. If he messes up, his superior will surely end him. 10 legendary noble houses are descending on this gate. There are whispers of epic loot inside, and maybe even a legendary artifact that could change history. He knows this hunt will be anything but easy. The 3 Thorn sisters are coming from a rival house. Their power is insane. They make second-tier mages look like complete amateurs. Every house is sending their elite knights, and his own group is looking pretty pathetic in comparison. He stares at a bounty of our hero, feeling seriously doubtful about their chances. Suddenly, the door flies open and the Baron snaps about manners, but he freezes when he sees the visitor. You and I know that face. It is the legendary High Commander himself. It is Lord Raken. He demands the list of teams immediately. The old man can only stammer out a quick apology, admitting he is behind schedule. Raken notes that tardiness is rare for him, then asks for his honest opinion on the boy. Testing Arthur's talent is impossible since his last squad ended up slaughtered. That is exactly why the Baron is being so incredibly cautious right now. Raken suggests another trial. This massive gate is the perfect chance to see what he can really do. And to keep things efficient, they should bring every single potential group together for the test. With a nasty grin, Raken says plenty of people will witness the truth. Cut to a new scene as a group arrives. Arthur arrives with his partner, who notices the massive crowd gathered for this particular mission. A soldier approaches, identifying them as members of the 5th unit. The crowd stares with pure suspicion because these 2 used to be lowly servants. Arthur scans the area, realizing the atmosphere is beyond toxic and unfriendly right now. They think these former servants will just be dead weight. For experienced mercenaries, that is a pretty normal way to think. These guys are all high-tier warriors and mages, real professionals who do not need rookie bait to survive. Suddenly, the commander barks an order for everyone to assemble. Arthur knows this guy. The leader gets straight to the point, announcing a trial where everyone gets one chance to prove their worth. A warrior asks what kind of chance this is. Now watch closely, because the leader is about to drop a bombshell about clearing the portal of 100. The entire crowd is absolutely stunned by the news. They are promised special rewards, but Arthur can tell this is just a dangerous game for the nobles. The Baron wants a show of strength. Suddenly, the massive portal begins to pulse with an eerie red light. They step through the gate and find themselves in a dense forest. The teams agree to only work together once they reach the final boss at the end. The groups split up, planning to regroup as soon as a signal is fired. Arthur and his partner just stand there in total silence. The other units push deep into the dangerous woods. Their mage declares they will slaughter anything in their path to save time, and his squad agrees immediately. A strange noise stops them cold. It is just a minor mushroom monster, which is a huge letdown. He calls it a waste of time, while charging his staff with a glowing ball of mana. He blasts the creature with a beam of pure energy. He is bored out of his mind and orders his men to grab the core. But as the smoke clears, the monster is still standing. They are completely shocked it is still alive. The mage wonders if his spell was just too weak and decides they need a different plan fast. Suddenly, more noises start echoing from the dark forest depths. The mage screams for them to stay back. They are completely surrounded by a pack of monsters. Eventually, the last beast falls. The squad is exhausted, covered in blood and some pretty nasty wounds. They are glad it is over, but the scout girl is worried. These monsters are way stronger than they should be. The mage stays silent. He knows he cannot report these losses. It would be a total humiliation for him. If they keep taking hits like this, they will be dead before the boss. He decides to break the rules and head straight for the boss to save what is left of their mana. Arthur notes that is exactly what the others will do. The tired warrior agrees, then mocks Arthur for just standing around like a useless statue. Trust me, you and I need to see how he handles the next wave. All right, you and I are about to see if this reckless plan actually works, as Alistair leads them deeper into the rift. Thorn wants to hunt the Lord of the Rift, but Alistair just scoffs, saying they are only here for the trash. The knight is totally baffled because he thought they were hunting the Rift boss, but Alistair explains they are actually playing the numbers game with the minions. Alistair makes it clear that the other noble houses will waste all their strength chasing the boss for glory, while their goal is to farm the smaller monsters. The knight cannot help but think Alistair always speaks like he already knows how everything ends. But Alistair gets serious. He can sense a dark, overwhelming power radiating from the heart of this cursed rift. Deep in the woods, another scouting party is on the move until a young rogue spots something and calls for the captain. They have stumbled upon an unstable rift exit and start marking the trail, but a blood-curdling scream suddenly cuts through the air. Behind the party's sorcerer, one man begins laughing hysterically, making the mage turn around and demand to know what is so funny. The man's laughter only gets louder and more manic each second. A scholar approaches angrily, warning him that the noise will attract every monster in the forest, but he freezes in pure terror the moment he sees the man's face. Now pay attention. This is where things go from bad to nightmare-inducing for the entire scout party. Knowing it is a deadly toxin, he realizes he has to abandon them and bolt for the rift exit to save his own life. Then, the nightmare behind the poison reveals itself, a massive, grotesque mushroom creature that looks truly horrific. Sickly purple gas hisses out from disgusting, pulsing pores covering the beast's bloated body. The sorcerer watches in total shock, as the only sound is the monster's eerie laughter. But then, the gas hits him, and he starts laughing just like the others. As the beast looms closer, you can see the pure desperation in the scholar's eyes before we cut to a quiet river bank. Alistair and the knight are crossing the water, and Thorn wonders why Alistair hasn't drawn his blade once today, until he sees a light falling from the sky. It is a haunting red glow, and the knight identifies it as the emergency signal. They knew a flare meant the boss was found, but the timing is still a shock, and Alistair narrows his eyes at the horizon. Noting one party is missing, the commander with the headscarf decides that since the majority is present, he will begin the briefing. He starts to explain the situation, and while a girl points out the sorcerer's squad is missing, the leader snaps that they have no reason to wait. He drops the news. They have finally found the Rift Boss. They watch in horror as the boss, a madness-inducing mushroom, completely slaughters the sorcerer's entire party without even breaking a single sweat. The girl is frozen in shock. She never expected to face such a terrifying creature. As the crowd panics, the knight leans in and asks Alistair if a simple mushroom could really be that much of a threat. Alistair is deep in thought, knowing this is the absolute worst encounter possible for a rift of this level, while the knight thinks he's being ignored on purpose. Instead, Alistair is busy simulating every possible strategy to take down this nightmare, even though the odds are looking pretty grim right now. The Scarred Scout reports that the monster is blocking the path to the exit, trapping them all inside. It is impossible to escape without a fight, but when the knight suggests Alistair's fire arrows can end it, the boy just tells him to shut up. Thorn gets annoyed, but Alistair explains that rushing in without a solid plan is basically just signing their own death warrants. He reveals that his fire arrows won't even scratch the beast, which leaves the veteran knight completely stunned. Since every monster in this rift has been a high defense tank, it stands to reason the boss is even more indestructible. The scout gets annoyed at the obvious observation, but another warrior reminds them that they need a real solution before time runs out. Okay, I know what you are thinking. 50,000. Trust me, there is a method to his madness here. He does the math. 50,000 gold per head for 30 people makes 1.5 million, and in exchange, he and Thorn will serve as the bait. Total silence falls over the clearing, while Thorn wonders what kind of insane gamble Alistair is pulling off this time. Suddenly, the leader shouts at the boy to stop being so arrogant and conceited. He yells that, while Alistair might know basic tactics, a boss like this won't be lured into a trap so easily by nobodies. He claims following a kid's plan will get them all killed, and that low-level help only gets in the way in these high-tier rifts. He even insults the knight, saying he has not even awakened his inner power, then demands to know what they could possibly offer. Thorn is fuming, barking back that this is all just pointless trash talk, and that the leader is just looking for a fight. Alistair calmly asks what the man's grand plan is, since he was the one who fired the signal flare in the first place. The young man also needs to clarify one thing. He reveals they have masters from the first and second circles, and trust me, you and I just saw a reveal that shocked everyone, even his own knight. Stick with me, you're about to see a desperate gamble turn into a total bloodbath. Our knight is hyped, but Elias warns that Silas's squad only has 2 Tier 2 mages, keeping everyone on edge. Then Lady Alara steps into the heated argument. She says they'll pay up, but they don't have the full gold amount right now. Elias says that's fine, pay when they escape, but if they die, just consider it their final sacrifice for the kingdom. But he has one condition. He only plays bait if everyone agrees, so the choice is theirs. A bit later, we find the location of the hidden escape rift. There, the fungal beast devours its victims until a fire arrow suddenly whistles through the air and slams directly into its head, stunning it. Thick smoke begins to pour out across the clearing. Pay attention, because this is where the plan gets dangerous. Elias and his ally wait for the boss to strike, while the knight wonders about the violet mist until the beast's eyes suddenly snap open. It charges with terrifying speed, forcing them to run as the knight wonders how a creature that size can move so fast. The monster shifts into a 4-legged stance to hunt them down. Masked Lady Alara tells the group to move immediately, demanding they activate the rift before their bait gets slaughtered, and a knight touches the ancient symbol. The rift tears open, and she screams for everyone to cross at once. The massive beast continues the chase, but the knight suddenly spots something blocking their path. He realizes a swarm of smaller monsters has appeared out of thin air. Shouting that these won't die easily, he channels raw mana into his heavy axe and lets out a thunderous roar for the creatures to clear the way. His explosive slash wipes them all out, but the massive fungal beast looms behind him with its toothy maw wide open. Elias saves him just in time, firing a fire arrow into the beast's throat and blasting it backward. Despite the injury, the twisted mushroom monster starts laughing at their pathetic struggle. Ilias fires another shot at its head, but the creature manages to dodge. I know what you're thinking. He missed, right? Well, think again. Ilias uses his telekinesis ring to curve the arrow just as the grinning monster leaps at them. The arrow keeps hunting, but the beast is fast enough to weave through the strikes. It keeps gaining on them while the arrow chases it, and the knight screams that the monster is almost on top of them. Calm and cold, Ilias spots a massive hole ahead and shouts for his companion to take the leap with him. Just before they plummet, the beast lunges forward with one final attempt to grab them. As they fall, the knight shouts for Ilias to watch out and, flipping the beast the bird, tells it to swallow this barbecue. Ilias locks eyes with the monster and fires a devastatingly powerful arrow that slams into its target. The two finally crash into the raging stream, running through the caverns. The strong current pulls them deep underwater until the knight crawls onto the bank, gasping that he almost died in that stunt. He looks at Ilias standing nearby, and Captain Silas asks what kind of freakish creature that was. Ilias explains it's the dungeon boss, and they'll need much better preparation if they plan to kill it. Stunned, the man stammers, asking if Ilias is actually serious about hunting that nightmare down. The boy simply confirms it, making the knight absolutely furious. They start arguing as the knight tries to flee, but Ilias refuses to back down. Alistair is worried because Ilias previously said they would die if they tried to fight that thing. Ilias says things have changed. The rivals are gone, they are now the beast's primary prey, and there is a massive bonus involved. He asks if Alistair forgot the contract, leaving the knight speechless as he remembers the terms. Scratching his head, he admits he wasn't thinking about the money and definitely wants his bonus. With a small smile, Ilias agrees to the knight's demand. The man asks how they'll win since neither range nor melee worked, and he refuses to risk his life for an impossible chance. He pauses to think, then looks at Ilias and asks if there really is a way to kill it. Light shines from the rift as the leader realizes people are emerging much too fast for a 40-person portal. He asks the girl about the results and notes that Silas is missing, but she says the mission failed. She explains one group was wiped out, while Ilias and another guy are still inside playing bait. So, what do you and I take from this? Taking on a boss alone is suicide, leaving the old man in total silence. Stick with me, this hunt is about to get insane. The commander mocks them for fleeing like cowards, but the girl cries out that the fungal lord is a legendary nightmare that no one could possibly face. She screams that there was nothing they could do to win. The bearded man crushes his cigar and orders a retreat, leaving the young woman completely baffled. She argues that the heroes haven't returned and the portal is still open, meaning they must be alive. But the leader says it is only a matter of time, since the mad fungal lord is impossible to defeat. He has no more time to waste on these failures. In his secret thoughts, he curses their bad luck and calls them all utterly useless. A rank 2 sorcerer could never kill such a beast, and these mediocre warriors are simply of no use to him. The beast lurks in the forest, while the leader dreams of finding a champion who can overcome any obstacle. He desires a warrior who can turn the impossible into reality. Now pay attention, because our hero is finally ready to fire his massive, glowing, flaming bolt. This spell is far stronger than before, tearing through the air at an incredible speed. This boss is faster and tougher than any they've faced. In this moment, keeping distance and attacking from afar is their only hope. A normal flame bolt isn't enough, but our young mage has a secret plan. By using Mindweave to spin the arrow at high speeds, the piercing power will surely increase to an absolutely devastating level. It is a skill inspired by ancient ballistics, something that should be totally impossible for a normal sorcerer. He calls it the Mystic Revolver. The projectile screams forward and slams directly into the fungal beast's chest. A piercing scream of pure shock erupts from the creature. The bolt bores into its chest, penetrating the monster's thick hide. Our hero watches with cold, focused intensity. The blow was so powerful that it punched through more than a dozen heavy trees. You saw that, right? He aimed for the head and core but missed, and now things are about to get even more troublesome for everyone. The beast roars in the direction of the sound it heard. It charges madly toward them while a strange glow appears above, but the monster narrowly avoids another revolver shot. Our hero realizes it is hard to use while moving, especially with the long recharge time. He must finish this battle before the monster reaches his position. The creature dodges another blast as a mysterious figure hides right behind the trees. The bloodied monster grunts in confusion. Our protagonist shouts that the time for the trap has finally come. Then Cedric grips a thick rope, pulling with all his might while letting out a battle cry. The rope snaps taut, creating an unexpected obstacle that causes the massive creature to trip and fall. It tumbles into a mud pit. The furious beast rises, realizing it is trapped in a swampy mire. Our hero watches as the thick mud clogs the beast's pores. It can no longer release its deadly gas and screams in pure rage. Suddenly, a warrior shouts as he hurls a massive axe at it. The blade strikes the monster's head, drawing blood. Cedric yanks the axe back with the chain and grips the handle very firmly. The beast is dazed as the warriors finally find a moment to breathe. The fighter tells the monster to come closer, mocking it as the air clears for their little dance. Every condition for victory has finally been met. The goal of this hunt was always to lure it into the swamp. This ensures its most dangerous weapon is completely useless here. The Axeman asks if it's angry now that its gas holes are sealed. He swings his weapon, saying it's a pity for the beast, and with one swift motion, he strikes. He releases the handle and uses the long rope to strike the creature with force from a great distance away. The monster manages to block, but it is clear that serious damage was still done. The warrior refuses to stop, attacking persistently while the creature can only howl and try to defend itself. Suddenly, the beast finds an opening and narrowly dodges the heavy axe. Our hero knew the swamp was the worst place for a fast monster to move. The heavy water and thick mud are their greatest allies in this desperate fight. From atop the high cliff, our boy uses the mystic revolver again, firing a flaming bolt that pierces the monster's hand. And trust me, you and I are about to see a hole ripped right through that beast as the entire area finally explodes with power. You and I are about to see if this nightmare finally ends or just gets worse. Looking at that dark silhouette, he realizes he spoke too soon. This beast is way tougher than it looks. Arthur screams to aim for the core. It has to be near the creature's head. Cedric nods and hurls his massive battle axe straight at the towering monster ahead of him. But the fungal beast is watching. Those creepy faces see everything, and it actually catches the deadly axe midair before it can be decapitated. The warrior is stunned. How could a mindless monster have reflexes like that? Suddenly, the giant yanks him forward with terrifying strength. Arthur reacts fast, activating his magical ring to manipulate the woods. A heavy log nearby lurches forward, slamming into the creature's face, while our knight clings to a sturdy branch to stay upright. The monster tries to swat the debris away, so it can crush the knight once and for all. But Cedric is already behind it. He delivers a brutal kick to its shell, making the massive beast shriek in pure agony. The knight retreats, leaping onto a nearby tree while summoning his axe back. Gripping his weapon, he settles into a deadly stance and charges toward the beast at blinding speed. He becomes a blur, circling the monster so fast it has no idea where he'll strike next. Arthur times it perfectly, raising his hand to trigger the ring's power one more time. Now pay attention. He summons massive walls of water to trap the beast, using the heavy spray to completely blind the giant's vision once again. Through the heavy mist and spray, Cedric's silhouette appears, ready to deliver the final killing blow. But the monster's faces are clear now. It senses him coming through the rain and the shadows. It swings a massive fist to crush him, but Cedric isn't there. He's already moved right behind its back, swinging his heavy axe with everything he has to deliver a devastating finishing strike. His eyes are cold and sharp, just like a master assassin finishing a job. With one clean sweep, he decapitates the beast that has taken so many innocent lives. The head rolls away into the swamp as a sudden downpour begins, washing away the blood from this massive battlefield. Cedric stands there, completely drained of energy and gasping for air. He looks over and gives Arthur a tired, thumbs up from behind his steel mask. Arthur smiles back, but then his blood runs cold. Stick with me, because what he sees next is absolutely terrifying. The creature's body is still moving. The headless corpse lunges, smashing Cedric across the head and sending him crashing straight down into the mud. His axe flies out of his hand. It looks like the brave warrior might actually be dead. Even without a head, the monster lets out a guttural scream of rage and pain that shakes the forest. Arthur can't believe it. He was certain they destroyed the head where the core should have been hiding. He fires another shot, but it hits the water, completely missing the twitching body of the beast. Thick smoke fills the entire swamp as the monster dodges with impossible speed, crawling through the mud toward Arthur with terrifying and relentless intent. Arthur prepares his hands, frantically wondering what detail they could have possibly missed. He tries to trap its feet to trip it up, but it barely slows it down. The creature leaps. It doesn't have the power it once had, but it's still dangerous and hungry. Now it's clinging to the cliffside, desperately climbing up to reach the mage on the ledge. Our young hero knows he only has one fire arrow left. There are no second chances, so he has to make this count. Suddenly, a roar echoes through the dead trees. Cedric is back on his feet, battered and bloodied, and his rage is finally reaching a boiling point. He focuses his remaining strength and triggers his most powerful explosive strike. He slams into the climbing beast with a massive explosion, the force of the blast literally tearing the creature's lower body completely away. Its legs fall back into the swamp, but still, no core is found. Cedric thinks he's won, but the headless, legless torso is still dragging itself up toward Arthur with mindless desperation. He screams a warning to his leader. He's out of mana, and the danger is far from over. Arthur fires one last shot. The creature dodges, but the blast reveals something hidden in its chest. A hideous, laughing slime is tucked away inside the monster's ribcage. That's it, the true head of the behemoth. Arthur stares in shock, realizing they've been fighting a puppet all along. So, you and I know the truth, and he thanks it for showing its real face. All right, you and I are jumping right into the heat of battle, where a single bluff decides everything. That flare was a distraction, and now his staff is fully charged with lethal flames. The spell is cast with pinpoint accuracy, slamming into the heart of the massive, decaying monster that refused to die. You can see the agony in its eyes, as its skull begins to crack under the pressure of that searing heat. Silence falls as the blast tears through its flesh, erasing the beast from existence in one final, glorious shot. A massive explosion rocks the clearing, while our hero calmly strikes a pose amidst the falling embers and smoke. Suddenly, the creature's torso bursts open, flooding the air with a massive cloud of lethal venom. Arthur screams in frustration, realizing this beast is going to be a pain until its very last breath. Using his unique skills, the young knight quickly hauls his companion up the cliffside to escape the rising toxic fog. The man gasps in thanks, truly convinced he was about to die. Below them, a sea of poison is swallowing the forest, though luckily the mist isn't rising high enough to reach them. He asks if it is finally over. Our young hero calmly confirms it, thanking his companion for a job well done. He promises they will return to retrieve the Man of Stone once the toxic clouds have completely drifted away. Wait, pay attention here, because things just got way worse than we ever imagined. The severed torso of the beast suddenly lunges onto the cliff, still spewing clouds of deadly poison at the startled warriors. Its core is still glowing, it is still alive. The creature lets out a blood-curdling shriek of pure, unadulterated rage and agony. It unleashes one final, desperate flood of venom, aiming to take both of them down into the grave together. The knight can only laugh as death closes in. Then, the scene shifts to two powerful lords, where Duke Harrington is mocking his captain for returning to the castle empty-handed. He laughs, stating that his old friend's stubborn temper hasn't changed one bit lately. Sir Gareth, wearing his signature eye patch, apologizes and admits they should have sent the royal knights to finish the job instead. A sudden knock echoes through the chamber. The Duke shouts for them to leave, demanding they not be disturbed right now. But the visitor ignores the order and pushes inside anyway, instantly annoying every noble present in the room. A look of pure astonishment hits the Duke's face as he looks up at the doorway. It is our young hero, standing tall and announcing his return with a tone of absolute confidence and pride. The Duke breaks into a wide grin, leaning forward and stating that this young man is every bit as fascinating and unpredictable as he had first suspected. The man sitting in the grand chair asks what is going on, as if someone just crawled back from the gates of the underworld itself. He introduces himself as Sir Raken, praising Arthur and saying his abilities are exactly as the legendary rumors described back in the capital. These are the types of elite warriors found in Ironhold, and Arthur simply thanks him for the high praise with a nod. However, the dark-skinned lord states he will only ask him one single question. I know what you're thinking. Is he really going to ask him to face a gate of 100 men alone? Arthur just narrows his eyes. Closing his eyes, Arthur admits such a feat would be nearly impossible. His blunt honesty leaves the powerful lord in stunned silence. His companion snaps that it's incredibly disrespectful to speak to Duke Harrington that way, reminding the boy of his low standing. He shouts that Arthur isn't a free man who can pick and choose missions, but a slave who must still pay off his heavy debt. But the Duke just laughs, musing that difficult doesn't actually mean impossible for a warrior of his rare caliber. He admits he hates wasting time and decides to change his question to something much more direct and personal. Staring deep into Arthur's eyes, he asks what the young man truly desires as payment for his continued loyal service. Sometime later, we see Jasper choking on his drink, spraying golden ale everywhere in a state of absolute, pure shock. He yells in disbelief, asking how he could possibly demand 5 million crowns per person from such powerful men. Realizing he splashed his boss, he frantically apologizes for his clumsy mistake. He warns Arthur that such a greedy offer is far too high, and that the nobles will surely reject it immediately. Wiping his face, the boy remains unbothered, saying it isn't a problem because the final choice rests entirely with the lords. The axe-wielder sighs, noting that this cold indifference is just his style, but warns him to tread carefully with such people. Someone approaches, mocking their relaxed attitude while others feel like the shadow of death is constantly looming over their front doors. Visibly annoyed, Arthur asks if this is really how they intend to thank the people who saved their lives just the other day. Suddenly, both men drop their heads, bowing deeply as they offer a sincere apology. They admit they judged him unfairly and are deeply ashamed of their behavior as fellow adventurers, wishing to make things right. They hold out a heavy bag of gold, explaining it is the promised fee for the 30 men, plus a little extra from everyone as a token of their true thanks. And that's why we love this guy, a man of his word, even when extra gold is on the table. He refuses the bonus, taking only the agreed 1.5 million crowns. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to see if they've learned from their past mistakes. Both of them are visibly shaking under the crushing pressure, radiating from Arthur. The warrior snaps, annoyed that his excitement was wasted since he now has to recalculate the gold and cut the bonuses. The boy turns to the mercenary, asking if he is really Sila's, and mockingly suggests he might be too weak for the job he's being paid for. Elsewhere, a man with an eye patch is screaming that 10 million gold is an insane price that could easily pay for a whole squad of high-tier sorcerers and veteran knights. At the end of the day, our hero might just be playing it safe, hoping to get everyone together to finalize the payment terms. Still, the man wonders if that's the truth, since asking for double that amount wouldn't even be surprising. His friend is totally lost as he's handed a scroll, ordered to read it immediately. It says Arthur's group is officially representing the Gilded Merchant Guild as their champions. As he finishes the letter, the man begins to tremble uncontrollably, gasping in shock at what this implies and shouting that this has to be some kind of sick joke. But the old man snaps back that he's dead if it isn't, considering how much he paid for this intel. Now watch closely. The Shadow Lord Malachi is finally starting to act. Alden is clearly paralyzed with fear, but Lord Reginald grips his pen tightly and orders him to stop lying to himself right now. Because from this point on, the war has already begun. We see a sunlit forest where a massive tree holds a glowing rift, surrounded by various camps of sellswords chatting and acting friendly while they wait for the gate to open. Suddenly, a voice rings out, shocked that they actually agreed to those harsh terms. It's our protagonist and his partner, who reminds him that he's a veteran now and shouldn't get so worked up. Their cloaks clearly display the golden crest of the Gilded Merchant Guild. The crowd watches them with suspicion, whispering as some sharpen their blades while giving them nothing but cold, heavy stares. The warrior notes the heavy atmosphere, just as someone comments on the new faces in town. A blond man named Sheldon approaches, introducing himself as a lowly E-rank adventurer. Our hero keeps it simple, introducing himself as Arthur, just a low-level member of the guild. A bystander is stunned, wondering how that's possible when the gate restrictions usually only allow high-ranking knights inside. But even so, Arthur stays quiet, letting them doubt him until a blonde woman steps forward and tells the old man to back off. This is Kiana, and she makes it clear she has serious business with the new arrivals. The old man huffs and leaves, still suspicious of whether these kids are actually the ones they're waiting for. It's clear our hero is keeping a very skeptical look at this exact moment. Let's pause. You and I are seeing the moment he questioned why he had to do this. He was told to just follow orders because questions are pointless, as the Gilded Guild is now teaming up with the Order of the Silver Sun to ensure this dungeon raid is a success. They strictly follow the teachings of the Empress of the Silver Sun, the strongest warrior in the kingdom, who is known as the symbol of power and has shown a strange interest in this rift. Since other guilds already took all the entry slots, they had to join forces, and even with trainees, their chance of winning is actually pretty high. They might have hidden agendas, but the deal was too good to pass up, so they'll play nice for now. Arthur agrees, saying that cooperating won't be an issue on his end. But his boss warns him it won't be easy, because his veteran instincts are picking up a very foul smell coming from those people. That's when Kiana introduces herself properly, leading the Silver Sun, recruits, and warning Arthur that he'd be a fool to think they are on the same power level. Arrogantly, she demands total silence and obedience to avoid any extra trouble, which immediately gets under Bram's skin as he bristles at her condescending attitude. The woman quickly asks if they are the only ones the guild sent, and Arthur confirms that they are indeed the only ones. Feeling insulted, she asks if they're joking, just as you and I see a massive figure approaching through the dust. All right, you and I are diving into a world of guilds. Beside them, the House Cubal representatives are ready to challenge the portal. Elias is stunned. These are the merchant elite, and the atmosphere is heavy with the weight of their power. Further off, a new arrival catches every single eye. These are the 3 sisters, representing the Goldrich house. The house crest is pinned right there on their chests. The blonde sister calls them arrogant for their grand entrance. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the chatter, demanding that everyone pay attention. He greets the chosen guards, explaining they are here to provide support for the raid and protect those returning from the gate. Even if the intel is questionable, he will repeat the rules as a final reminder to stay sharp. Now watch this. The legendary loot belongs to the guilds, not the heroes, even if one of them is the one who finds it. Talk about a raw deal, right? However, if anyone dares to break the rules, like trying to steal treasure, they will have to answer to a squad of elite rank B adventurers. It is a death sentence in the end. We see the man's arm has several circles, unlike our hero. Elias realizes those adventurers are monsters based on the number of marks on their arms. They are on a whole different level. He wonders if everyone here is that strong. Finally, the warnings conclude, and now everyone is free to enter the gate at their own will. The lead woman tells them to follow her, sounding completely certain that they will be the ones standing tall at the end. The warrior asks what her problem is. She is acting incredibly arrogant toward the people fighting right beside her. But our MC is laser-focused. He finally made it. Every single effort was for this specific gate. It is a place he never got to experience in his past life, and this time, he simply must succeed. This is where the real journey begins. He tells his companion to follow, and the man obeys without a second thought. A blinding red light begins to fill our vision as one of the groups appears. The leader immediately orders his people to start moving out without a single delay. The warrior looks around, realizing the grass here is tall enough to hide anything. Still, the knight asks if he thinks this is a vacation. Stop messing around and just stay with the group. Elias is fuming, asking his boss if they are really just going to take this treatment. But looking back, he sees his partner crouched low, his head pressed strangely against the dirt. Wait, check this out. The ground starts shaking, and our hero can hear the vibrations of thousands of massive beast legs charging right toward their current position in the field. A man nearby wonders what that noise is, thinking he heard something in the distance. Suddenly, a massive herd of tusked boars stampedes toward them. There have to be thousands of those creatures coming. The blonde woman screams for everyone to dodge. Most groups have not arrived yet, and it is a tactical rule not to draw any danger back toward the entrance portal. Immediately, everyone scatters in different directions. It is every man for himself in this chaos. The group split up at the fork, while that wave of beasts charges in fast. The knights keep running as the monsters howl behind them. The blonde says they will lure them to a place with more obstacles to hunt them down there. But there is one problem. The members of the Gaffer Guild have completely vanished. The tall grass sways in the wind. Someone mentions how refreshing the air feels. The warrior relaxes, impressed that his boss knew the boars were about to get agitated. The boy says it is just experience. These plains are full of herds traveling across the land. These monsters are violent and usually attack in massive groups of hundreds of thousands. They are tough to handle, but not impossible if the guilds save their strength. They need to conserve every bit of energy they have. No one knows the real boss of this portal yet. Killing those boars might not even count toward the goal. In his past life, this raid on the gate was a total failure. 100 men entered, and every adventurer who took part met a truly horrific end. Elias starts walking ahead. So what do you and I think? Is he about to trigger his own doom? His foot hits a hidden tripwire, and everything is about to change. All right, you and I are watching closely as his eyes widen at a sudden sound. His captain yanks him back just in time as he shouts in confusion. He quickly realizes it was a deadly trap set to wipe them out, leaving him to wonder, if humans didn't set this, what kind of monster did? Nearby, a mysterious figure is seen cutting through tension ropes in the shadows. Suddenly, a massive log swings toward a knight who is completely caught off guard. With a blinding flash of his blade, he cleaves the giant trunk in half before it can crush his skull. He scoffs, calling these traps nothing but childish games. His scout reports that the area is finally cleared of obstacles. Just then, a man approaches, warning Sir Babel to never lower his guard in this territory. Everyone immediately recognizes the man as Crocus, their veteran commander and leader. Even with the traps cleared, they still face a massive problem. These monsters possess a terrifying level of human intelligence. They are hunting ogres, monsters with a level of strength that is easily equivalent to the final boss of a Regresses gate. Now they know what they are up against. This portal is insanely dangerous, and honestly, without an elite warrior of his level, they would all be dead by now. He turns to his men, ordering them to use the terrain to their advantage and follow him immediately. A sudden thud echoes behind them. He barks a warning, telling everyone to make sure they haven't dropped anything. But check this out. He sees his comrade's severed head roll across the dirt. Before anyone can scream, a brutal massacre erupts, tearing the entire unit apart in a flash. The killer finally steps into the light. He executes the leader before the old man can even draw his sword. The commander's remains hit the floor as he gasps, wondering who could be this powerful. The attacker looks down, mocking the dying man for being a fool who thought he knew everything. Elsewhere, a voice remarks that using ribbon pigs as a distraction for the intruders was a brilliant move. Whoever planned this was a genius. The plan worked perfectly, giving them the opening they needed. The man sighs, admitting the whole situation is becoming quite an annoyance. He stands up, gripping his staff tightly. They are officially out of time, and the real show is about to begin. 3 red-haired sisters stand frozen in place, paralyzed like stone statues in the middle of the clearing. They struggle to move their hands and strike the man standing before them. The mage laughs, warning that his binding spell will keep them locked down for at least 30 minutes. One woman manages to struggle through the spell and ask why he is doing this. The old mage is genuinely shocked she can still speak under his power. Since she is clearly the biggest threat among them, he decides to eliminate her first. Seeing her fate, the other 2 sisters begin to shake and weep in absolute terror. The mage crouches down, admitting it is a hard question to answer. He even begins to wonder about his own motives. Suddenly, a dark inspiration flashes through his mind to solve the riddle. Igniting his staff with hellfire, he says a demonstration will be much easier to understand. With a twisted grin, he dedicates this kill to his dark master. He unleashes a volley of fire arrows at the helpless sisters. The brutal impact of the spell ends their lives in a single, agonizing heartbeat of pain. Their bodies slump over as blood sprays across the stone floor in a gruesome display. You and I both know the cycle never ends as more intruders enter the portal. Deep down, all he ever wanted was a moment of peace away from all this chaos. We flash back to the distant past, where a powerful lord calls out for his loyal servant, William. They have lived in the shadows for far too long, gathering strength and spreading their dark influence to every corner of the world. Finally, the time has come to harvest their hard work and crush the human kingdoms once and for all. The weary servant vows that he will not fail his master, no matter the cost. The Lord hands him a feather made of eternal flame, a gift from a higher power that carries no room for failure. The man feels a chill of dread. After everything that has been done to him, half-hearted efforts simply will not suffice anymore. He slams his staff against the ground, knowing he is bound to this dark path forever. He wonders if it is time to take his grim task more seriously than his past assignments. Night falls over a massive stone fortress illuminated by the pale moon. A monstrous creature pants with exhaustion, drooling as it waits in the dark. And trust me, you and I are not ready for this massive army of ogres. Stick with me. You and I are watching Alaric and Barrett stumble into a total nightmare. Barrett stares at the horizon, whispering a question that has been haunting them both. Panic sets in as he wonders if every monster down there is a high-level boss, but the truth is far worse. Only one of them is the true commander. They are incredibly tough and naturally resilient, making even a single encounter a death trap. Worse yet, it looks like they are actually looting the area. Since some of those stolen artifacts grant the wielder magical abilities, the battles ahead are going to be a complete disaster for our heroes. Barrett grips his weapon, wondering how they are supposed to survive when an entire army is standing between them and their goal. Having Lady Alina here would have definitely tipped the scales in their favor. Alaric is shocked to hear him actually asking for a woman's help, but Barrett knows that having one more blade would double their chances of survival. Moments later, a small patrol begins its rounds near the fortress walls with military precision. The wind howls through trees that look like they belong to another world, creating an atmosphere that feels heavy and oppressive. Now pay attention here. the creature hears someone approaching and turns its massive head in their direction. Barrett swings his heavy axe with everything he has got, but the creature dodges it effortlessly. He bellows at Alaric, accusing him of baiting the beast because he swore he would never take on a monster like this alone. The ogre winds up for a devastating punch, but Barrett is faster. He slams his axe into the dirt to gain some leverage. Using that sudden momentum, he flips through the air, barely clearing the monster's crushing strike. Landing hard on his feet, the warrior stays low, his heart racing with adrenaline. A brutal dance of death follows as Barrett pushes his body to the limit, dodging every swing from the massive ogre. He snaps the handle of his weapon forward, cracking the beast right in its oversized chest. Catching the rebound, he spins with the blade and slices clean through one of the green monster's massive limbs. The beast lunges forward in a blind rage, but Barrett slips past, sending the creature crashing into the dirt. Barrett's axe begins to glow with the raw energy of a true berserker as he prepares to send this monster's soul straight to hell. But Alaric did not expect the beast to have one last trick, dodging the final blow and leaving them confused. Sliding across the ground, the ogre prepares a strike with its fist to launch against the airborne human. The monster connects with a terrifying punch that sends Barrett flying backward. He hits a nearby tree with bone-shattering force, only surviving because he managed to bring his axe up in time. With pure rage in his eyes, he wonders why this damn thing just will not die despite the brutal punishment. The ogre is completely berserk now, screaming in fury as it smashes its fist into the trunk, missing Barrett by an inch after he throws himself to the muddy ground. Instantly, he digs his heels into the earth, bracing himself for the absolute chaos that is about to erupt next. He unleashes an explosive overhead swing, severing one of the creature's primary weapons of war. But the beast's other hand clamps onto his head like a vice, making him groan in agony as it squeezes. With terrifying strength, the monster begins slamming his body into the hard ground over and over again. You and I both know Barrett isn't finished yet. He locks his legs around the beast's arm in a desperate submission. The beast tosses him aside, terrified of losing another limb to this relentless human warrior. Refusing to give it room to breathe, Barrett launches himself back into the air for one final strike. This grueling clash has dragged on for hours, finally reaching its peak as the night wind begins to howl across the dead, desolate battlefield. We can see the massive beast finally slumped over, dead on the blood-stained grass. A battered Barrett wipes his face, grumbling that he thought Alaric would have stepped in sooner. Alaric just shrugs, saying he had faith in his friend, and at least now they know these things bleed, which only pisses Barrett off more. Suddenly, the warrior's eyes go wide as he spots something truly horrifying in the distance. A pile of broken bodies lies before them, the elite mages of the order who were sent on this mission. The two of them immediately suspect this was the work of the orc warband. Nearby, a survivor groans in pain, his mouth covered in blood from a brutal injury. Barrett tells Alaric to look ahead, and our protagonist just stares in silence. They realize he is the only one left after the absolute slaughter that took place here. So you and I have to wonder, what kind of monsters really live inside that portal to cause this slaughter? All right, stick with me, because this survivor claims that an actual assassin was behind this entire bloodbath. We see Lord Alaric sitting alone in the dead of night, brooding while he smokes a cigarette. Looking up at the stars, he realizes that absolutely none of this madness makes any sense to him. Assassins are specialists who slip through portals others cannot, purely to gather intel and hunt down fellow adventurers. But this time, it was just a brutal fight with no real winner. Since they would have to conquer the portal, taking such risks is pointless when someone could easily escape. These adventurers are the elite of the great trade guilds. Even if a rival union was pulling the strings, there is zero profit for killers to be here. Suddenly, the warrior asks his leader if the situation is really as bad as it looks. He replies that there is no doubt, especially since the golden-haired girl was missing from the pile of corpses. Filled with rage, the wounded soldier strikes the earth, screaming curses at the heavens in that moment. It is all his fault because they never expected a traitor among them, and he desperately questions why Lady Clara would ever commit such a terrible act. Our hero hears everything. He says it makes no sense for her to be one of the assassins, while the other man admits he is still struggling to process the horrible truth of her betrayal. Now pay attention, because every attack was under her command, and her final words were the most chilling. She claimed to be a follower of the Shadow Archmage. Darren is completely stunned. He wonders if a monster like that could truly return. 800 years ago, that transcendent being and his cultists once threatened to destroy the entire world itself. To stop the madness, the 6 heroes took charge. The tide of battle turned against the sorcerer, until he and his enemies were all sealed away together. With the Dark Army in total chaos, the Alliance pushed forward, wiping out every last follower of that evil entity. Every citizen of Arendelle knows this legend, so Darren refuses to believe that such a nightmare could actually be true. However, our protagonist knows they cannot worry about the past now, so they must start hunting her down. He asks if the wounded man is ready to move, because he must be prepared to face her soon. With burning determination, the man agrees, fueled by a desperate need to avenge his fallen brothers in arms. Nearby, we see a figure moving through the shadows with incredibly light and silent steps. It is Alara, and she is fleeing from something that has her completely terrified. Suddenly, something ahead stops her cold, and a man steps out from the darkness to welcome her with a twisted smile. He says he has been waiting for this moment, addressing her as Lady Clara alongside her shadow companion in the dark. Laughing, he says she handled the forest beasts perfectly and kept the plan on track, then asks if she received the special and mysterious gift he sent her. The woman remains in total silence, frozen in that tense situation. Quickly drawing her blade, she demands to know who these men are and why they are wasting her time. Elsewhere, Darren suggests they slow down for their leader, but the injured man insists that he is perfectly fine to continue the hunt. The warrior reassures him, saying their captain is an expert tracker and they are guaranteed to find their target soon. Trust me, you and I need to watch this guy, as he secretly grips a dagger pulsing with dark mana. Not long after, the morning sun finally begins to rise over this cursed and troubled land. Right now, a lone warrior is charging straight toward her next opponent. It is the knight, and she is currently trading blows with one of the shadowy assassins. The mage calls it impressive, exactly what he expected from the captain of the Solar Knights, but he wonders how long she can survive before her inevitable death. With a steady stance, the woman begins to radiate a brilliant golden aura in that moment. She enters a legendary martial position, known as the Dawn's Radiance, as an assassin lunges. The killer shouts that it is time for her to die so their mission can conclude. However, the blonde blocks the strike and counters instantly. The assassin actually tries to beg for mercy, desperately pleading for her own miserable soul to be spared. But she unleashes a solar strike to completely vaporize the filth standing in her way. Her breathing is heavy now, showing just how exhausted she is from the constant fighting. Still, she stands firm and demands they reveal their true purpose if they wish to live. You and I can tell this mage is annoyed, as he orders his remaining men to kill her now. All right, you and I are watching as they all charge at the woman, screaming for her blood. Suddenly, a shadow leaps from the woods and shocks the crowd. With one massive swing of his heavy blade, he wipes everyone out in an instant. The mage is left stunned by this. He was certain that everyone else had already been sent to their graves. But the blonde woman feels her heart race with newfound hope. She knows that silhouette anywhere. It is the warrior companion of our hero, staring them down with eyes as sharp as his steel. We flash back to a moment of total confidence, where the man promised they would find her soon. The wounded soldier laughs, channeling his dark energy directly into the blade held in his trembling hand. He grabs 𝒕𝒉 by the neck and tells him to give Lady Kiri his regards in the pits of hell. However, a sudden blast of flame severs his hand from his arm, without a single second of warning. The knight screams in agony as he collapses. The warrior stands there frozen, unable to process what just happened. Our hero just looks at him with total skepticism, ignoring the desperate howls of the assassin dog before him. The dark-skinned man cries out for his commander, struggling to understand how the tables turned so quickly. But the protagonist knew this would happen. That pathetic lie they told, he saw through it from the very start. He looks at the assassin and tells him there is one thing he really needs to understand. Now watch this. Our hero is about to show why you never play him for a fool. We return to the battlefield, where the mage realizes that things have taken a very strange turn. He never expected an uninvited guest. Owen warns Master William that if the merchant union survived, they are in trouble. It means the coward who could not end his own life was killed by them instead. A massive mistake. He lets out a frustrated sigh, admitting that this whole situation is becoming quite an annoyance. These two look incredibly powerful. It is time for the elite knights to step in and start the real game. The lady screams a warning to be careful, but the warrior tells her he knows exactly what he is doing. He calls his enemies absolute perverts, leaving the girl completely confused by his strange sense of humor. The mage points his finger, demanding a quick end while his allies rush toward the two warriors. The man tells her to handle just one while he cleans up the rest. He warns her to stay focused. One attacker lunges with a savagery strike, forcing 𝒕𝒉 to leap to the side just in time. He uses that momentum for a brutal counterswing, forcing the man to duck low to save his own head. With a grin of pure confidence, the warrior promises the man a death that will be beyond painful. Suddenly, a magic bolt whistles past his head. He dodges, wondering where this new threat is coming from. We see an archer in the distance, eyes narrowed and body tense as he lines up his next shot. You saw that too, right? 𝒕𝒉 just got caught off guard while cursing out everyone on the field. He looks back just as a superior charge spell hits him. It carves into his back, causing a surge of agony. But it is clear the wound was not deep enough to take him down for good. The assassin curses under his breath. That was supposed to be his ultimate move to end the fight. He starts laughing, claiming he will end the warrior's misery now. He swings another massive blow at the stationary target. The woman screams at the idiot to move, terrified that he is underestimating the danger he is in. But the assassin's blade only finds the dirt, striking the ground with a dull thud. The warrior is already behind him. He tells him to shut up because he was just playing with him. In one fluid motion, he brings his heavy weapon around for a final, horizontal strike. The blade slices clean through the man, ending his life before he can even realize he is dead. Another soldier charges with a spear, but the warrior dances around the points with effortless, godlike agility. He counters with an explosive cut. The man dodges the lethal hit, but his spear is shattered into pieces. 𝒕𝒉 resets his stance with perfect balance, showing off the experience of a man who has lived through hell. The assassin is baffled. He cannot understand how a simple adventurer could possess such terrifying, overwhelming power. Suddenly, a voice calls the whole display disappointing as a broken body is tossed toward the man. That body on the ground is still groaning in pain, and trust me, this war is just beginning. All right, stick with me as this noble knight scoffs, asking the sorcerer if these clowns are actually his supposed elite guard. Losing his cool, the pikeman snaps back, barking that they are the kingdom's finest killers, and they won't take that kind of disrespect. But the lead mage steps in, realizing the vibe is turning sour, and deciding it is finally time for him to take control. He declares their little game over, tired of wasting precious minutes watching his useless underlings bicker like children instead of finishing the job. Suddenly, the knight senses danger. A flaming bolt is locked onto him, ready to incinerate everything in its path right now. The fire arrow streaks through the air, and for a second he just freezes. He realizes this shot is way faster than his own captain's, who is already a total beast. Then, boom, a massive blast rocks the clearing. The sorcerer smirks. noting the poor guy probably let his guard down. Honestly, that fire magic is just on a completely different level of power. Now watch this, because he thinks it is over. He smiles, planning to smash the rift and make his grand escape from this forest. But his jaw drops when the smoke clears. Out walks Cedric, our hero, standing right in the middle of the fire without a single scratch. You can see the raw intensity in his eyes. He is locked in and ready to turn the tables on these guys. The mage is losing it, screaming about who this brat is and how he survived a direct hit from his strongest spell. Cedric just points his finger, activating his hidden powers of gravity and telekinesis to seize control. He tells them to hold that thought, because some uninvited guests are about to crash this little party very soon. Right on cue, a massive alpha-tusked hog charges out of the brush, hunting down the assassins that Cedric lured right to them. The mages are stunned. It is the exact same trap they used before, but now Cedric is giving them a taste of their own medicine. An entire stampede of wild hogs is barreling toward them now, looking ready to tear those assassins limb from limb. Hours pass before the giant beast finally lets out a final scream, its tusks shattered. After taking a brutal beating, it crashes to the earth. You saw how tough that was, right? The exhausted mage admits that Pig was a nightmare, and they only escaped by sacrificing their own bait. He barks at his ally, who quickly bows and apologizes. We see the warrior finishing off the last few stragglers nearby, making sure no more monsters are left standing around them. The mage snaps that there is no time to rest. They are moving out now, and the rest of the crew follows suit. If Cedric's group makes it out of this rift alive, it is going to be a massive disaster for their secret criminal guild. Still, something about Cedric has the mage curious. He decides right then that he will deal with the cloaked man with his own hands. The knight warns him that Cedric is no ordinary fool, which just ticks off the boss. He does not want to hear any more excuses. In his mind, there is absolutely nobody in this entire realm as powerful as he is right now. Elsewhere in the deep woods, heavy boots crunch through the leaves. It is Cedric and his loyal team on the move. Dax chuckles, saying that whole scene was hilarious. He is pretty sure those assassins are currently being turned into hog food. He grins, scouting the path ahead while asking why Cedric didn't just end those guys when he had the perfect chance back there. The answer catches him off guard. Cedric admits that the head mage was actually far stronger than he is at the moment. Cedric replays the battle in his mind once again, remembering that fire arrow screaming toward his friend. He had reacted instantly, firing his own magical bolt to intercept the lethal shot. The spells collided midair, sparking an explosion that sent his buddy flying backward from the sheer force of the impact. Cedric gripped his staff tight, his eyes never wavering even as the smoke from the blast swirled around him. But his counterspell was not enough. The enemy's flame kept coming, pushing through his magic like it was barely even there. His eyes widened in shock. His magic barely managed to nudge the path of that firebolt, and it did not even dent the raw mana. Dax just laughs it off, saying there is no way anyone in this rift is tougher than his boss right now. But Cedric stays dead serious, which kills the mood. Dax realizes that they really were forced to run for their lives back there. Cedric starts unwrapping the leather from his arm, while Dax watches closely, wondering what he is about to reveal. He shows his magic circle has hit its absolute limit, wondering why his power is surging like this. You see, magic thickness is everything. Even with the same spell, it is what determines if your attack is slow or lightning fast. That rival mage is a total mystery. He entered this rift as a second circle, but some hidden force has clearly made him much stronger. He is the deadliest man in this rift. Trust me, we are in for a hell of a fight. Stick with me. You and I are about to watch Alaric and Alara realize they have no clue what horrors they're facing. Apparently, ogres are the perfect weapons to unleash when you want to wipe out entire human armies. But our lead snaps back, telling them they clearly don't grasp the gravity of this situation. A traitor serving the Shadow Archmage is hiding inside the Sovereign Knights, a deadly secret that has to reach the king immediately. Because of that, they need to escape this rift right now. With shaking hands, Alaric begs him to give up on clearing the rift, but our hero shuts him down instantly. He knows it is useless to run, and that realization stops Alaric cold. Elara mocks his past as a slave, calling it pointless to risk their lives for a measly completion reward. Our protagonist knows warning the outside world isn't enough. Elara is overconfident. She really thinks the kingdom can stop these monsters. These cultists have been hiding in the shadows for centuries, planting their roots deep within the realm. They are parasites ready to devour the kingdom of Silverguard from the inside, while everyone stays blind to the truth. That claim sends Elara into a total rage. She grits her teeth, unable to believe such an absurd, terrifying theory. She screams that the young man is being far too pessimistic, demanding to know what he expects them to do. The situation is desperate, and she feels that everything being said is just nonsense thrown around without a real plan. They are being hunted and need to get out of there right now. But our boy just gives a smug, confident smile. See, those hunters think they have the advantage in these woods. They have no clue they have just become the real prey. A few hours later, watch what happens. Wind howls through the trees as heavy boots slam against the forest floor. Someone is moving through the brush at a lethal speed. It is an assassin on the hunt. After all the chaos, he is desperate to track down our protagonist at any cost. He screams at his men to find them now. If those three escape the rift alive, their heads are on the chopping block. They are dead men if they fail. But suddenly, a presence looms right behind him, catching him completely off guard. Alaric steps out with a smirk, greeting the veteran killer. He swings his massive axe, but the assassin manages to duck the blow. The spearman calls it a suicide mission, vowing that this time, he is going to make sure Alaric stays dead. Suddenly, a rope snaps. A massive log swings down like a hammer, smashing into the spearman's spine just as he tries to charge. Elara was the one who pulled the trigger. She just sighs, annoyed she actually has to do some real work. Fuming with rage, Alaric raises his axe. He warns his foe not to lose focus. You do not get distracted when fighting someone this strong. As he swings, the assassin slips through, lunging forward with a jagged dagger aimed straight for the warrior's exposed throat. Alaric dodges with insane speed, taking only a tiny scratch. The killer is baffled. How can a heavy warrior move like that? Before he can blink, a heavy boot flies toward his face. Alaric drops the axe, switching to pure, brutal hand-to-hand combat. You saw that, right? He is about to absolutely tenderize this guy's face. A one-sided beatdown begins right then and there. Alaric is relentless, giving the assassin zero room to breathe, let alone fight back. Each blow is bone-shattering. His focus is razor-sharp because he knows one mistake could be his last against this filth. His punches are so heavy they are tearing skin. The assassin can do nothing but scream in pure agony. From the shadows, Elara watches the carnage with her bow drawn, ready to end it all. She is stunned by the violence and misses the shadow creeping up behind her. Her survival instinct kicks in just in time to dodge a lethal, descending blade. The enemy knight presses the attack with terrifying precision. Elara is forced onto her heels, barely dodging his relentless strikes. But then, Elara funnels every ounce of her golden aura into her blade. It is glowing with pure power. The enemy archer desperately uses her crossbow to block that shimmering golden steel. Elara warns her not to look away. Her patience is long gone, and she is ready to end this nightmare right now. The scene shifts to a silent clearing, where the wind carries the scent of impending death. The enemy mage appears, noting the battle has begun. He stares at our lead, curious if they were actually waiting for him. Our hero stays silent, gripping his staff tightly while locking eyes with the dark sorcerer. In an instant, both staves erupt in mystical flames as they prepare to settle this fight once and for all. They charge up their fire arrows for a final clash. The spells collide midair with a roar, and the assassin's dark magic starts to overpower his. Our protagonist dives to the side, just in time, narrowly avoiding a face full of magical fire. So what do you and I think? Is he about to pull off the ultimate comeback? Let us find out. All right, you and I are about to see this young knight pull off the impossible against a deadly master. A massive explosion rocks the entire forest clearing. Alistair shields his face from the blinding dust as a thick cloud of smoke swallows everything in sight. Suddenly, a lethal strike lunges for his head, catching him off guard. He barely dodges, realizing it was just a stone thrown as a clever distraction. The dark mage sneers, asking if this is his limit, before launching a final flaming bolt to end the fight. The forest is now a sea of crimson as the flames spread. A shadow stands amidst the fire. Our hero stares him down, unyielding and ready for whatever the assassin throws next. The mage admits his evasion was actually quite impressive. He truly didn't expect the boy to survive that devastating magical blast. He demands an answer, but Alistair remains deathly silent. The sorcerer laughs, noting that silence is a warrior's best friend, since talking in a duel only leads to death. He fires again, determined to pry the secret of that survival from his cold corpse. The boy stands firm, unleashing his secret technique, the legendary spiral shot. Watch this part closely. His eyes widen as the fire begins to spin, piercing through his own magic like a drill forged of pure mana. He's never seen such skill in his years as a killer. A thunderous explosion follows as their powers collide. Enhancing a spell with pure mana control, that's a feat only legends can achieve. Right then, he recognizes the boy as a true genius. With a twisted smile, he spits out how much he hates gifted nobles like him. He launches another bolt, eager to see just how much more this prodigy can handle. Alistair raises his hand, using his enchanted ring to summon a thick stone wall to block the incoming fire. He dives aside as the projectile shatters his cover, exposing him once more. The mage calls it a desperate move, claiming that hiding won't save him now. But the boy reaches out toward his foe, catching him completely off guard. The assassin ducks as the flaming bolt is redirected. Alistair is literally guiding the spell with his own hands. The magic loses zero power, and now the sorcerer is struggling to stay alive. Showing insane agility, he twists through the air, barely avoiding the lethal heat. Rage boils over as the mage's face contorts. He fires again, shouting that he's finished playing games with this brat. You and I can see he's perfectly calm here. He uses spiral shot once more to counter. The blast forces Alistair to brace himself again. But this was exactly what his opponent wanted in the end. He knows the boy's mana is spent. His ring glows, unleashing a deadly noxious mist to end it. Alistair watches as the poison cloud rushes toward him. The deadly fog expands across the forest, leaving the young knight with absolutely nowhere to run. The wind swirls with green death. The mage gloats that while powerful, the boy's stance left him wide open. He's managed to force Alistair's spells into a total cooldown. The boy won't be able to cast anything for the next 30 minutes, starting right now. With his magic gone, he'll have to beg for mercy at the edge of a dagger. This is the killer's favorite part of the hunt. He's buzzing with excitement, wanting to see the despair on the boy's face before the final strike. But surprisingly, Alistair charges straight ahead. He hasn't just been training his mind, his body is strong as steel. The mage freezes in shock, unable to process the boy's speed. Alistair seizes the perfect moment. So what did we learn? Never challenge a mage who knows how to use his fists. All right, you and I are about to see a young noble deliver some absolute justice. He lands a brutal strike, shattering the assassin's jaw with raw force. Lord Arthur doesn't flinch, he just keeps moving forward with total conviction. The assassin's broken body is sent flying backward, completely unable to fight back against that monstrous power. A flashback shows the mercenary captain, demanding to know how Arthur survived his trap. He can't understand how they cleared the toxic fungal forest, and swears the boy will pay if he doesn't spill the secret. Our hero just laughs, telling him it wouldn't matter even if he knew. Some things can't be copied by commoners. Using his telekinesis, Arthur creates a vacuum field, pulling the poison from the air and blasting it away in the opposite direction. The assassin is stunned, convinced the young lord is using some kind of high-level illusion or trickery. Arthur's squire, Cedric, just chuckles. He knows his master is basically a walking cheat code, especially since trying to fight him in close quarters is nothing short of a death sentence. The dark mage is feeling the pressure now, foaming at the mouth while desperately trying to conjure more venom. But Arthur instantly shuts him up with a perfect hook to the jaw, silencing the assassin's chanting for good. Without a second's delay, his fist is already cocked back for more. He hammers 3 lightning-fast punches into the gut of that wretched, deformed sorcerer. The impact is massive, slamming the villain into a nearby oak with enough force to nearly snap the trunk. Within seconds, the young lord's staff begins to hover through the air. Thanks to his mental power, it flies right back into his iron grip. He shifts his stance, readying his signature fire arrow spell. Now pay attention, because this is where the tables start to turn. The mangled assassin looks up, eyes widening as he realizes his situation just went from bad to worse. That last blow was so intense it actually uprooted the tree and tore one of the mage's arms clean off. As the severed limb hits the dirt, we see the dark mage isn't finished yet. He's shaking with pure, unadulterated hatred as that green ring on his finger starts glowing with a sickening intensity. He spits more venom toward Arthur, screaming that he won't be humiliated by a mere brat after all these years. But Arthur is 3 steps ahead, simply raising his hand to activate his own ancient magical relic. He invokes the shield rune, using his mental grip to sweep the poison aside before it can even touch him. The boy knows this lunatic is up to something. The mage is acting crazy, likely trying to lure him into a trap. Since the poison failed, Arthur figures the mage will try to reclaim his staff, so he waits for the perfect opening. Wait for it, you and I both know something he doesn't. A massive fireball is already closing in on his blind spot. The blast hammers into his back, sending a wave of agony through his body as he's tossed aside. He looks back in total terror. He can't wrap his head around how a spell was cast without a staff. The assassin holds his hand out, laughing like a demon as a glowing circle appears beside him. It was his enchanted bracelet all along. Between bouts of manic laughter, the man curses Arthur's soul, vowing to tear him into 1,000 bloody pieces. We see the young lord slumped on the ground after that devastating magical explosion. He's coughing up blood now, clearly reeling from the massive amount of damage that last sneak attack dealt. Staring at the dirt, he realizes he let his guard down too early. For a warrior of his caliber, it's a rookie mistake. He never expected a hidden flame orb, something his legendary former self would have spotted a mile away in his past life. As more fireballs rain down, it's clear the boy's instincts as an elite adventurer have definitely grown a bit rusty. Far from the blast, Cedric the warrior stands over a fallen enemy, his hands dripping with the blood of victory. He freezes up, shouting for his master, completely baffled by the sudden chaos unfolding behind him. While his own opponent lies broken and groaning, Cedric spots something in the distance. A brilliant flash of light erupts near the squire, signaling the arrival of a powerful ally. It's Lady Alina, the knight who just finished off the spearman and that annoying archer. She's standing tall over their defeated corpses. The blonde knight yells at Cedric to move his tail, because this new enemy is way too much for Arthur alone. Suddenly, the sound of a skull bursting echoes through the woods. Another assassin's eye has been claimed by a stray arrow. Then, the heavy thud of green demonic boots starts closing in from the shadows. It's an army of orcs, fully armed and ready for slaughter. Cedric knew these monsters would show their ugly faces eventually. Alina urges them to retreat immediately, but warns Arthur not to take these beasts lightly this time around. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens when these things finally unleash the primal power they're hiding. All right, you and I are starting with a nightmare. That chief staring them down with pure, bloodthirsty hatred. The sorcerer watches the inferno, convinced the brat is finally burnt to a crisp. Look at his skin, Those magic circles are already pushing him to the limit. His body is literally breaking apart, forcing him to cough up everything he ate earlier. He spits out a pool of blood right there, totally wrecked from our hero's insane spells and the damage he took. Still, he admits the kid was tough. He even regrets not asking for his name before finishing him off. But the fire speaks back, revealing a single name, Ilias. Terrified, the mage can't believe it. He was certain he'd erase the boy from existence at that moment. Now watch this. Ilias emerges from the smoke. He tells the assassin to remember that name, because it is the very last thing he will ever hear in this miserable life, which ends today. The man just laughs, calling him a cockroach whose bluffs won't help him land a single hit. Ilias admits that with only 2 circles, landing a strike is almost impossible. The old man is shocked to see a stone golem, but then he just loses it laughing at the situation. He calls the boy a lunatic, mocking his last hope as nothing more than a delusion. After all, absorbing a golem isn't enough. You need years of combat experience to actually evolve. Now the boy's aura begins to explode, proving that he is the real deal. The sorcerer freezes, completely confused. He can't tell if this kid is serious or just joking around. We see it now, the 3rd magic circle forming on his arm to skyrocket his strength. The boy tells him not to worry, because he already has more than enough experience to evolve. Furious, the mage raises his staff, screaming about dirty tricks as he launches his fire arrows. The attacks rain down on the wounded boy, but his eyes stay locked on the target with pure determination. He counters with the exact same skill, meeting the man's strike head-on. His spell is so perfect, it actually overpowers the magic of the miserable man about to die. Desperate to survive, the sorcerer summons a flame orb to block the incoming fire arrow. But Ilias isn't done. He uses his telekinesis ring to pull off one more familiar trick. You and I know what's coming. It's the revolver, a spinning drill that pierces through anything. The old man's eyes go wide with terror as the sweet embrace of death draws near. He watches the spell close in, finally ending his long and miserable life as a killer. Even at the end, he doesn't stop screaming, pouring out every last bit of his hatred. The boy's name is the last thing he ever hears as that powerful spell finishes him off all at once. The forest burns, though the flames likely won't spread too far in these damp woods. Catching his breath, the boy stares ahead with a heavy, serious look in his eyes. He sighs, looking down at the charred remains of his fallen enemy. He realizes he forgot to ask the name of the man who caused him so much pain at the start of his new life. Elsewhere, we see a giant monster's foot stepping into the clearing. Monsters prowl the area, while the noble girl and the warrior stay hidden behind a tree. The knight realizes their situation is getting more dangerous by the second. Flashback to the warrior Dorian, dominating the battlefield with his axe and crushing dozens of foes at once. Watching him, you'd think he was a monster himself for how he handles those creatures. With a grin, Dorian says this is easy. He's already memorized every single one of their patterns. One of the ogres swings a massive fist, ready to crush him. However, he dodges easily, leaping through the branches before dropping onto an orc and declaring it will be kill number 18 in this fight. Suddenly, a massive fireball strikes him out of nowhere. A massive explosion rocks the clearing, showing just how much power was used to stop the warrior. And trust me, this was the monster chief's doing. All right, you and I are watching this monster laugh, as his scar glows blood red. Lady Seraphina watches in horror. That magic is the orbital flame, a forbidden power no mere beast should ever wield. An item like that is the last thing they needed during this grueling, uphill battle for survival. Now, she realizes her only hope is staying hidden until Lord Alistair returns, if he is even alive. The creature lunges, but she dodges with incredible grace while carrying the wounded man to safety. The enemy warriors can't touch her, but we can see the exhaustion in every heavy breath she takes. Suddenly, a hulking monster blocks her path, raising a massive axe to deliver a final, killing blow. Thinking fast, The girl grips the wrist of her companion, who is slung across her tired back, tossing him high into the air as she strikes down the beast in her way. Catching him again, she knows these men are too valuable to lose. She will handle whatever nightmare comes their way next. But in an instant, her eyes widen as a new wave of fear hits her hard. A massive fireball erupts directly in front of her path, cutting off any hope of moving forward. The orc leader cackles at her despair. In this moment, Seraphina feels completely and utterly outmatched. She bolts to escape another incinerating spell flying her way. The fireball is so close it actually singes her hair. Then, boom, a massive explosion rocks the ground, looking like a direct hit on our heroes. The orc chief roars with laughter, convinced he just turned his biggest problems into piles of ash. Now pay attention. 2 figures are still standing right there within that thick smoke. Our berserker, 𝒕𝒉𝒂𝒈𝒆, is finally standing and awake. Lady Seraphina is shocked, wondering how this is even possible. The man seems to be in a deep trance, as the wind whistles through his messy dark hair. With peak focus, he charges straight toward his monstrous opponent with lethal speed. The orc lord points his staff and commands his legion to charge, but 𝒕𝒉𝒂𝒈𝒆 is far too fast. One soldier tries a sneaky strike from the side to impress his master. But the berserker slips past him, hurling his axe with deadly precision to end the creature's life. The orc lord is visibly shaken now, feeling the cold grip of terror finally enter his blood. He thrusts his staff forward with a desperate cry, unleashing another massive explosion to stop the man. Seraphina is speechless. 𝒕𝒉𝒂𝒈𝒆 is only a first circle warrior. This level of power is absolutely inconceivable. You and I are watching him enter a true battle frenzy as he lunges at the boss. His heavy axe swings toward the creature's heart with terrifying, bone-crushing speed. But the beast fires a point-blank blast, and 𝒕𝒉𝒂𝒈𝒆 collapses back into Lady Seraphina's waiting arms. The orc grunts through a shattered jaw, barely holding on after taking such a hit. His whole body is shaking. For the first time, this monster is facing the reality of imminent death. Veins throb on his forehead in rage. He raises his staff, letting out a scream as he summons a fireball. Lady Seraphina steps up, telling the man to rest while she finishes this fight herself. The green beast strikes out with pure hatred, desperate to wipe both of them off the map. Suddenly, a telekinetic aura erupts. It's our hero's true power, and it pierces right through that massive and deadly spell. The orc mage stares in disbelief. He has no idea what he is even looking at. His eyes go wide as a killing shot flies straight for his head in that moment. And just like that, the result is the same. The creature didn't stand a chance in the end. Seraphina is stunned, wondering what just happened. Our protagonist stands there, gasping for air after that final strike. He catches his breath and mutters that he didn't arrive as late as he had thought. Far away from the chaos, we see a lone adventurer yawning from total exhaustion. It's been 4 days without word, and all the sitting around is making his skills go soft. But looking ahead, he realizes everything is getting very noisy. The stone pillars of the portal are starting to collapse. He cries out in terror, wondering what on earth is happening to the gateway. And that's where we leave it. The portal is gone. Trust me, the real journey is just starting. Stick with me. We are about to witness the aftermath of a raid so brutal it wiped out an entire army. The scarred knight goes pale. Out of that entire army sent into the abyss, only 3 souls managed to crawl back out of the darkness. It is a literal bloodbath. Suddenly, our young hero bolts upright, his eyes wide with lingering terror. The veteran knight sighs in relief, seeing the boy wake up. He tells him to be honest, because it looks like only Gaffer's merchant guards survived that nightmare. He looks him dead in the eye. What happened? Our hero is stunned. He had a feeling it was bad, but to hear everyone else is dead, it is hard to wrap his head around such a massive loss. Then he drops the bombshell. A demon was lurking inside that rift. He asks for parchment and charcoal to draw the beast. He doesn't know its name, but the sketch he produces sends a chill of pure fear right through the hardened knight's spine. The man's breath hitches as the pieces finally fit. Later, deep in the woods, inside a strategy tent, an officer screams in denial. 100 elite knights, the best of the kingdom, wiped out in a crimson rift. Toriel's voice cracks as he admits even his own cousin was among the fallen. The commander insists they aren't lying. That monster was the true lord of the 100-man rift. It was a green ogre. These beasts can use enchanted gear, making them as dangerous as facing a literal army of veteran adventurers alone. A nobleman strokes his mustache, refusing to believe it. There is no way the legendary Sisters of Northwick would fall to a mere monster like that. Impossible. The knight narrows his eyes. What are you implying? The noble just sneers back at him. Pay attention here, because this is where the ugly word sabotage finally gets thrown around. Once the gates shut, nobody could truly know what happened in that dark void. Planned or not, it looks suspicious that only 3 members of the same guild made it out. Habis scoffs, calling it a miracle. He claims one of his men awakened a 3rd circle spell just in time to rescue the other 2 survivors. Unlike all the others, it is a blatant insult, basically saying his guild is superior to every other noble house there. They start arguing over the kingdom's top 10 guild rankings, their laughter dripping with nothing but pure, unadulterated rage. The adventurer just watches them, wondering when these vultures will finally stop their petty bickering. The mustache noble demands one thing: do they actually have any solid proof? A man lighting a cigar scoffs. They didn't bring any loot back, so they had zero motive to betray their own allies. Outside, our hero bows deeply to the guards, thanking them for the care. The knight just waves it off like it was nothing. A female knight whispers to her captain, asking if it is wise to release them. The old commander nods, since the council already made their choice. Time passes, and the wind begins to howl through the ancient forest as they walk away. Suddenly, the boy looks over and spots a very familiar shape. You and I both know this is adorable. Look at that tiny snail that actually followed them. His blonde companion asks why he is hesitating after they worked so hard. They already handled the dark cultists and slaughtered the orcs. Now, they just need to dump the evidence and rough themselves up to look like survivors. The boy's gaze is stone cold. He reveals the secret stash of items he managed to loot from that impossible, life-threatening boss fight. The plan is simple, but he grabbed one specific treasure that is worth more than a king's ransom. The phoenix feather. It boosts his fire magic massively, and get this, the stat buffs stack up infinitely. Every other knight died back there just so he could claim this one item. He has to get this loot out, no matter the risk. The woman warns him that keeping it might prove they sabotaged the raid, a warning 𝒓𝒊𝒄𝒄𝒍𝒆 himself had given them earlier. He cannot be greedy. They must follow the plan now that they found the hidden exit rift. Suddenly, a small flower begins to drift toward them. Both of them freeze and go silent as it gets closer. It turns out to be a pet snail. Unlike most monsters, it has 0 attack power and just crawls around scavenging items to grow its massive shell. This was a rare creature he remembered seeing after the rifts opened in his past life. Then, the little creature spits out a gift our hero has been desperate for. He finally holds the phoenix feathers, the entire reason he risked his life in that hellhole. The blonde girl is shocked it actually worked. She asks how he knew what to do, and he just says it was a gamble worth taking rather than leaving empty-handed. She asks what the next move is, but he tells her there is no need to rush. Trust me, the Signy's Knight's infiltration starts now. Listen closely. They'll need to move quietly, because if these targets sense any danger, they'll vanish even deeper into the shadows. The enemy should be back by now. For now, all they can do is wait for the perfect moment. Elsewhere, a man crushes a report in pure rage. Every single ally was wiped out, meaning their entire raid was a total disaster. The woman reports that everyone was slaughtered by the boss, with whispers of a brutal betrayal aimed at 𝒓𝒄𝒄𝒍𝒆. Luckily, their cover isn't blown yet, so they can already start plotting their next move in the dark. The air gets heavy as a mysterious man steps forward. He glares at them, questioning if they're absolutely sure they weren't followed. The woman stands her ground, swearing she made sure they were clean. The plan was to wipe out every group, but 🗉💄 is still missing. The man suspects something is hidden, and if word gets out, they're finished. If that happens, the lady warns that they will all be in serious trouble. They have to eliminate him as quickly as possible. Wait for it, the man smiles, saying this is the perfect time to send an invitation he knows the target can't refuse. But they need something special for this guest. After all, they might be the very last people to ever see him alive. We see a glimpse of his past, a life before this world that was pure hell. Starving and poor, he just wanted to live a normal life. Instead, he had to watch his own brother rot from the black blood disease. In the end, he couldn't even afford to give his family a proper burial. But in that darkness, an angel appeared, a woman who noticed him when everyone else looked away. Her name was Lady Irene. She saw his struggle and offered a hand, but back then he was far too broken to accept it. Fast forward to now, and a beast is charging. Silas strikes with extreme mastery, claiming the top spot for monster kills. His teammates joke that the cleanup is already settled, which is why the Axeman is so focused on looking like a total badass. The job is done. The woman calls it a day, telling everyone it's time to head out. For our berserker, she was the light at the end of a very long tunnel. You and I can see it in his eyes. 1 year was all it took for her to change his entire world. His only goal now is to protect her, while his friends tease him about being the best cleanup crew around. They're bickering like old friends when the little girl points out strange marks left on the roof. They need to keep moving forward. Something feels off. The mountain air around 🗉💄 has shifted, and the atmosphere is getting increasingly tense. We flash back again to a desperate soul, begging anyone for help in the streets. The abandoned mines are a death trap, and nobody is brave enough or stupid enough to go with her. She just wants to find her brother, but the leader turns her down, saying a weakling from the 3rd circle would just be dead weight. After all, there is no proof her brother is even alive. She's told to find another group, but then a boy suddenly stands up and interrupts. He points out that, after what happened yesterday, no sane adventurer will step foot near the Cave of Challenges. So he steps up, promising to keep her safe while asking his master to give the girl a chance. Look at this battlefield, completely filled with shattered weapons and rotting corpses. The girl confirms the body isn't her brother, but the woman notices something weirder. This guy wasn't killed by any normal monster. This corpse has been here for a week. As she tries to remember him, a massive shadow looms over the group. Suddenly, a giant structure comes crashing down right on top of them. Boom! An explosion rocks the area as they blast back to defend themselves. Cedric grabs the girl and demands to know what's happening. When the smoke clears, he sees a face he knows well. It's Malphaz. He tells the young girl to stay behind him as he prepares to lead the charge. Suddenly, a flash of blue light cuts through the air, severing the monster's hand just as it was about to strike his student. The woman orders a flanking maneuver to hit the monster's core. The man nods, wanting to end this quickly so they can keep searching. The rest of the squad readies their weapons, charging forward with everything they've got. The battle is brutal. Every hit lands with the force of a falling mountain. While they fight, the girl spots something strange. A dark opening in the cave seems to be calling out to her. Cedric is gasping for air. Stick with me, things are about to get even crazier. Stick with me, we're about to dive into a rescue mission that goes horribly wrong for our knights. A golden hair clip lies in the dirt, and Alaric realizes Seraphina went ahead alone. He's absolutely furious. Why would she be so reckless right now? Lady Alara senses something and tells the squad to draw their steel, even if they can't see the threat yet. The air is heavy with a suffocating, dark pressure. Whatever is lurking in the shadows ahead is definitely more than they can handle. Our berserker vows to pull her out of there, no matter what monsters stand in his way. Guarding the gate was his order, but Sir Cedric argues they need to listen to Alara first. The tension is through the roof. Alara isn't staying behind either. She's going in because whatever this evil is, it's her duty to stop it. This thing is a threat to all of Eldoria. With the decision made, the two advance into the darkness while the others hold the line. The deeper they go, the more it feels like hell. Burning lava flows everywhere, and the heat is absolutely brutal. Every step closer makes the temperature spike. It's like walking into a furnace fueled by pure, molten liquid from the depths. Now pay attention. They finally find Seraphina sitting by a twisted, glowing tree. Alaric peers into the gloom. He screams her name, but then he sees it, a lifeless body sprawled out on the floor. The girl strokes the corpse's face, whispering that it's her brother. Alara's eyes narrow. She knows something is very, very wrong. Alaric screams for the girl to stay still. He's coming to save her, and he's going to do it right now. But instead of being scared, the girl starts laughing through her tears. She knew he would come because he's a good man, but there's no way back now. This is the demon oak, and while people think these statues move on their own, the truth is darker. The tree is the core, the true monster. Alaric is stunned, demanding to know what kind of twisted game she's playing. Alara steps forward, thanking him for his bravery, and tells him to stay calm while she destroys this cursed wood. Suddenly, the girl needs to hide before she is crushed in the crossfire. Alaric realizes the true horror of the situation and asks if she really wants to keep using her brother as a blood sacrifice. Holding a dark orb, the girl just sighs. She thinks these knights still haven't grasped the true gravity of the situation. This is just the prologue. The moment they stepped inside this chamber, their blood pact with the dark was sealed. The demon oak doesn't just need statues as hosts. It can take over anyone. It's much more dangerous than they thought. Alara hears a sudden movement behind her and spins around, her heart nearly stopping in her chest. Lady Gwendolyn is charging at them, a terrifying black aura swirling around her spear. She strikes with enough force to shatter stone. Alaric screams at her, demanding to know why his comrade is trying to kill him. He looks into her eyes and freezes. Gwendolyn is gone. She claims he's the one who murdered all their friends in cold blood. The girl laughs again. To her, they're nothing more than tools for her sick, twisted game of revenge. Now, here is the grand finale you and I have been waiting for. Watch this. The stage is set, and she's determined to finish this performance as a bloody tribute to her master, the Shadow Sorcerer. Moments later, a massive explosion rocks the room. Alaric starts coughing up ketchup and wonders if that was caused by the demon oak. Alara tells him to wake up. This isn't his friend anymore, it's just a puppet controlled by a monster. Gwendolyn grins like a maniac. Alaric knows he has to fight, but cutting down a friend is the hardest task imaginable. Alara triggers an adrenaline surge, her strength exploding as she delivers a bone-crushing blow to one of the tree's massive roots. Even with all that power behind the strike, the monster barely even flinches. The berserker grits his teeth, his mind spinning as he tries to find a way out. The battle is at its limit. Every explosion of power sends shockwaves through the dark cavern. It's all his fault. He shouldn't have led them here. With a roar of pure rage, he charges forward, his axe held high. He drives his weapon into his friend's chest, his mind screaming that he's the one to blame. He whispers an apology as he looks into her eyes. Meanwhile, Gwendolyn's hand reaches out for his throat to end it all. But he's faster. He puts everything into one final, devastating strike, ending the life of his dearest battle companion. Instead of a killing blow, her hand gently brushes his cheek one last time. As she falls, she whispers a final thank you and asks him to look after young Aaron for her. Alaric's heart is shattered by the weight of the tragedy. Alara doesn't hesitate, leaping through the air toward the core. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I won't forget this epic, tragic ending. All right, you and I are about to see a clash of knights that will leave everyone breathless. Suddenly, a massive stone fist swings back to crush the lady. She narrowly escapes, and Alistair charges in, swearing to shatter the beast. Together, they channel every ounce of their hidden mana into a devastating and explosive joint strike. Countless heavy blows begin to crack the massive stone sentinel, causing it an incredible amount of structural damage. However, Alistair is suddenly knocked back by a fierce and unexpected counterattack from the monster. He catches the blow with his bare hands, muttering that this creature is an absolute nightmare to fight. The frantic girl who brought them screams that she offers her soul to the divine as she charges forward with a sharp silver dagger. But our axe-wielding knight is too fast, ending the girl's desperate life with a single, brutal and lightning-quick strike. She shows no regret, only a cold determination to kill the monster responsible for the slaughter of her fellow knights. Now, only the massive stone behemoth remains to be destroyed once and for all. Now watch closely. This is where the real nightmare begins. Alistair warns her to stay alert, but his mind suddenly fractures, sending his axe clattering as he screams in agony. The Lady Knight demands to know what is happening, realizing the situation is turning dire. The broken warrior begs Lady Alara to kill him now, terrified of the dark madness taking over his soul. She understands his pain and softly asks for her beloved disciple's forgiveness. In that painful moment, Alistair manages a faint smile, welcoming this tragic end as a just and final punishment for the arrogant sins of his own past. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy shatters his mind, and he sees a vision of his younger sister lying completely lifeless before him. Staring at her body, he wonders why he is here and what is happening. Glancing at his mentor, his eyes remain vacant as he accuses her of being the monster who murdered his kin. The lady promises a swift end to his misery, but the madness has already taken hold of Alistair. He roars that he will make her pay for dragging his innocent sister into this cursed battle. Lady Alara barely manages to dodge a sudden and lethal swipe from the stone statue. But then, Alistair's axe comes flying at her, wreathed in terrifying dark energy. She ducks under the blade, but instantly senses a new threat coming from below. A powerful kick catches her off guard, but she blocks it, noting that her students' combat instincts are exactly as sharp as she trained them to be. The two lock in a fierce duel, steel clashing against steel as they trade blows. She attempts to land a decisive slash. Knowing this is her only window to sever the behemoth's arm and reach the protected cocoon hidden within. The master suddenly reappears behind her pupil, her blade glowing with massive power. You and I both know how this ends. Alistair watches in terror as she prepares her ultimate move, the legendary final gambit. Alistair is knocked violently to the side at that very instant. While he is down, she leaps through the air with incredible speed, charging directly at the towering stone beast. She delivers a crushing strike to save her boy, as her weapon manifests the spirit of a colossal bear for one final, unstoppable and earth-shattering blow. Perched atop the monster's head, Alistair prepares to leap, intending to strike down his own master before she can destroy the cursed creature. Lady Alara grits her teeth, knowing she cannot stop this attack even if it means her disciple gets caught in the blast. She whispers a final apology to Alistair as she releases the full force of her power. The cursed sentinel is completely obliterated, shattered into dust before it can even retaliate. On the ground, the confused berserker realizes the ancient evil has finally been vanquished. Lady Alara offers a weary smile, glad to see his sanity return, as she truly feared she would have to die without one last goodbye. Caught in total shock, Alistair finally recognizes the woman he was trying to kill. He stands trembling, asking why she spared him when she should have ended it. She reminds him they already failed 800 years ago. Now it is Alistair's burden to defeat the dark sorcerer, as his talent far surpasses anything the world has ever seen. Alistair remains in total disbelief, claiming he could never reach her level of strength even if he had 100 lifetimes to train. All she can do now is leave this beautiful kingdom in the hands of her brave berserker, certain he will prevail in the great and terrifying game ahead. He is her only student, and truly the boy she cherished most in her long life. With that, Lady Alara closed her eyes forever, leaving Alistair to bear the heavy news of her death to the rest of the kingdom. So what do you and I take from this? A world without his mentor is a hollow hell, leaving him broken and unable to face those he once loved. All right, stick with me because Tristan is about to face a world that never wanted him happy. Standing on the edge of death, he feels nothing. His heart was stolen from him long ago. In that final blast, he realized his life was worse than any hell. Suddenly, he wakes up, eyes snapping open in the quiet morning light. He finds himself resting in a soft bed, surrounded by the sounds of a home. His sister is shocked to see him awake, since he was out cold despite having no wounds, asking if he had a nightmare. But our berserker claims he remembers nothing. Just then, a knock echoes at the door, and his sister says a visitor is waiting for him. She calls out to him, and Tristan, his powerful physique on full display, appears at the threshold to see who has arrived. It is his commander, warning him that their schedule has changed, and they must prepare for an immediate departure. There is no time to rest while being hunted. Tristan asks for a gold loan, but the man tries to shut him down. We move to the merchant guild office, where the master wonders if the boy escaped just by reaching a higher mana circle. The man's temper flares as he starts questioning everything in his head. Watch closely. He is wondering what the boy in front of him is planning. He warns Tristan that he will not get any gold unless he delivers valuable information. However, the boy admits his blunder and offers a massive pile of gold to clear all his debts right then and there. He drops 2 million gold crowns in cash, stunning the man who suspects Tristan is playing a high-stakes game. The boy simply declares he is a free knight and wants to end their contract. When asked what bonus it would take to keep him, Tristan demands 15 million gold crowns. The guild master is floored. That is insane for a low-ranked knight, and no one would ever pay that. However, the boy stands up with total confidence, telling him the deal is dead if they are not actually ready to negotiate properly. Later, Tristan's companion, Alaric, asks how it went, and he explains the guild rejected his massive 15 million crown demand. The warrior laughs, saying Tristan must be insane to ask for that kind of fortune. Tristan just brushes it off with a grin, but Alaric asks why they are visiting this specific, dark corner of the city. The Lowtown is a place Tristan knows well from his past, though his current life is paradise compared to this old, broken home. Legends say this district was once the crown jewel of the city, the brightest of all. But that is history. Now it is a hive of cutthroats and thieves, easily the worst place in the entire Kingdom of Valor. Now pay attention here, because someone comes flying through the air and crashes right at the feet of our two heroes. A group of armed thugs surrounds them, quickly putting the duo in a very tight spot. That poor man thought his luck was holding out until this exact moment. Tristan warns them that the real fight is starting, and they should run. This neighborhood is just as deadly as he remembers. Suddenly, a newcomer calls them brothers, complaining that he is late, and these brutes started calling him a thief and beating him. He starts sobbing, begging for their protection because he desperately needs some strong allies. This display of weakness annoys Tristan, who thinks the old man is completely off his rocker. The thugs comment that they actually look alike, making Tristan even angrier. A heavy-set man points a blade, claiming the old man stole an item and sold it, demanding 3 million crowns to settle the score. With a cruel grin, the scarred man claims no one saw any theft, insisting he is innocent and should be allowed to walk away from this mess immediately. But the old man screams back, telling him that those lies are going to get him killed. Tristan hurls 3 million gold crowns at the leader, settling the debt in an instant. He tells the group they are leaving now, surprising the old man who can't believe Tristan actually paid. The boy looks back with a cold, piercing gaze, telling his companion Arthur to follow him out of the alleyway immediately. The old man wonders if they really came to recruit him, then asks about the money he just saw thrown away. He claims he has no reason to join them, making Tristan snap and remind him that they just spent 3 million to save his neck. With a smug look, the old man says he never asked for help, and they acted without his permission anyway. He announces that if they truly want him, They better recognize his worth and pay up accordingly, demanding at least 3 million more to join their squad. Just then, a woman approaches the trio, asking for a word. "You and I are about to see Lady Beatrice find old man Silas." The young knight narrows his eyes, sensing something dark beneath her serious gaze. Sir Ralph realizes she hails from the great houses, so he simply smiles and admits his identity. "All right, you and I are about to witness a bold offer." She praises his legendary skills from the Century Breach and tells him she wants to be direct. They want him in their legion, offering 3 million gold up front plus another 15 million gold as a signing bonus if he manages to pass their simple test. Hearing that massive sum, the veteran knight wonders how a mere boy could be worth so much coin. As she extends the invitation, Arthur gives a sharp smile. Everything is falling perfectly into place. She departs, announcing the raid begins in 3 days, leaving the excited berserker celebrating their sudden fortune. Arthur tosses the bag of gold to his companion, telling him to secure it. This is only the beginning of their contract, with 7 million more gold promised after the raid, leaving the warrior completely stunned. A loud argument breaks out, but Arthur just ignores his friend's frustrated shouting and complaints. A few days later. Pay attention to his face. He is absolutely livid. That blonde noblewoman from the last breach is standing right there among the recruits. He demands to know why this loud girl is here, only to hear she's just fulfilling her oath. A boot splashes into a rain puddle as the party arrives. Arthur declares it a perfect day to storm the gate. 5 separate squads have gathered, 50 warriors in total. That should be enough to conquer this rift. More soldiers means a smaller cut of gold. The lady steps forward, introducing herself and warning them that this portal has reached an amber class threat level. The entry limit is full, and the rift shows 3 marks. She believes victory is certain if they stay focused. Elias realizes the merchant guild's spies are already moving. They must be using this territory for something secret, and he did not expect their early arrival. Even if things changed, he has cleared this gate before. He won't be changing his strategy this time. He orders them to fire the beacon if a second gate appears, which leaves young Damon looking utterly baffled. Stick with me here. He is talking about a hidden dungeon within the rift that leads to a secret exit. The veteran calls the berserker an idiot, worrying about their survival before turning back to Elias. He warns that hiring him doesn't make him commander. Only strength and skill will decide who leads. Our hero just flashes a greedy grin, seemingly unbothered by the old man's challenge. He agrees. The leader will be whoever contributes the most in the heat of battle. The veteran smirks, thinking the rookie fell for his clever trap. He is absolutely certain things are about to get very interesting once they finally move out and start the climb. The hunt begins. The warrior shouts that they will finish this and walk away with 50 million gold pieces. But the elder scoffs, calling Arthur a useless novice for thinking this will be a walk in the park. Furious, Damon snaps back, daring the old man to fight. The elder just laughs, saying the outcome is too obvious to even bother with. Damon fumes, worried the old man is killing their spirit, but then something catches his eye in the mist. Stepping through the rift, they find a nightmare. Massive ocular beasts are tearing through the frontline squads. A swamp ghoul suddenly lunges, pinning Damon to the dirt. He screams, wondering why these monsters are guarding the very entrance. The beast raises a jagged claw, ready to tear through his armor and feast on his flesh. Suddenly, the veteran knight intervenes, delivering a crushing kick that sends the monster flying. The impact is massive, slamming the beast hard into a nearby tree. He barks at Damon to stay sharp, while the blonde noble wonders if they landed right in enemy territory. The creatures keep swarming forward, their eyes glowing with a terrifying bloodlust. But from the mouth of the portal, a familiar heat begins to gather and glow. Arthur incinerates them with a fire arrow, though he notes these monsters were not here during his last visit. The noblewoman leaps into the fray, activating her rising sun technique. To her shock, the beast dodges her strike with a sadistic grin. She swings again, but the creature just dances away, mocking her. You and I see it. Those movements are totally unpredictable. You and I are about to watch a veteran knight get humbled. Lady Alara takes a massive hit, sending her flying across the battlefield. Immediately, several monsters swarm her fallen body on the grass, ready to tear her apart and end her life. In that moment, with her life flashing before her eyes, she can only feel a surge of pure, helpless rage. But then, something catches her eye. In a sudden flash, every single monster around her is slaughtered all at once. We then shift focus to 𝒕𝒓𝒐𝒒, who is currently struggling to hold his own against a massive beast. He is totally blindsided until a figure blurs past at high speed, striking the monster that had him cornered and killing it instantly. The power is so immense that it blasts the beast against a nearby tree. The young man quips that he has saved 2 boys and now 1 lady who needed help. This mission is getting wild, but he is staying focused on the job because he already got his fat commission. Lady Alara realizes that his true abilities are actually quite terrifying when she sees him in action. Even though it hurts her pride to admit it, she realizes a 3rd circle mage is on a whole different level above them. Suddenly, a beast charges at the old man, hunger dripping from its jaws. But with a brutal flurry of punches, he eliminates it without any difficulty. He casually dodges their attacks, mocking their erratic movements, but that is really all there is to their clumsy style. Now pay attention here. The kids are safe, but our hero is on another level, manipulating fire arrows with nothing but his mind. This proves his skills are elite, and his monster killing speed is way beyond anything the others can do. Seeing Lord Sterling in action brings a sudden memory to the young man's mind. He lunges at another creature, but the beast manages to dodge his strikes with some truly absurd agility. However, Lord Sterling was already prepared for this. He moves in, thinking how useful this boy is. After all, 50 million gold in contract fees is huge, and the merchant union might pay even more later. Considering the power of the merchant union, they will probably be willing to pay even more in the future. His eyes practically glow as he watches a scene that makes his greedy heart feel completely satisfied. To him, this is the path to legendary wealth once he finally takes leadership of this powerful group. He starts laughing like a madman, while Lady Alara wonders how he can possibly enjoy this dangerous situation. 𝒕𝒓𝒐𝒒 gets even more hyped, claiming his battle fever has hit its absolute peak. You can see that after so many monsters were crushed, the beasts are starting to feel pure terror. Suddenly, something slams into him from the side without warning. It stops him from finishing the kill. It was our hero who kicked him, leaving the warrior confused and questioning what was happening. Catching himself on the ground, he growls about the cheap shot and asks if the boy is looking for a fight. Our hero tells him not to bother thanking him, which only confuses the veteran fighter even more right now. Look closely. The exact spot where he was standing is suddenly obliterated by a massive area of effect spell. The fighter gasps, wondering where that came from, since it clearly was not from their own raid team. Suddenly, the entire group is surrounded by swamp beasts that are cutting off every single exit they have. At that exact moment, we see a spectral arrow being drawn by an invisible, mysterious force. A hidden archer is lurking in the shadows, perfectly aimed and getting ready to wipe them all out. Our boy spots a faint glow in the trees and realizes the danger. Meanwhile, the beasts charge at him with savage hunger. But the arrows are not fired at the monsters, they are targeting the humans. This is a full-on ambush. In the absolute chaos, the young man suddenly vanishes among the pile of monster bodies on the ground. The hidden archer flinches, noticing something strange is happening right before his eyes. Our protagonist suddenly appears from behind the body of a creature that had just been hit by an arrow. The shooter realizes the boy is already chanting a counterspell. He looks to the side and is instantly gripped by a cold dread. It is already too late. The arrow has been fired and is screaming toward him to take him out instantly. A massive explosion occurs, sending a shockwave through the forest. The old man watches in total shock, realizing the boy used a beast as a shield and immediately counterattacked. It was an insane move. Nearby, the warrior shouts a warning to his boss to stay sharp and watch his back during the fight. The boy looks over, wondering what is coming. Suddenly, a barrage of projectiles rains down from behind to strike him. A huge blast clears the area, and everyone freezes, terrified that the young mage did not survive that. However, he only has a minor cut on his arm. The veteran is certain he was hit, yet he moved behind them unharmed. Lady Alara screams that they must retreat. You and I both know this place is now pure death. Yet, the knight looks up in absolute shock, wondering how this is even possible as the sky rains death across the entire battlefield, leaving them trapped with no way out. More attacks pour down from above, terrifying the survivors as they scream for everyone to get out while they still have a chance to escape. All right, stick with me. The strikes are so fast they skewer a man mid-sentence, leaving the rest to feel the agonizing burn of pain as it sears through their very veins. In that desperate moment, the lead knight swings her heavy blade, determined to make one final, daring stand against the incoming barrage. With a brilliant solar slash, she manages to deflect a killing blow and protect a comrade who had fallen to the bloodied dirt. She screams at them, demanding they push toward the dense forest if they have any hope of surviving this magic-infused nightmare. They would have run if they could, but these monsters are everywhere, until a massive fire missile suddenly tears through the ranks, incinerating every beast in its path. A narrow path of safety opens up in that burning hell, offering them a fleeting chance to escape with their lives. Arthur, our main character, was the one who fired it, and the veteran fighter steps forward, promising to handle the rest of the horde. The knight surges forward, telling him to stop wasting time and move his legs as they race toward the only visible exit from the carnage. Even so, the magical strikes continue to rain down from the sky, relentlessly hunting the targets below with lethal precision. The warrior shouts to his commander that they are all dead men at this pace, prompting Arthur to blast himself backward with a quick fire shot. Now pay attention. As the smoke clears, Arthur tells his team he has a plan and orders his companion to follow his lead exactly if they want to live. The enemy archer freezes in shock, realizing the boy located his hidden position instantly, which catches him completely off guard. After all, Lord Valerius had a damn good reason to be terrified of this young man's hidden potential. While narrowing his eyes, the archer offers a silent apology to Arthur, preparing to release a killing shot that cannot miss. He fires a volley of arrows, but the boy is a blur, leaping between ancient trees and dodging through the rough terrain with insane speed. The man wonders why he is so fast, then notices something odd. Only 6 people remain, and the warrior with the halberd has vanished. Suddenly, a massive fireball screams through the air toward him, forcing him to shift his entire focus to the incoming threat. He whips his head around, staring in terror at the devastating scene behind him. Using his enchanted bracelet, Arthur triggers a massive explosion that levels the forest, and we see it hit with enough force to shatter stone. Cedric, dressed in the boy's clothes, grins and says the plan actually worked out better than they expected. It looks like their clever costume swap was a success, proving just how brilliant of a strategist the warrior truly is. But just as he gloats about buying them time, a stray arrow pierces his gut, sending the knight into a panic as she watches him fall. Arthur is just as shocked, snapping his head toward that deadly hidden attack. He quickly spots a glowing arrow of pure energy locked onto him as the next target. I know what you're thinking. It gets worse. The others are picked off one by one, screaming for help before being skewered by arrows. The blonde knight grabs her fallen partner, begging the others to run, but a beam of light strikes her thigh, pinning her down. Her leg gives out under the weight, and she collapses into the dirt alongside her badly wounded companion as they struggle. Glowing bolts of energy dive toward them for the finish, and she can only clench her teeth, waiting for the final, agonizing strike. Suddenly, someone steps in to shield them, telling them to stay focused even in the middle of this nightmare. In the end, Ralph found himself playing the protective father figure without even having kids. It is a massive, painful headache. He runs at full speed, while the enemy archer snarls that no one escapes his range, notching 3 more arrows for the kill. But then, something strange catches the archer's eye, causing a flicker of doubt. The fighter asks why they are heading toward that direction, only to be told it was a request from the boss. After a grueling trek through the woods, they finally break through, only to be greeted by a second magical portal that just appeared. It should be impossible, but they realize Arthur must have known this secret location from the very beginning of the mission. With a weary smile, Ralph admits that they only managed to survive this nightmare because of that kid's foresight. The distance between them and the enemy is now too great, meaning those deadly arrows won't be able to reach them anymore. Silas argues they can't leave without their leader, but he's told that this was Arthur's plan all along, to save him. As he tries to process the shock, he completely misses the flash of magical projectiles flying directly at them from the front. The brutal strikes hit them all at once, sending the warrior crashing to the ground as the mage's staff clatters into the dirt. Ralph gasps, wondering how the enemy could have anticipated their moves and gotten ahead of them so incredibly fast. And that's where we leave it. A massive tree trunk and an axe suddenly slam into them, ending everything. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to see a battle where he hurls them into the orange portal with a bone-crushing strike. Silence falls over the dark woods for a long, heavy moment after that scene. The archer is stunned, wondering what kind of madman would pull a stunt like that. Minutes later, something shifts in the shadows. A single arrow pierces the demonic eye, ending it in one shot. Its massive body hits the dirt as its final death rattles fade away. Our archer realizes he fell for another trap, since the hero is clearly hiding and waiting. He calls it a foolish move, but agrees to this little game of cat and mouse. 13 years ago, Lord Vox chose him from 300 elite assassins after a bloody 7-day massacre, where he was the only survivor to crawl out. That earned him the title of the Spectre. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen as he senses a sudden movement nearby. He fires a shot, but it only strikes a stray beast passing through the trees. He is clearly fuming after missing again. His flaming arrow thuds into a tree right next to his own hiding spot. Leaping through the canopy, he admits this young hero is actually quite a challenge. He repositions, realizing that his own location was likely exposed during that last explosive attack. Pay attention here, this is where the hunter becomes the prey. He is totally shocked as a fire arrow appears beside him. That bastard used telekinetic magic to bait him, nothing more than a dirty, cheap trick. The legendary archer finally crashes heavily onto the forest floor. He uses a heavy burst of speed to escape as 2 flaming arrows weave through the thick tree line. The assassin readies 3 desperate shots, creating a massive explosion as they collide with the incoming fire. But the blast blinds him, forcing him to shield his eyes with his arm. Suddenly, another spell surges toward him from behind. At point-blank range, he fires a counterattack to intercept. The sheer force of the energy blast sends the power rebounding back at him. The assassin hits the dirt, groaning in absolute agony from the impact. As he struggles to his feet, the name Elias burns in his mind. This is officially the greatest challenge of his entire life as an assassin. But that just makes it better. He exhales a frosty breath as his eyes turn a haunting white. A slight breeze kicks up as the woods go silent. Elias listens closely, sensing things are way too quiet. This game of hide and seek is getting annoying. It is impressive how well the kid masks his presence. He never faced an opponent this elusive in his previous life. This must be a hitman sent by the Shadow Guild after seeing his skill at the Century Trials. Suddenly, a voice screams for Elias to show himself. The boy turns, realizing the sound is coming from nowhere. The man yells at him to stop hiding like a rat, since there is no honor in shadows. I know what you are thinking. How did he move so fast? He challenges Elias to a duel while the boy tries to figure out how his location was compromised. As he draws near, He realizes the assassin just used a legendary technique called the wind step. The archer finally spots him and unleashes a massive volley of projectiles in his direction. The scene shifts, taking us high into the frozen, snowy peaks. The orange rift glows as the group tumbles out, screaming as they crash into the thick snow. One grunt mutters about abandoning their leader, but they really had no other choice in the end. The warrior wonders if his friend can survive alone, but looking ahead, he sees a horizon littered with thousands of cold, dead bodies in the snow. He thought this was a basic level 3 rift, so why are there thousands of bodies here? The blonde knight finally realizes they have been lured into a deadly, elaborate trap. Everything makes sense now. The 🗕💉 Legion are actually worshippers of the forbidden dark Archmage. They have been baiting innocent adventurers into this slaughterhouse. Elias was right to be suspicious of them from the start. Ralph cuts the chatter short because something much more dangerous is heading their way. The guardian of this mountain is furious. A massive frost ape with tree trunk arms emerges from the blizzard. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how they survive this absolute nightmare. All right, you and I are about to see why this greedy veteran claims they are incredibly lucky to owe him a debt. He boasts that what they are about to witness is a rare sight reserved only for the elite. To put it simply, Ralph has a wretched personality and is quite literally the worst person to ever have as a teammate. He is an insufferably arrogant man who would sell his own soul if the price in gold was high enough. But when you look at Ralph the adventurer, everything changes. The man is undeniably useful because his elite skills are top tier. He is likely the only healer at the peak of the 3rd tier serving as a high bishop. In battle, his presence is a total game changer. The moment he activates his grace, both knights feel a surge of pure, vital energy washing over their battered bodies. Devon's wounds heal instantly, as if he were being touched by the gods themselves. It turns out he is not a warrior at all, but a healing bishop. This means those insane combat moves he showed earlier were purely the result of his raw physical strength. Ralph just smirks. He tells them to get ready to earn their keep. That massive beast in front of them is done waiting and is ready to kill. They scatter as the frost behemoth charges, slamming its fists into the earth and sending massive jagged boulders flying everywhere. Alaric stands his ground, growling about how incredibly annoying this monster is. Now watch this. The beast lunges with its massive jaws wide open to crush him, but check out what happens next. By catching the monster's own fang, the boy leaves the creature completely stunned. He drives his axe deep into the creature's eye, making it howl in agony. Simultaneously, the knight strikes with a solar slash, leaving a burning wound that refuses to heal. Suddenly, a massive, heavy hand swings toward Devon to crush him where he stands. But an invisible force blocks the blow like a solid wall, stunning the warrior. It was the bishop, who quickly leaps back to create distance. Raising his holy tome, he instantly invokes a powerful divine blessing on his allies. The knight feels a surge of holy power rushing through her veins. But then the healer ruins the moment, announcing each spell will cost them 100,000 gold pieces per use. As the monster coughs up blood, the exhausted knight admits to Ralph that she has reached her limit. He promises to pay her for the help, but then notices the beast is still very much alive. Elsewhere, Alaric battles a wraith, noting that something is off since he cannot tell where the attacks are coming from. The wraith is using the ether stream to teleport, mocking Alaric for being far too slow to react. He hurls more flames, but the spirit warns him that overusing his power will lead to a fatal soul burnout. Blood begins to leak from Alaric's mouth, yet he refuses to stop and summons even more fire. You and I can see he is desperate, drinking a mana potion to unleash a flame even hotter than before. The ghost is shocked that a mere 3rd tier mage can cast such high-level spells while suffering soul burnout. His ally realizes that Alaric is actually planning to sacrifice his own life. He corners the wraith with a barrage of spells. The masked spirit thinks Alaric has gone mad, recklessly firing fire in all directions. Pushed to his absolute limit, Alaric tells himself he simply must endure. The ghost calls him a total fool, claiming that Alaric will never hit him before he is finally consumed and sealed away by the soul burnout. With his last bit of strength, Alaric coughs up more blood, yet he stubbornly refuses to stop the fight. He hurls a massive orb of fire, forcing the spirit to realize he must flee or be incinerated. The spirit tries to escape through a clearing, only to realize it is a trap as Alaric closes in and unleashes a flurry of punches. In a panic, the ghost tries his best to shield himself from Alaric's relentless, heavy attacks. He knows his body is failing, and he needs to end this now, but the ghost lands a devastating blow. He forces himself back up, realizing he has absolutely no mana left for offensive spells. So, he decides to risk everything on one final, desperate move to end it. A dagger glows with blue light as Alaric uses telekinetic assistance, a clever trick that requires very little of his remaining magical energy. The ghost lunges for the kill, but Alaric barely manages to block the strike using his sturdy wooden staff. The spirit recovers instantly, swinging his blade and nearly severing Alaric's arm in a single, brutal motion. But he heals the wound through sheer will, continuing his defense and nearly stabbing the ghost with his dagger. The ghost resists the attack, unleashing a new power while begging Alaric to stop before things go too far. Alaric collapses, and the ghost approaches him, offering help to recover the legendary phoenix ember they both need. But Alaric's eyes glow blue as he suddenly rips the ghost's head off. "Trust me, we are just getting started. All right, you and I are jumping into a battle where things go from bad to worse. Nur is sick of archers as the beast hurls a knight across the snow. Young Alistair resists the snow monster, realizing it is nearly impossible to pierce. They quickly huddle to form a desperate plan. One will circle behind to distract it, while the other hunts for a hidden weakness. But the snow beast is smarter than it looks. It reads their strategy instantly, proving it is no brainless monster. A healer tries to mend their wounds, but runs dry on mana, shouting for the blonde knight to dodge. As they scatter to find an opening, tragedy strikes. The girl collapses, and Alistair is left brutally wounded. Bleeding on the ground, the young knight remembers a forbidden lesson that could change everything. Now watch closely. This circular ability allows him to move through space and even peek into the future. To unlock it, he needs the perfect key, either total mana control or one unforgettable memory. Clinging to that memory, the boy leaps up and cleaves through the beast with one massive strike. Sir Ralph is stunned. How could a boy so young possess such devastating, godlike power? The beast still clings to life, but Alistair stands firm, using his last bit of healing to protect Ralph. Ralph tells him to focus on the kill, and the boy smashes his hammer down, ending the beast for good. With the battle over, the young warrior leans over to check on the battered Sir Ralph. Suddenly, the creature turns to ice and shatters. Hours later, the exhausted players finally begin to wake up. The boy casually explains he won, then shows off the blankets he made from the monster's skin. He even tried eating the thing. Ralph calls him insane but brave, wondering how long he was waiting. Since they are trapped in this portal dimension, he figured they might as well get some well-earned rest. He tells them to sleep a bit longer before heading out of the frozen cave alone. The second he steps outside, another beast lunges, and he absolutely obliterates it. Back inside, Lady Kira is surprised he is back so soon. He mentions the pests outside, and she demands to join next time. He insists she stays. They need to be at full strength to help Sir Ralph make it out alive. She lies back down, secretly annoyed at how cool the boy is acting through all this. Under the cover of night, the young hero heads out again, facing a whole pack of creatures. He wipes them out, though he admits that one actually felt a bit dangerous. You and I both know that finding a body in the snow is never a good sign. He spots a frozen man clutching a letter. The letter says the beast took his crew. If anyone is reading this, it means the monster is dead. A portal is nearby, the dying man's final wish: deliver this message to his home in the kingdom. Taking the man's sword and gear, the boy leads his friends toward the gateway out of this hell. They step through the portal, hoping for safety, but find themselves in a whole new nightmare. Masked assassins are waiting. Since the others are weak, Lady Kira steps up to handle the blades. Suddenly, a blast of orange light vaporizes the thugs. Lord Elton arrives, casually telling them to go get a drink. Deep in a dark chamber, a blue wolf sits beside a mysterious dark mage. The mage strokes the beast, whispering about a powerful new player who just appeared on the radar. A servant brings news of Elton. The mage does not hesitate. He orders Elton's immediate execution. The follower is stunned. Why kill a man with such a high-profile contract? The mage laughs. He will make up an excuse later, but the servant warns him Elton is not alone. Back at the hideout, the crew is safe, but one of them complains about the tasteless food. His friend snaps back, defending his sister's cooking. Kira just sighs and thanks the chef. The boy did not want the company, but word has reached Kent. It is safer if they stay together. Elton finally walks in, and the group demands to know where the hell he has been hiding. He just shrugs it off, saying he had a few loose ends to tie up. Sir Ralph brings up the reward, and the boy starts yelling about the gold they are owed in Kent. They bicker over who did more work until a massive stranger knocks, demanding to see Lord Elton. So we leave it here, with a massive bounty on the line. Trust me, the chaos is just beginning. Elton already argued with the guild master, blaming the Kingdom of Kent for everything. All right, you and I are about to see Lord Elian drop a bombshell. The trial gate was a total death trap. The scarred guild master roared that he would crush the Kingdom of Kent, but Elian wondered if his word alone could topple a crown. The master smirked, saying he could ruin the kingdom's reputation with a few rumors, even if they tried to strike back at him. Kent had to fall. Later, the master visited the capital to play nice, claiming Elian's clash with the guild was just a big misunderstanding. He played it off, saying young Elian had simply acted too fast because of his youthful hot-headedness during the negotiations. He reminded them that the boy was a formal partner of Grandford, acting sorry that it looked like he was robbing them blind. The Duchess admitted she could not pay the full contract fee yet, and the guild master surprisingly agreed to let it slide. He claimed this brush with death taught him the value of life, and he vowed to treat everyone exactly as they deserved. The Duchess frowned, asking what he meant by that. With a wicked grin, he said his elite guards were ready, and that Elian's squad would be part of that protection force from now on. He warned that if anyone dared to touch Elian or his crew, they would be declaring war on the Grandford Trade Guild. Now pay attention, because the reward money they found next is absolutely insane. They wondered if the soldiers standing guard outside were really Grandford men, sent to keep them safe from the kingdom's assassins. Roland bragged about being the team's secret weapon before tossing praise to Elian and the others, especially the youngest boy, Devon. He admitted the kid was terrifyingly strong and asked how he had acquired such insane power so quickly. Devon told them about a recurring dream where he fights a mysterious woman like a sister, always waking up before she can fire her weapon. Elian was shaken, remembering that before he traveled back in time, everyone knew Devon and Irene were an inseparable duo. He realized if that woman was Irene, Devon's past life powers must be leaking into his current self whenever he falls asleep. In that moment, he wondered if changing the past had caused a glitch. Roland interrupted, still baffled by how both young boys had mastered their magic circles so incredibly fast. He looked at the blonde knight, Caitlin, saying she was nothing special and should probably go back to the Silver Rose Knights. Earlier that day, Caitlin had visited the Order headquarters. A young knight met her there, clearly shocked she had actually survived that nightmare inside the trial gate alive. He asked if she was meeting the Grandmaster, and she said yes. The man scoffed that she had stained her noble honor by running with commoners and demanded she resign immediately. Inside, the Grandmaster asked if she truly wanted to resign, demanding to know why a noble lady would join such a notorious crew. Caitlin simply replied that she could not explain her reasons just yet. the Grandmaster decided to tell the High Council that her new life as an explorer was actually a top-secret mission for the crown. But to keep up the act, she had to send field reports back to the Order every 3 weeks. He finished by reminding her she was his pupil and a Knight of the Silver Rose forever. Back in the present, Caitlin snapped at Roland that she was not leaving and would grow even stronger with the team. Elian told Roland to stop judging since his only job was cleaning. And yeah, you and I both know they would all be dead without Devon's secret power right now. Roland grumbled that the beast they fought back then was anything but ordinary. Elian scoffed, asking if a single snow yeti was supposed to be a challenge. He revealed he had hunted them solo before. The room went silent at Elian's claim. He privately thought that if the kingdom's assassins weren't so elite, he wouldn't even need this team. Roland called him a liar. He demanded to know how a former slave could possess such power. Elian just looked him in the eye and offered to prove it. But Roland quickly backed down, muttering that a fight would not be necessary. Elian warned them they had to level up before the next raid, declaring that in this world, violence was the only language. In a dim chamber, a dark sorcerer asked his pupils how much Grandford knew about their rigged negotiations from the very beginning. They weren't sure, suggesting only the high-ups knew. The mage smirked, saying Grandford was easy prey, but the Order of High Maple was the threat. He explained that it had been the exact same story 8 centuries ago. Back then, Empress Silver Rose led the knights, while the explorers fought as a united resistance against the darkness. Even the Starfolk joined the alliance. After the 6 heroes were sealed away, that alliance was the only thing standing in their way. But if they were only fighting a trade guild, they would not need any help from the higher-ups. He ended by hoping Elian would be a worthy foe. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this training ends. Stick with me, the team just returned from some intense training. Richard, his face covered in bruises, grumbled about the session. He felt it was personal, but Alistair insisted he only tweaked the intensity. The young lad burst out laughing at Richard's expense. He teased him for his handsome new look. As the girl entered, Richard worried about leaving her behind. Alistair assured him she was safe under the protection of the lodge guards. Remembering the frozen man's letter, the boy showed it to Alistair, thanking the relic for his escape. He wanted to return it, but had no idea where to go, asking Alistair for help. Alistair stared at the letter in shock, whispering, "Ring of the Cross." The boy asked what it meant, but Alistair simply took it, promising that he would handle the return. Pay attention. Tomorrow morning, the boy starts his real training too. The boy's terrified face made Richard laugh out loud in pure delight. Meanwhile, Kira trained in the forest, remembering those who called her talentless. Alistair arrived at a house, facing a suspicious man. Claiming to be a simple courier, he presented the mysterious letter. Years ago, a portal was destroyed in a massive explosion. The Merchant Guild investigated the site, but the culprits were never caught. Surprisingly, the rift eventually reappeared in the exact same spot. Since then, the portals remained untouched. A hooded figure then asked Alistair how he had found their secret hideout. Alistair thought of the Cross Seekers, a secret group that knew the rift was a deadly trap for followers. They were the ones who destroyed it, making a noble sacrifice that remained unknown to the world. Alistair explained he was there to return the ring, though he doubted they were in the mood to reward him. Assassins drew their blades, but Alistair warned them. If he were harmed, their leader's secret location would be exposed to the entire world. A guard demanded his name. He simply smiled and said, "It is a pleasure, Catherine." Alistair recalled their shared past life. After the Seekers fell, Catherine had joined the resistance, becoming a fierce warrior in the fight for freedom. He remembered the countless battles they shared until she gave her life for his. Standing there now, Alistair knew it was time to finally repay that heavy debt. Alistair decided it was time to be direct with them. He told them to abandon the branch immediately because the cultists had already discovered their location. He revealed a box containing a severed hand he had recently acquired. He claimed the Kent Merchant Guild held something interesting. Catherine asked what that was supposed to mean. He told her to look closer. Catherine saw the tattoo on the hand and recognized it as a cultist mark. The mark only appeared when Mana touched the skin. She then asked what he wanted in return. He simply replied that he wanted high-level information. A man asked Catherine if she trusted him. She admitted Alistair was suspicious, even if his proof was real. Alistair realized the Kent Guild was shifting plans because he changed the future. He decided to leave them alone for now. He chose the Sea Hawk as his next destination. Seagulls cried out over the blue waves. Alistair watched the boarding. You and I can tell he is itching for action after a month. An eye-patched man demanded a choice, gathering only the portals that interested the Kent Guild. A month passed and the time arrived. The protagonist paused, deep in thought, before giving his final answer. He rejected the proposal. Arthur was stunned, assuming the boy was just too afraid to take the risk. The boy stated his mind was made. He was going to the tomb of the goshawk. Shocked, the man gaped at him. Karen, captain of the Sea Hawk, once had a famous disciple named Alina. The goshawk portal was where she died, now serving as a memorial for her honor. The bounty was massive because so many had failed. Arthur realized the Kent Guild wanted to conquer it. Alistair disagreed, questioning the source. A scarred man appeared at the door, clearly intrigued by the conversation. It was Lord Raymond, and he had come to offer a gift. He revealed 2 rare phoenix feathers. With a grin, the scarred nobleman wished them success in their journey. Alistair knew this was Raymond's way of saying his investment better yield a very high return. We leave it here as a voice shouts, drunken wail. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to dive into a tale of knights, betrayal, and massive power shifts. The new enchanted armor was incredibly light, and the entire squad was genuinely impressed. Galahad notes they're crafted from frost drake hide, a gift from their lord. Alaric was already suited up. The merchant mentions they'd conquered a massive rift with hundreds of men and offers an extra cloak. Alaric decides the cloak goes to the young squire, claiming the gear is useless to him. He barks at everyone to hurry. A knight bellows about his boredom, while a grand ironclad ship cuts through the dark waters. The men step onto the sand and see a woman's silhouette. It was Lady Seraphina, who had been working tirelessly. Someone cheers that she'd done it. She had conquered the 200-man amber breach and finally returned. The Duchess drops her plumed hat on the table, silencing the doubters with a single, sharp look. Seraphina tries to talk her into a 74-man rift, claiming she's stronger now than the legendary Sentinel was. The Duchess is disgusted by the comparison, but Seraphina wants blood for her sister. She is thrown out instantly. Rejection stinging, Seraphina breaks down in tears right there in the hallway. Slumped at the table, she rants about why they didn't just burn the wanted posters and move on. A man laughs, saying she clearly loved her, but Seraphina calls it overprotective. Suddenly, someone comes charging in. Now pay attention, because this is the exact moment everything starts to spiral out of control. 2 onlookers gossip about the newcomers, guessing they must be high-ranking nobles from the mainland. The squad enters with weapons drawn. Alaric feels a heavy, dark energy radiating from this place. The blonde knight whispers that this is hostile territory, and they should keep quiet to avoid being targeted. By Citadel law, whoever takes the bounty poster gets priority in the rift, but this specific poster was sacred. Seraphina arrives like a whirlwind, her face red with pure, unadulterated fury at everyone present. She screams that the poster belongs to her. Alaric asks why she hadn't claimed it, and she admits she lacked permission. She needed the Duchess's blessing, because Catherine was her master and her only mentor. Seraphina calls them fools. Only sworn knights of the Citadel can claim rifts in these forbidden territories. A man spits on the ground and starts cackling at the sheer absurdity of the whole situation. Refusing to back down, they introduce themselves as Arthur's knights. From the shadows, the squire finds it all hilarious. Enraged, A guard snarls that you can't just call yourselves knights when you're clearly not. The boy takes offense at being called a fake. He asks if they haven't heard of Captain Arthur of Silverpine. He argues that any band led by a knight becomes a knightly order. So, aren't they all noble warriors? A new voice joins the fray. It's Lord Mareth, looking very interested in the chaos. Alaric doesn't recognize the name and stands his ground, insisting no laws were broken. Moreth suggests the Duchess should decide, since she's the one who posted the bounties. Our hero notes his full squad of 5 is ready. Moreth asks for the boy's name as a noble recognizes him. The man gasps. That boy is the lone survivor of the 100-man Crimson Rift. You and I both know surviving a Crimson Rift like that means he is no ordinary boy. But the noblewoman scoffs, calling them cowards who will only fail the next invasion anyway. Someone asks if Seraphina isn't the real legend for conquering a 200-man breach alone. Moreth realizes Alaric's worth and offers a deal. They get priority, but must surrender 69 spots to another house. Alaric agrees, but demands 100,000 gold crowns per head for 10 select warriors. Back in her room, Seraphina weighs the proposal, counting her coins just in case things go south. She plans to act first and beg the Duchess for forgiveness later. No one else is taking that rift. A rival lord rages about the deal, refusing to accept losing 10 spots out of 69 and the loss of 690,000 crowns. His men refuse to return to the site, claiming their followers have completely turned against them. But our protagonist knows there's no reason to turn back from the path they've chosen. Their real mission: to assassinate Seraphina at the Sentinel's tomb, where the first disciple was slaughtered. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see the revenge that's coming. All right, you and I are diving into a world where the Dark Followers are moving way faster than expected. The game has changed. Gold is moving, the plans are ahead of schedule, and Alistair needs to stay one step ahead. He could not repeat that mistake. He had to cut his mana usage. Lord Emu can only mourn his lost fortune. As night falls over the sea, a heavy knock echoes at the chamber door. Alistair draws his steel, ready for anything. He demands to know who it is and is stunned by the faces he sees. It was Captain Caitlin and Marcus. He asks what brings them here, but the captain only demands the absolute truth. She stares him down, asking the ultimate question: is he a servant of the Shadow Archmage? He looks at her, totally stunned. He cannot understand how she knows about the order. Marcus catches the look of panic in the boy's eyes and asks for a confession. Alistair denies everything on the spot. Caitlin is not buying it. She demands proof of his innocence, but the boy has nothing but his word. He says if she really knew his secrets, she would have put a bullet in his head a long time ago. Watch this closely. She thinks he has ties to the Templar hunters. The followers are the only merchant force in the kingdom. Alistair is their enemy, but that does not make him her friend. A shaky alliance begins to form. Alistair asks what he can possibly offer her to seal the deal. The captain explains the danger. Someone knew the followers killed Lee, and now they have infiltrated the Nautilus fleet itself. Everything is moving too fast for the boy to handle. They are hunting Lady Mina, the ship's new icon. If she dies, the entire Nautilus fleet will fall into total chaos. Time to negotiate. Protect Lady Mina and the vault of the Griffin in exchange for a legendary Nautilus treasure. The portal opens. Mina stands by the edge, lost in thought as she stares into the unknown horizon. A blinding light fills the air. Just like that, the entire group has stepped inside the mystical rift. This is no training mission. A massive paw slams down and a small green beast glares at the 3 warriors. They were ready to squash the tiny creature until they saw the shadow of something much, much bigger. Out from the shadows comes the mother, all teeth and fury. The warriors immediately forget about hunting the baby. Thunderous shots ring out. The massive creature is hammered by heavy fire, slowly starting to weaken. They wanted to pick them off, but the noise of the guns only drew more monsters to their location. These drakes were fast and massive. Suddenly, a huge explosion rocks the entire battlefield, scattering the beasts. The fighters pour everything they have into the beast. It crashes down, and Julian sees his plan finally working. The red-haired pirate lets loose with her weapon. More and more drakes swarm in, ready to tear everything apart. Alistair turns his back on the squad, claiming he has more important business to settle on his own. But the beast is a monster, crushing the warrior with raw force. Its massive jaws begin shredding everything in sight. You and I both know disorganized fighters do not last. Alistair is about to show them how it is done. Davin shouts back that from now on they are one. They fight like family. Alistair will take the front, causing absolute havoc. He does not care if they like his skills or not. His only goal is the objective. He keeps pushing forward, ignoring the attacks from behind. After all, he knew his father would have his back. Even if it felt a little awkward, he was safe. Roland becomes Davin's ultimate shield. No fancy tricks, just a father protecting his son at any cost. Together they face the drakes, finally putting the plan into motion. They sprint forward, wounding every beast they can. Roland spots a creature, lunging for the boy, and screams for him to move. He slams into the drake head-on. He realizes a father's love is a powerful thing. Meanwhile, Kira prepares to take on the most vital role. Her magic prevents the enemy from healing their burns. She is going to use that to wipe them all out. She dives into the fray, burning every monster in sight and making incredible progress. Alistair gives her a nod of approval. For her, this was all way too easy. The team keeps following orders. 2 sentries stand before the portal. One of them looks up, noticing a very familiar figure approaching them. It is the commander, leading his invasion allies. He has urgent news that Lady Mina needs to hear immediately. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I know the real war is only just beginning. Stick with me. You're about to see Alaric's friend get struck down just as they discover a mysterious stone golem. Lady Minerva cried out in pain from the brutal hit, while a terrifying hand reached out from the portal. Panic erupted as everyone fled the chaos. A massive battle broke out with crossbows firing in every direction. Minerva fought for her life amidst a hail of bolts as the battlefield burned. Suddenly, a sinister red light glowed right behind her. Sensing the danger, she spun around and fired a heavy pistol shot in a desperate bid to survive. Rocks tumbled nearby, signaling an intruder. Furious, she demanded to know who was approaching from the shadows. It was Lord Elwick, who casually claimed he was just doing a bit of late-night cleaning. Now pay attention here. Elwick conjures a massive flame and orders Minerva to stay still while he cleans house. Edward screamed in terror, unable to understand why Baron Digby had brought him along only to abandon him. He crawled into a massive anthill to hide from the monsters, realizing he couldn't stay buried forever. Trapped inside the dark tunnel, he desperately searched for any way to escape the earthen walls. As a mere second circle adventurer, he was totally clueless. He only knew he didn't want to die here, so he kept walking until he spotted a second glowing portal. Something lurked behind him. He spun around, terrified, and tried to strike at whatever was hiding in the darkness. Seeing it was just Elwick's summoned beast, his fear vanished. He wondered how long the creature had been watching. A sudden noise made him scream until a blinding light filled the cave. The portal was finally opening. The beast just stared as Edward let out a heavy sigh and stepped toward the swirling gateway. With a glowing magic eye, Alaric ordered Minerva to stay put, promising that this would all be over soon. The red-haired warrior demanded answers, but Alaric's eyepiece suddenly fired a devastating beam of crimson light that blinded everyone. Everyone dove for cover from the blast as Sir Caspar and his knights arrived to join the fray. Lord Elwick began a desperate retreat, prompting the white-haired commander to order a full-scale pursuit. Lady Catherine had sensed the trap and sent Caspar's team through. Minerva was shocked, asking if Catherine truly gave that specific order. Alaric arrived with overwhelming power and began relentlessly tearing through every enemy in his path. Kit fired back as a fierce battle erupted. Everyone chased Elwick while flames licked the stone walls. You and I can see the terror on their faces right before a massive explosion rocks the entire field. He fled until Minerva intercepted him, unleashing a barrage of shots with incredible speed and precision. The woman kept firing as Alaric sprinted through the ruins, desperately trying to dodge her lethal projectiles. He kept running until he saw a portal, while the knights fought hard to block the enemy's escape. Alaric's eyepiece fired a red beam as he used his magic to summon a massive chunk of earth from the ground. The blinding light forced everyone to hide, while massive stones collapsed right near the passage where Minerva stood. Boulders crashed down, creating a cloud of smoke so thick that the pirates started coughing violently. Alaric stood ready with his staff in hand, as Minerva watched his every move with narrowed eyes. He prepared to crush her, cornering the woman as his great red staff radiated immense power, but did nothing. Terrified, Minerva asked what his plan was. He just stared, asking if she was ready for the cold truth. The trigger was ready to pull, while the other knights argued, terrified that Minerva had almost been hit. A shot rang out. Someone shouted in relief for Minerva's safety, but she suddenly started firing at her allies. They couldn't understand her sudden rage, as she raised her weapon and fired multiple rounds into the air. The white-haired commander froze in shock before being thrown backward by a direct hit from the blast. He couldn't fathom why this was happening, while Minerva stood imposingly atop the jagged rocks, leaving everyone confused. She had spoken with Elwick, who claimed he lost everything simply because of the young woman's stubborn pride. The red-haired noblewoman raised her voice, demanding the full attention of the new arrivals on the scene. She ordered Zane to evacuate the people immediately, claiming these were the direct orders of Lady Catherine, the woman with the large golden necklace. Someone crossed the giant portal. Edward was trapped with Elwick's beast in a dark cave filled with bones. He truly regretted entering and wished he had just waited behind. From a distance, Edward spotted a figure walking and ran toward them while shouting for the stranger to stop. And that's where we leave it. Edward asks to travel together, only to get struck by a sudden, unexpected blow. All right, you and I are diving into a mystery where a slug whispers a name, finally revealing the stranger's hidden identity. Looking up, he sees a massive beast. His eyes widen as more monsters crawl out of the shadows with every breath. Alina orders Silas to flee, but she stops when she notices the medallion around her neck looks incredibly familiar. Back at the scene, Alina is furious. She levels her pistol at Alaric, ready to pull the trigger at any second. But he tells her the truth about Lee's death. The necromancer's cultists have infiltrated the pirates and were the ones who killed Sir Cedric. He explains he was sent, under Lady Catherine's direct orders, to stop her from becoming the cult's next target. Alina stands there in total shock, her mind racing as she tries to process this devastating news. She truly believed her own crew had betrayed Lee. Alaric then hands the red-haired warrior Lady Catherine's royal necklace. That crest is the captain's true symbol, and seeing it finally makes her believe the knight's words are true. She begins to wonder, though, how could this mysterious protagonist know exactly which targets to strike in the heat of battle? A hooded man whispers to Lady Cheryl, admitting he doesn't trust this newcomer and disagrees with the entire plan. The spirit eye monocle allows one to see mana and identify cultists. No one has used it since the Archmage's death. Alaric seems to be a mage, yet he handles that ancient instrument with the skill of a seasoned master. The knight suspects a trap, but Alaric just asks for their trust, promising that everything is going to be fine. They have to watch closely, because if his mana fails, the user won't be able to withstand the backlash. Now pay attention. The crowd is hanging on Alina's every word, but almost everyone here is actually a hidden traitor. The traitor screams that the boy is lying, but the magic monocle is already starting to reveal his dark secrets. Before he traveled back in time, hunting these cultists was a nightmare because their cursed tattoos stayed hidden. The marks only appear under mana. Alaric steps closer. Even if it's invisible now, that doesn't mean the curse isn't there. Alaric grabs the white-haired man, and suddenly, a glowing tattoo burns right into the center of the man's forehead. It's a blood-red mark of the necromancer. Everyone is absolutely paralyzed with fear at the power of the ancient monocle. Elinor wastes zero time and opens fire on the cultists. An all-out war explodes inside the dark cave. The knights fight back, stunned by how many traitors were among them. A massive scattering cannon fires with total force. Elinor leads from the front lines, completely fearless. The pirate cultists shout and try to push back against the assault. Alaric has used too much mana tracking the traitors. Suddenly, a second portal appears. Elinor screams at the man trying to hide. She shouts that she'll finish this job alone and orders him to get out before he gets himself killed. A cursed skull unleashed its dark energy. The battle isn't over. Every single person stays locked in a fighting stance. Suddenly, the cave goes pitch black. Elinor can't see a thing until a single spark of light flickers in the distance. The noise startles her. A man mocks her, saying she should be blind and had better prepare for her end. Confusion sweeps through the cave. The pirates realize they've lost their sight and have no idea what's happening. A weapon is aimed at Elinor, intended to send her to the same grave as Sir Cedric. A thunderous shot rings out. You saw that too, right? Alaric leaps in to save her just as the enemy realizes they've messed with the wrong knight. The bullet misses its mark. Alaric can still see perfectly. The villain orders his men to kill the unpredictable adventurer. Every weapon fires at once. Our hero gathers his mana to create a powerful shield to defend himself. His power sends the enemies into a total panic. He grips his battle staff and strikes down every traitor in his path. A cannon fires to stop his advance. A massive explosion rocks the cave, hitting dozens of cultists directly. The display of power is incredible. As they retreat, phoenix feathers drift down and the revolver's true strength is unleashed. The fighting remains intense, but the tide has turned as the direction of the fire arrows suddenly shifts. The cultist clutches his cursed skull until his arm is sliced clean off, followed by a dagger straight to the heart. Elinor finally regains her sight and sees the carnage. Now, the enemy is the one starting to feel desperate. The necromancer's followers scream their loyalty as bombs fall from the ceiling, exploding in a chain reaction of fire. The heroes are thrown back. Alaric saves the survivors, but he's hitting his limit and must reach the portal now. The warriors sprint toward the exit, but Elinor is suddenly ambushed from behind by a lurking shadow. Alaric tries to reach her, but more bombs rain down, striking the fighters and filling the air with smoke. Debris scatters everywhere as the cave collapses. Elinor is wounded and in pain. You and I won't believe what happens next. All right, you and I are about to see another blast rock their world as the gateway shatters. Seeing the ruins, the knights fear they have lost Alaric and the rest of the squad forever. Suddenly, one squire tells them not to panic. That portal should reappear in just a few heartbeats. Right now, the priority is simple. We have to take down Seraphina. With a corkscrew strike, Percival lunges at the girl, who barely raises her blade to block. But the man unleashes his admiral wings, shattering her guard completely. She has no choice but to leap back before that bone-breaking punch sends her into the next world for good. So, the huntress slips behind the knight and unleashes a hail of lead from both her pistols. She mounts her foe, using his armor as a human shield against the incoming spells, buying herself precious time to counterattack. Despite his wounds, the cultist pushes on until he catches a bullet in the gut and another right in the skull. His brothers scream his name while Seraphina glares. She is done wasting time and demands they all attack her at once. Miles away, Alaric stands before an endless sea of shimmering magical gateways. The veteran knight explains these are linked portals, each leading to a different nightmare within the second trial's domain. Once a group crosses through, the gateway snaps shut forever, forcing others away. 3 of them make the jump and arrive safely on the other side. Suddenly, Arthur comes charging out, monsters right on his heels. Screaming for salvation as he spots the trio, Barnaby just yells back to keep running and get across now. Now watch closely. Alaric steps up and delivers a strike of pure magical force. One ally realizes something terrifying. The beasts are wearing their crew's uniforms. They used to be human. Worse yet, these things just won't stay dead, even with their heads crushed. Alaric panics. How can they survive without a core? This is not how things worked in his past life. Squinting, the young man spots a thin thread of mana tethered to each creature, leading straight back to Barnaby, who is fighting bravely while clutching his head in absolute mana-drained agony as his power fades. He has reached his limit. He cannot hold the spell anymore. A knight screams a warning just before a massive explosion erupts, vaporizing the monster that was about to finish the group. Seraphina emerges from the smoke, her pistols still smoking hot. Firing as she lands, she abandons her team to stand alone. She does not have time for talk. It is either get out of her way or get turned to ash. She unleashes a blast so powerful it carves a massive crater into the earth, leaving Alaric staring in shock. But the horde is endless, and they are already closing in. The red-haired warrior says she can fire one more shot if she burns her remaining mana. Alaric stops her. They will need that power for the real fight later. He just needs 3 minutes. 3 minutes to clear this portal and save them all. You and I can see the panic setting in as a beast suddenly claws at Barnaby's throat with everything it has. A comrade saves him, barking at him to stop crying and start swinging that heavy axe. Arthur keeps swinging, desperate to drop the beasts. He lands a hit that looks like a winner. But then, a massive tentacle bursts through the stone tiles below. A giant beast rises, furious that these tiny humans dared to wake it from its slumber, leaving Arthur's pride turning to instant regret as the knights unleash everything they have left. Nearby, Alaric feels his heart ready to burst as he tries to force his magic to ascend. Only one option. He remembers his past life, a forbidden technique he once used to push past his natural limits. It means using Etha stones, which were only meant for tier advancement rituals. But since they hold the monster's life force, trust me, you are going to want to see if he can survive consuming that raw energy. All right, you and I are about to see if our hero can survive this insane mana overload. He has to force that energy straight into his heart and hold it there before his veins literally burst. Mina is still holding the line when a voice praises her for fighting like a true knight. Arthur appears behind her and tells her to get her ultimate ready. But suddenly, one of the soldiers spots a strange fungus growing on his arm. He realizes that is how the infection turns men into monsters. Without hesitating, he slashes his own skin to rip the fungus out and quickly heals the bloody mess. He screams a warning to the others. Stay away from those tentacles, or you will end up as one of those rotters. David watches the beast and wonders if this is the final boss of the dungeon. Clara knows they are moving too slow. If they do not pick up the pace, they are all dead men walking. The knight with the heavy axe steps forward, telling everyone to fall back while he holds the line. He charges in like a hero, but the beast is faster, slamming him back with a massive, slimy tongue. As he falls, he sees a shadow step in front of him, barely saving him from certain death. Now pay attention here. This is where Captain Elian tells Mina to keep her focus, while he handles the aim for the final shot. If they time this right, they can blast a hole straight through to the boss hiding behind the wall. Seconds are ticking away. He barks the order for her to unleash their one and only shot. She fires. The crushing bullet screams through the air, tearing through the stone wall like it is made of paper. Arthur prays for the shot to hit home before their strength completely fails them in this hellhole. He pours every last bit of his mana into her, begging her to hold on. Then he fires a volley of flame arrows, boosting the projectile until it becomes a roaring meteor of death. One of the men screams that his ammo is gone, while a wave of monsters swarms toward Duke, begging him to watch out. Arthur realizes the truth. These hollow monsters are nothing but puppets being controlled by a master. The real core is hiding right there, lurking on the other side of that massive stone fortification. That is why they seem immortal. To stop this nightmare, they have to kill the leader, not the pawns. Arthur clenches his fist, gathering all his power for his signature move, the rocket impact. He smashes the core, ending the beast that was using those monsters as its own personal shield. The ground shakes as the boss explodes, and suddenly, every single minion in the room just pops like bubbles. Ivan is moved to tears, while Arthur wipes his brow, telling everyone that the portal is finally clear of corruption. Mina thinks back to her dark childhood, remembering her terrible parents and how Alice was the only one who saved her, becoming her true inspiration. She looks at her friend. You and I can probably relate. 10 years passed in a flash, yet it feels like only yesterday. Mina sighs, feeling the pressure of being in the shadow of a genius recognized by King Kalen. She feels like the distance between them grows every day. Alice just flicks her ear, telling her that she really needs to work on her lack of confidence. She promises to always stay by her side, so there is no reason to feel so much pressure. Back on the field, David checks on Catherine, who says her new enchanted armor saved her life. Robert grumbles, claiming she is only alive because his top-tier healing magic kept her together. Suddenly, the group freezes. They find Alice's lifeless body tied to a stone with heavy ropes. They wonder if she tied herself up to stop the transformation, but then they find a letter in her pocket. The note warns that the necromancers have returned and infiltrated the very heart of Northrend, and that Alice knows she will never make it back. Her master must be careful. Additionally, she wrote a warning for Mina. Half of the group are traitors, and she must not trust a single soul. The truth hits hard, and the red-haired adventurer collapses into heavy tears. Outside, the dark mages are getting impatient, wondering why their scouts have not returned from the portal yet. One man scoffs, saying that Lord Cedric has the fragment of night, so there is nothing to fear. Suddenly, an arrow strikes one of them down. They have walked straight into a massive, deadly ambush. A woman with a pistol appears, mocking them for being played. Trust me, you and I are about to see these traitors finally get the ending they deserve. All right, you and I are about to find out if Alistair can calm Lady Alina's nerves during this crisis. Lady Alina fears that if Mina fails to return, she will never forgive her soul. Suddenly, her name is called, surprising her. The crimson-haired warrior appears carrying Leah's lifeless body, leaving everyone present in a state of absolute shock. Mina returns with her sister, leaving Catherine in tears as boats with lit torches gather for the funeral. Damien is stunned by the massive crowd gathering at the harbor of Seagard for Lady Aquila's final grand farewell ceremony. Curious, the boy asks where Alistair is, finding him drinking a rare elixir with Catherine, who warns him that his request is truly massive. Ancient elixirs are incredibly valuable. Now pay attention here, the recipe is lost, which is why Alistair knows he needs Catherine's legendary financial backing for this deal. She asks why he wants to help them once again. He simply replies that he believes there is still vital work for them to finish together. Seeing her hesitation, Alistair suggests a new deal where he takes 2 rare treasures from her vault instead of just a single item. He promises to locate every single shadow warlock hiding within Seagard. Once the service ends, Xander asks a grieving Mina why she looks so lost in her dark and tragic thoughts. He strongly advises her to accept Alistair's recruitment offer, reminding her that everything turned out well because of the young man. Besides, the killers who took Leah are still walking free in the world. He knows the one thing she wants most is revenge, and that is a desire he shares with her heart. Ending the talk, Xander promises to protect their home if she decides to venture out into the world. Mina jokingly claims she cannot trust such a weakling, sparking a playful exchange of insults before Alistair and Catherine set sail the next morning. They arrive at a massive iron gate where elite knights allow them to pass into the heart of the fortress. Alistair is speechless as he explores the hidden vault where the pirate keeps her massive, legendary treasure. He asks for descriptions of the items. Lady Catherine refuses, stating a pirate never reveals the true value of her hard-earned prizes to any curious outsider. You and I can tell this hoard is incredible, and Alistair knows he must choose his 2 prizes very carefully. Catherine notices that Alistair has already made up his mind and is stunned by his lightning-fast decision. He finds an item glowing with blue light. He recalls how the followers once brought total devastation and genocide to all the kingdoms on the surface. One was Lucan, the most hated traitor in all of human history. He betrayed the allied knights at the exact moment they prepared their final counterattack against the darkness. He wielded the very artifact Alistair sees now, becoming a living symbol of absolute nightmare. Clamping the powerful blue relic to his arm, the young man informs the pirate that this is his first choice. Catherine stays silent, impressed by his eye but confused by why he would pick such a dangerous item. As he continues his walk through the vault, something gleams inside a pile of gold coins and grabs Alistair's attention. He sees a ring that seems to emit no energy, but to his absolute surprise, the object flies onto his finger. Startled, he asks Catherine exactly what that ring is and why it just moved like that. She quickly apologizes, explaining that the ring is already reserved for a different and powerful noble. Alistair says he understands the situation perfectly, but there is one problem: the cursed ring won't come off his finger. Deep in the shadows, a kneeling servant reports that the raid on the Gilded Coast was a total success. Lord Valerius asks about Alistair's fate, assuming the battle was already won, but the young woman begins to tremble as she apologizes for their mission's absolute failure. Furious, Lord Valerius begins screaming, demanding how they could possibly have failed while wielding the powerful shard of Knight artifact. He warns her that she has only one final chance to succeed, or she will pay for her failure with her own life. Mina packs her belongings with a determined heart. While on the boat, a grizzled sailor smiles and promises they will return home soon. He tells Xander to keep sharpening his blades while they are away. Dante asks Alistair if it is time to depart, but the crimson-haired warrior arrives just in time to stop them. Trust me, you and I need to see if she can find space for one more person. Stick with me, far away. 2 warriors fight bravely. Seeing his comrade get wiped out, one lad yells at his friend to run while the other screams back not to look behind. Screaming through the chaos, the braided boy realizes they won't last another minute if they don't change their current tactics. Seeing a nearby trap, Bastian tells his friend to bolt inside while he stays back to trigger the ancient mechanism. It works, but a massive blade strikes him before he can flee. Bleeding out, he begs his friend to escape while there is still time. Looming behind them, an armored knight on a skeletal steed readies his next devastating blow. Lord Alaric is absolutely fuming, demanding to know how Elian has the nerve to barge into his private chambers like that. Coming back with nothing, the boy ignores the shouting and calmly mentions he actually has a brilliant plan. Now pay attention. He explains that Milo, the raid's primary target, has joined them, meaning the enemy will definitely strike again very soon. The Lord bellows, asking if the boy thinks he is some fool who will just sit and wait for death. Elian thinks to himself that he cannot reveal his full hand yet, as starting a war now solves nothing. So he just tells the Lord that it won't be long before the real chaos finally begins. Later on, a disgruntled mercenary asks Elian why he added a new member without getting a vote from the team. Cutting him off, Derek snaps back, asking why the captain would ever need permission from a subordinate. The man argues that the boy is only acting as a temporary leader for now. Elian shrugs it off, telling him that if he has a problem, he is more than welcome to challenge him for the command anytime. Annoyed, the bearded fighter mutters that he only cares about the gold, and adding another mouth to feed ruins the payout. His cut will be smaller now. Rising, Elian announces he has business elsewhere, so training is officially over for the afternoon. Watching closely as each member of the party departs in their own separate directions. The guards wonder if staying together would be easier, but they decide to split up to keep an eye on everyone. Recalling his talk with Clara, Elian heads out to find the true owner of the cursed ring stuck on his hand. You and I can see she is confused when he arrives and asks the blonde maiden for her official approval. Displaying the relic, the boy states that he wants the formal ownership of the item transferred directly to him. Her eyes go wide, looking completely stunned at the sight of the legendary artifact. She whispers that her hands are tied, since the actual owner is not present at the moment. When he asks where the owner is, she reveals he must go on a rescue mission for Pippin, the famed tracker of heroes. That is the same lad who is battling the Bone Knight. Turns out, during the Great Cataclysm, humanity's only hope rested on the hero Everett, the successor of the Sage, Alistair the Fatebreaker, and Sela's the Phantom. The Master Thief, Queen Marcella of the Elves, the Axe Maiden Isabella, and the Mysterious Shade. These 6 legends formed an elite unit, showing the world what true, godlike power really looked like in action. Their miracles restored faith that humanity would be saved from the darkness whenever the time finally came. But fate had other plans. 800 years ago, during the war with the Dark Sorcerer, the heroes' relics were lost in time and are now reappearing in modern portals. With their bonds shattered, the heroes cannot reclaim their strength, meaning they need protection in this current life. Elian declares he will act as live bait to lure out the cultists, while uniting the rival houses of the Verdant Realm to forge a massive alliance. Reaching their goal, Zephyr is mesmerized by the stunning scenery. Elian instructs the group to fix a piece of enchanted cloth to their armor. Once done, a massive gate swings open. Stunned, Merrick admits they would have never found this place alone. Deep in thought, looking at his ring, he knows they must save Pippin no matter what, as he is the only one who can track the hero's items. Deep inside the massive fortress, the axe-wielding warrior celebrates because they cleared the first portal in just 3 short hours. Cora tells him to wipe the soot off his face, while bragging that the whole mission was easy work. Shocked, the redhead asks if he is still only rank 1, but he insists he is a genius who levels up incredibly fast. Elian chimes in, warning him not to rush his training, no matter what common wisdom might suggest. Trust me, you and I are about to see why rushing growth can actually break a warrior's body and stunt their potential forever. Stick with me. The young man explains he only did it because he had no choice, recalling how he failed to advance past the 7th circle in his former life. This time, everything has to be different. He needs to progress at the perfect moments to finally reach that 8th level of power. Kiri interrupts his thoughts, asking if they arrived too early since the goal was finding a person, not clearing gates. The protagonist reassures her that he has already confirmed their target is still being tracked properly. Using his magical eye patch, he warns of incoming danger. Suddenly, monstrous creatures with hollow faces appear, ready for blood. Seeing the massive enemy swarm, the leader shouts for everyone to start running. Menor yells that bullets won't work on skeletons. Suddenly, a stranger appears and orders everyone to hit the ground. He activates a lethal trap, and the creatures are instantly wiped out. Per appears behind them, calling his move the Monal of 7 penetrations, then begs the group for food because he is absolutely starving and needs to recover. The boy knows the skeletons and traps because he has been trapped in this place for a long time. His food ran out 5 days ago, and there were no monsters around for him to hunt. Elpom interrupts to ask a very special favor. He waits until the boy finishes his food. The red-haired adventurer says since the boy knows the exit, they can just run for it and skip the boss fight entirely. Per falls to his knees and begs them to be his bodyguards for 3 days to find an item. If he leaves now, his friends will have died for nothing. Since he cannot fight, he will surely die alone if they leave. He promises to give them a massive reward for helping him. The hero asks how he will find it in 3 days if a month was not enough. The boy says he failed because he was too scared to enter the dangerous areas. Now pay attention here. The villain Evoke says his plan is starting and Elpom will not escape this time. Then, a shadow appears behind him asking if he is sure. He faces a giant spider that is disappointed. He cannot even handle a simple little explorer. It asks how much longer he will be a disgrace. On his knees, the man accepts any punishment, begging for one more chance since his plans are already in motion. The monster named 𝒗𝒕𝒉 demands he explain the plan in much more detail. Inside the portal, the adventurers continue fighting against the endless waves of skeletons. The creatures are smart and use shields. Another trap triggers, locking them all inside a small room. 𝒕𝒉 smiles, saying with the path blocked, the mission will be easier. But someone warns that paths keep changing, and when one door closes, another one opens right back up. Facing a massive knight with a giant sword, the hero says they must find 𝒄𝒍𝒆 item. The axe warrior asks if they are lost, but 𝒄𝒍𝒄𝒍𝒆 says the air feels different here. His friend asks who built this place, and he says he has no idea. Trust me, you and I both know that mysterious ancient text on a dungeon wall is a huge red flag. Kiri calls everyone over to see a suspicious inscription in a foreign language. Pyro says it is a riddle in ancient text giving clues about the item. Minu asks if a symbol on a door is related, and the others find identical doors nearby. The young man says each symbol means something, some being very simple. He pauses to think. He suggests everyone channel mana into the light symbol, following a clue from the text. 𝒕𝒉 tries it, and a door opens easily, but a massive explosion occurs right after. The boy is fine, just shaken up. Pai says the sun was not the light meant, concluding the answer must be the moon. The bearded adventurer steps up in trust, only to be hit by a huge rock. Panicking, he promises to get it right next time. Kiri says traps trigger when they are wrong, possibly related to the rock element, but the X is still a total mystery. Trust me, 𝒄𝒍𝒄𝒉 has a plan to fix this. All right, you and I are diving into a high-stakes puzzle where they have to crack the riddle before finding the matching sigil. The watcher mentioned could be the stars. Ruling out the clouds, they decide to chase the light. Alaric has a sudden realization: it has to be the stars. Even when they shift, their glow never fades from the midnight sky. That means the symbol they need is the golden cross. Stepping forward, he presses his palm against the heavy stone door, and a brilliant blue light begins to pulse. A dark hallway opens up inside, and the young knight sighs in relief. It looks like they actually did it. If they follow the path, the artifact should be right there. But suddenly, a dark-haired woman steps out of the shadows, claiming her mercenaries will be taking it from here. Our hero lunges in front of the young squire, blocking a lethal strike from the woman's blade just in time. She strikes again, but Alaric parries the blow effortlessly before knocking her back with a heavy swing of his staff. However, the woman blinks out of existence, using magic to reappear right behind the young man's back. The rest of the party sees red, but before they can move, more enemies swarm the room, catching everyone completely off guard. Just as they're surrounded, another woman emerges, telling them to stay calm. After all, they only need the hero's relic. Kara asks Alaric how these thugs even found the hidden portal, but he's just as confused as she is. Then, a voice sneers that they were far too careless. Now pay attention to the look on their faces. He lunges forward with a strike, asking why they don't just settle their doubts in blood. Suddenly, Roland turns and attacks his own leader, leaving Daxton shouting in total disbelief at the betrayal. Roland just sneers, admitting he's doing it for coin. The man is a snake and a traitor. We flash back to when he was obsessed with his gold. Someone pounded on his door, forcing him to scramble and hide his heavy iron safe beneath the bed frame. Looking annoyed, he rips the door open to see who's there, only to find his own personal guards standing outside. He barks at them to get back to their posts and stop wasting his time. But one guard tells him to shut his mouth. They're only here because someone powerful wants a meeting. The arrogant adventurer scoffed, saying he wasn't interested in meeting anyone who sent lackeys instead of gold. That's when Lady Genevieve of the Merchant Guild stepped out, saying she hoped to discuss a lucrative offer in person. This was the exact moment the traitor's greed took over. Back in the present, Roland sees Kara's look of absolute disgust and tells her not to glare at him like that. Daxton is beyond furious, cursing the man for selling his soul and his friends for a few pieces of gold. The traitor laughs, saying it's not just some gold. Alaric's head alone is worth 100 million sovereigns. He asks who would be crazy enough to pass up a fortune like that. Alara decides she's heard enough and attacks the traitor, which signals the Dark Mage's followers to charge in and start the slaughter. A silver-haired woman lunges at Kara, politely announcing that she'll be the one to start the duel. Enraged, the young warrior asks if she really thinks a pathetic trick like that is going to work on her. The assassin just smiles, noting that even though Kara learned to use two-handed swords, she still relies way too much on her right arm for those heavy strikes. So, knowing Kara's movement pattern makes dodging child's play. While they fight, the assassin mocks Daxton too, saying he falls apart when outnumbered. You and I can see they're in real trouble. She tells the heroes to just accept their deaths, because the enemy knows every single one of their secrets. Alara starts firing off a volley of shots, but an enemy assassin suddenly blurs into existence right behind her. The woman sneers that she expected as much from Kara's top student. Alara fires back, but the woman teleports away, using heavy iron chains to bind the girl tight. Suddenly, Roland stops his duel with Alaric and decides to interfere in the other fight. He grunts that keeping this kid under control is a nightmare even with broken ribs. Alaric takes a massive direct hit and can't even get his shield up in time. But to the enemy's shock, the body vanishes. It was just an illusion, and Alaric wasn't even there to begin with. The hero appears behind the traitor, revealing his true position. Then he slams his hand down on a hidden sigil to spring the ultimate trap. A massive pit opens in the stone floor, and the enemies scream as they plummet. The heroes shout for each other to grab onto anything to stay alive. Daxton slams his heavy battle axe into the stone wall, telling his comrades to hold on for dear life. Dangling over the abyss, they scramble into a small opening in the wall, barely escaping certain death by a hair. Suddenly, a stone door slams shut, sealing their escape route. Above them, the floor closes up too, leaving everyone trapped deep in the shadows. The place they've stumbled into looks like a massive labyrinth, with paths branching off in every direction. These tunnels could lead anywhere. Kara notes that the openings in the walls were likely designed to funnel them deeper inside. Alara says they might find Alaric if they get lucky, but the odds are slim. As she walks, she accidentally trips a hidden pressure plate. Heavy iron bars slam down from the ceiling. The group dives out of the way, but they've been completely separated. The girl rattles the bars and blames Daxton, calling him a total idiot, but he swears he didn't do a thing. Trust me, they're in trouble. Right now, you and I are dropping into a nightmare as heavy gears grind, and the stone walls begin closing in on Derek and Mina. Clara uses a sunlit strike to sever the iron bars, but they do not show a single scratch. The portcullis is shielded by a magical barrier, so Mina fires a heavy shatter shot, triggering a massive explosion right against the gate. On the other side, Clara shields her face as the iron bars begin to warp, as if they might finally snap. But despite the blast, they hold firm, and the shockwave just ripples through the ancient metal bars. Through the thick smoke, she looks on with hope, only to realize the trap is still active and the walls are moving closer. Derek braces his hands against the moving stone to stall the mechanism, screaming as he uses every ounce of his knightly strength. Clara watches in horror and shouts his name, while the warrior vows he refuses to die like a trapped rat. Mina braces herself with her legs, begging for help because she is not ready to join Lydia in the afterlife just yet. Trust me, this is where the tension hits its peak as Derek decides it is officially time for a change of plans. He admits he hates owing anyone favors and was hoping to save her this time, just like she did for him before. But with no other choice, he tells Clara she will have to be the knight in shining armor again and save his life once more. With a smirk, Clara calls him a fool for joking now, gripping her blade and telling him to hold on just a bit longer. The gate is clearly powered by sorcery, meaning there must be a mana core nearby keeping the death trap running. She tells her friend he now owes her 2 favors and better not die before he can actually pay them back. Meanwhile, Arthur and Fiona are sprinting away from Cassandra, noting that every one of their pursuers fights like a rabid beast. This labyrinth is a total nightmare, and they have no idea where to go as the enemy closes the distance. Grabbing his spear, he triggers a combat skill to shove them back while the 2 of them retreat deeper in. Arthur yells that they should not be underestimated, but the woman sneers that they are cornered and cannot keep running forever in this maze. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts right above her, blasting one of her soldiers back and forcing the others to scatter away. She remains unharmed, and the man tells her not to die until she settles the heavy debt she owes him. An assassin flings a knife at Fiona, who triggers a protection charm, but the enemy enhances the weapon with a hidden blast. Just before the impact, a sudden jerk at her collar pulls her back and clear of the blooming fire and smoke. Arthur drags her away by her cloak while the girl winces, complaining about the sharp pain in her neck from the yank. Let's pause and watch this, because once they reach a safe distance, he drops her and prepares to face the oncoming horde. He lands a devastating blow to one soldier's gut using his unique skill, while the others rain down magically enhanced daggers at him. The knives explode upon impact, shattering the ground as Arthur is surrounded by dozens of elite members from the Crimson Merchant Guild. With sheer grit, the warrior manages to cut down anyone who dares to step within reach of his blade. But the sheer numbers are overwhelming, and the young man starts to grow breathless as more reinforcements continue to swarm his position. They stare at him in total shock, calling him a monster, while Clara finds a device radiating a massive surge of energy. Utterly exhausted, she prays this is the source, because she definitely has no time to go searching for another mana core. This massive structure seems to be the one supplying power to this entire section of the dungeon. Staring at the device, she realizes that destroying this mountain of mana is the only way to set her trapped friends free. But a cold voice calls out from the shadows behind her, as a heavy projectile strikes her directly in the back. Turning to face the threat, the woman tells Clara she is lucky, because killing her will effectively end the lives of the other 2. Trying to provoke her, she sneers that the girl is the weakest link, and that this fight could not be any easier. Clara tells her to get out of the way, but Cassandra introduces herself and says she will not be granting any favors today. She mockingly asks her not to be so aggressive so they can discuss the terms. Drawing her sword, Clara unleashes a rising sun strike, telling the woman to shut up and move because she is in a hurry. Flinging a barrage of weapons, Cassandra says she has no choice but to end her life right here. Defending herself, Clara wonders how many hidden knives this woman has, then notices that some of the blades are actually illusions. She dodges a direct strike and sees the floor shatter, realizing she is in trouble if she cannot tell the real steel from the fakes. While parrying, one blade curves to strike her from behind, but Clara's instincts kick in just in time to deflect the hit. Cassandra is using telekinesis to manipulate the dagger's flight paths, making the situation go from bad to much worse. And that's where we leave it for now. 2 blades cross paths as a sword is flung directly into her chest. Trust me, you and I are about to see one hell of a duel. Lady Alina catches the blade with her forearm. Her foe wasn't using magic, but invisible wires to control her weapons like a puppet master. Snatching a thread, Alina turns the tables. She yanks it hard, dragging the smiling girl right toward her. Dozens of knives shred through the wires, striking the noblewoman as she desperately tries to shield herself. Cassandra launches herself forward using a wire, activating her swift blade skill to close the distance. The weapon hits with a massive explosion, kicking up a wall of stone and choking dust. Walking atop her wires, the girl mocks Alina. She tells her she has no talent and should desert her friends. Looking down at her, she sneers that Alina should just run, unless her noble pride is too heavy. Cassandra mocks Alina's past. Born into a house of vast wealth and influence, she threw it all away for this path. "Watch this carefully," Alina is fuming. She tells her to shut up, but Cassandra just laughs, telling her not to frown. Stepping closer, she rants that 𝒕𝒉 offers no mercy or chances for those born with nothing. She asks if it's fair for highborn failures to get endless chances while others struggle in the dirt. Alina flashes back to her childhood, bitter voices telling her to vanish, claiming she only exists because of her name. Cassandra claims Alina's group is full of elite legends, except for one pathetic weak link. As the list of insults grows, Alina cuts her off. She admits she's weak and has never managed to make her master or her highborn parents proud. She knows she has a massive mountain to climb before she can stand beside her legendary comrades. Charging forward, she declares that birthright doesn't make Cassandra superior. She needs to move now. Gripping her steel, the assassin calls her stubborn trash. Below them, Alina prepares her ultimate counter. Cassandra whips her wires to rain down knives. Alina counters instantly with her crescent moon cleave. Cassandra is stunned. What kind of secret technique is this? Nobody warned her about Alina's hidden power. The wires start snapping like thread. Lunging through the air, Alina tells her those cheap tricks won't save her. She strikes with her shadow strike. In her mind, she hears an old mentor asking if she really believes she was chosen. Slamming his fist down, the man tells her that some people are too blind to see a hidden treasure. He tells her to block out the noise. Never let others set the boundaries for what she can become. You and I know he's right. He says that if she believes in herself, her power will surpass everyone. Cassandra can't believe it. This girl is actually matching her speed. They clash face to face in one final strike. Alina lands a heavy counterattack. Cassandra screams in fury as the noblewoman narrowly dodges her desperate retaliation. Burning her enemy wasn't the goal. The power inside her felt as vast as the universe itself. She unleashes the solar eclipse burst, sending a colossal ball of fire straight at her opponent. Cassandra swings her sword, trying to cut through the flames with a gust of pure wind. Alina finally understands her master. She can't find her true self by pretending to be someone else, but she feared it might be too late for this realization. She still puts her faith in the friends who believe in her, no matter the cost. The Shadow Guard is closing in, calling them rats. First shouts that they won't be caught by simple tricks. Glancing at her wounded ally, she begs him to stay with her just a little longer. They're cornered, surrounded, but Sir Alistair manages to cut down anyone who dares to get within reach. The guards target Flora, calling her a useless rookie. Enraged, she blasts them with magic for underestimating her. Seeing the enemy isn't fazed, she starts sobbing. She begs them to go back to underestimating her. Suddenly, two massive energy blasts vaporize the men approaching her. She looks over in total shock. Through the dust, she sees Alistair. An enemy strikes him hard in the gut, making him cough up blood. Even while bleeding out, Alistair reaches for the enemy's face to unleash one final, devastating skill. A massive explosion rocks the area, sending stone and debris flying into the sky. The woman calls him persistent. She moves in for the kill, only to realize they've vanished into thin air. Their leader, Ralph, is annoyed. They underestimated Alistair, but his partner says the prey has already been bitten. Elsewhere, Flora panics as Alistair vomits. He sees his own blood smoking and realizes he's been poisoned. And that's where we leave it. He only has 40 minutes left to live. High stakes, right? All right, you and I are about to see a hero pushed to his absolute limit. Sir Roland warns that Arthur can't run. Lady Beatrice splits off, ordering him to finish his dark work. Lady Felicia carries him through the dark halls, regretting the moment she insisted they explore these cursed ancient ruins. Arthur starts to panic, but she reminds him that teleportation would have found them regardless. It was no illusion. The sorceress was actually bending space and time. Roland claims he will manage Beatrice, leaving Arthur stunned and confused by the sudden help. High above, they spot the massive vault door that only a relic can open. Solving this riddle is the only way to power the seal. Felicia begs Arthur to stay conscious. Felicia begins the puzzle. Arthur tells her there is no need to rush, activating his divine ability to see through every hidden room in this labyrinth. Roland charges ahead, claiming the boy for himself while his own men begin to rebel against his orders. He tells them to complain to the Duke, ignoring the massive fireball aiming straight for his head. Lightning strikes, taking out a knight. The men panic because they can't see the enemy anywhere. Roland wonders if Arthur is using the artifact to manipulate the very structure of the earth. A bolt of lightning strikes nearby, but Roland narrowly avoids the fatal blast just in time. Success! The puzzle is complete, and the ancient mechanism begins to hum with power immediately. Now watch closely. This is where everything breaks. The mana connection is severed, just as a dangerous shadow looms over their hidden location. Roland's hand drops onto Felicia's shoulder, while the guards behind them hear a strange and terrifying echoing noise. He feels the stone walls vibrating. A mountain of water crashes through the hall, swallowing the knights before they can escape the relentless and freezing torrent. The water comes from all directions, throwing them around like leaves in a storm. Beatrice complains about the noise, but a cold voice tells her she talks way too much. The ruins are flooding, and while Beatrice thought he fled, Roland stands tall holding both Felicia and Arthur after his long struggle. He lists the fallen comrades, asking Beatrice if anyone among those corpses actually mattered to her cold heart. He hands over the young knight, demanding the rest of his gold immediately. She notes the boy still breathes. Roland shrugs, he didn't have orders to kill. She tosses him 100 million gold crowns, despising his greedy attitude, but fully trusting his deadly skills for the job. He leaves, satisfied with a good deal. Approaching the young man, Beatrice notes this is a boring end for him, considering the massive trouble he caused for the Shadow King's elite forces. She corrects herself. It was all for her master, Duke Valerius. You and I saw that coming, right? Well, think again, because the real trap has only just been sprung as she destroys a decoy. Roland suddenly lunges at her. Beatrice dodges, cursing him for his inevitable betrayal and the loss of her trust. A beam of pure energy streaks directly toward the sorceress's throat. Beatrice dances away as the energy follows her, confident that enough time has passed for the fatal poison to consume his entire body. Confirming the corpse now. Turning to mock him, she thanks Arthur for making her job easier, but the young archer reveals flaming arrows aimed at her heart. She can't believe he is still standing, but has no time to react before a massive explosion rocks the entire chamber. Roland tells everyone to stay calm as the dust begins to settle. The smoke clears, revealing Beatrice battered, but still standing incredibly strong. She asks why he betrayed her. Roland simply says he is protecting his own future. If the kingdom falls, his mountain of gold becomes nothing but worthless rolls of toilet paper. This whole charade was his master's plan from the start, as Arthur was never truly alone. Seeing the outcome was obvious, she asks if wounding the young knight was simply a clever ruse to deceive her senses. And that's why you and I should always bet on the best healer in all of Ethelgard. All right, you and I are diving into a story where our hero refuses to brag about his mercy. Grinning, he claims he earned 100 million gold because of her, and now she is all alone. But Lady Beatrice swears she will make him regret that decision. Somewhere else, Lady Alara is drowning until Davin reaches out to touch her, forcing her awake in a panic. Breaking the surface, the knight asks if she is alive while Merrick demands answers, but Davin knows this is bad. Water is gushing from every crack, and the entire chamber will be fully flooded in less than 30 minutes. Staring at the roof, the girl realizes their only escape is through a hatch in the high ceiling. But the power grid is destroyed, and behind Merrick, a monstrous mechanism starts spraying freezing water across the entire room with lethal force. Davin is totally lost as the world shakes, and suddenly, a massive stone statue begins to slowly move. Breathing hard amidst the roaring flames, the lady looks down at the fallen knight and calls him absolute scum. She tells him hell is far too merciful for trash like him, and that he is finally paying the price for his sins. A cold voice behind her warns that her future is just as dark now, that she has blood on her hands, standing among the scorched corpses as he declares his bloody revenge is finally over. He swears that, as promised, his life now belongs solely to her. Beatrice is tearing through Lord Roland and Prince Eldric's clones, mocking them for using such an outdated and pathetic trick. Most are just simple illusions that cannot land a scratch. Now pay attention. Some of these phantoms are actually real. Fiona screams for them to hurry because her magic talismans are finally starting to fail. Prince Eldric draws his enchanted bow to launch arrows at the lady. The ground erupts as the arrows explode, but Beatrice teleports behind the girl, laughing that she almost had her. Fiona bets that the enemy cannot tell reality from fiction, just as Lord Roland lands a heavy punch, mocking her lost confidence. Beatrice lashes out with her cursed chains, but Roland dodges them easily. But one lucky chain snags his neck. He just scoffs, telling her it was a nice try but ultimately useless. The chains tighten with a sickening crunch until Eldric leaps in to sever them, only to be blasted back instantly. They glare at each other while the girl calls him absolute trash, but he suddenly sprints away with a quick apology as he targets the lady first. The knight unleashes his secret technique against his foes as the brutal fight continues. Fiona watches in awe, thinking they are all literal monsters as they clash against the girl, who deflects every single strike. Their power triggers massive explosions, ripping stones right out of the floor. Beatrice invokes a flash of darkness, creating a purple blast that hits both of them at once. They are sent flying. Dropping her blade, she vows to kill them both even if it costs her life. She freezes as the tunnels roar with a terrifying sound, and suddenly, a massive wave of water surges through the halls to sweep everyone away. They are all dragged into the depths, unable to find a hold. Lord Roland climbs a stone pillar and claims their time is finally up, but Beatrice lunges from the dark depths to strike him down instantly. He coughs up blood from the heavy impact, while she, blinded by pure rage, thinks only of slaughtering every single one of them right now. Pay attention here. Is this the end? Beatrice strikes him from behind with her blade. Surfacing for air, the others scream his name while the underwater duel between the two legends rages on. He throws a desperate punch that she evades, but his body suddenly fails him as he realizes he is poisoned. Struggling to open his eyes, all he can do is raise a trembling hand to try and stop her. He pulls a glowing relic from his pocket, and the light is so intense that Beatrice freezes, wondering how this is possible. She realizes the relic is neutralizing the poison and has already fully healed the young Prince Eldric. He turns his back and begins a strange ritual, but when she lunges to strike, her blade hits an invisible wall. Lord Roland roars about a sacred magic barrier, protecting them from her reach. He can now attack freely, clenching his fists to punch the girl who barely dodges, but then she spots a mysterious object in his hand that makes her very uneasy. While she retreats, she wonders if the knight figured out her secret movement. From within the barrier, he shouts that he only knew because she could not stop bragging about her secret and powerful teleportation artifact. Swimming toward her, he declares it is time to end this. She dodges once, but his next punch lands with bone-breaking force. Thrusting the relic forward, he tells her that her petty magic is now useless. Trust me, you and I are going to love this ending. He kicks her right in the gut, mocking her as he reveals he memorized every single one of her patterns. It was fun while it lasted, Beatrice. Unleashing her forbidden power. Beatrice swings her scythe, shattering the barrier with a scream before a massive explosion erupts. Blasted back by the force, the knight barely recovers before Beatrice dives in for a lethal slash. She mocks him, claiming this was boring, but he catches her arm mid-air. Trust me, you and I are about to see why Sir Elray is the deadliest archer in the kingdom. As he draws his flaming bow, Beatrice is too shocked to notice Lord Roland preparing a strike. That punch hits like a battering ram, slamming her into the stone wall until it starts crumbling. Her precious teleportation charm shatters into a dozen useless fragments. Her escape route is gone. Without her magic, there is no way she can finish the Duke's mission now. Driven by her loyalty to Duke Valerius, she charges forward with desperate, lethal determination. Noticing the archer preparing his shot, she vows to end him regardless of the cost. He releases a blazing arrow exactly as she activates her darkest magic for one last stand. Crimson and violet energies clash in a violent storm. Beatrice desperately claws through the scorching flames. She knows Elroy will never let her escape, even if it means her entire body is turned to ash. This is her final act. As the smoke clears, her scorched body falls toward them, dagger clenched between her teeth. Pledging her life to Duke Valerius, she lunges one last time. But all she hears is the night whispering how tragic this whole thing is. He still has one more shot ready. He levels his bow and fires the killing arrow straight at Beatrice. A massive ring of hellfire erupts upon impact. In her dying vision, she sees the Duke reaching out a hand, telling her she did a truly wonderful job. Smiling through the pain, she whispers an apology before the flames consume her entirely. Out of the depths, the Guardian statue rises. Lady Mora's magic fails to dent it, leaving her wondering how it moves so fast underwater. A heavy explosion rocks the statue's position, sending massive shockwaves through the dark water. The strike was perfect, yet the stone golem remains unscathed and counterattacks instantly. It shifts its massive form to slam her deep into the water, raising a giant wave. Arthur catches her just in time, driving his heavy axe into the wall to anchor them. Lady Kira parts the waves and unleashes her frost magic. The giant freezes solid, its movements completely paralyzed. She screams that destroying the statue isn't the main goal right now. They need a new power source to open the ceiling, so she slides down the wall, firing off rapid shots. The girl nods in agreement. Now, you and I both know Arthur isn't exactly the careful type, right? He swings his axe at the head, desperately searching for the heart stone while she screams at him not to break it. Success. Seconds later, the glowing mana stone finally becomes visible within the cracked stone. Before she can call out the weak spot, she realizes her foot is pinned fast. The statue lunges to grab her. Lady Kira screams for caution, but a sacred magic shield forms just in time to protect him from the blow. He looks up to see Lord Roland, who calls him son and mentions it's been a long time. He shatters the shell and snatches the boy away. Arthur calls him a traitor, but Roland just laughs, saying that is no way to talk to your father. Someone yells for them to stop bickering, while the water keeps rising higher around them. Sir Elroy fires a massive flaming arrow. The explosion shatters the ice instantly, sending every single person flying through the air from the sheer force of the shockwave. The girl smiles, saying she knew he was alive and is relieved to see him. Arthur yells to keep the mana stone intact. Elroy uses his magic monocle to pinpoint the stone's exact location inside the giant. He tells the others to hold on tight and activates his ultimate skill. Arthur feels his weapon moving on its own, launching him straight upward. He screams that he is going to die as he flies toward the giant, while Mora yells that she loves this tactic. Clinging to the weapon, the boy screams that he has no clue what's happening. Honestly, watching these three bicker is hilarious. The girls finally lose patience and scream at Arthur to just go, and he finally realizes he needs to be the hero and swings his axe. The sheer force of the impact triggers a massive explosion upon contact. A breach opens, revealing the mana stone inside the golem. Without hesitation, he dives right in. The giant feels something inside and freezes in shock. Roland asks if his son tastes good and charges forward. With a massive punch, he demands the giant spit his son out. The blow shatters another layer of its rocky body. He rains down punches to open a hole in its stomach. Once it breaks, Arthur is sent tumbling out. Clutching the glowing mana stone, he declares the beast dead. As he lands, heavy rocks start raining down behind him. Without mana, the stone giant is finished. Piece by piece, its massive body crumbles until nothing but rubble remains on the floor. You and I just saw a miracle, but the water is hitting the ceiling. All right, stick with me because Alaric is about to pull off the ultimate underwater heist with a magic stone. Less than 3 minutes left on the clock. He hopes the ancient device triggers the moment it absorbs enough raw magical essence. Searching for the fastest path back, he races against time. Cedric is panicked because their air supply is nearly gone. They start the final countdown. At 1, everyone dives into the dark depths. Now here is where it gets intense. Alaric realizes the standard route takes 5 minutes, but they only have seconds left. He chooses to forge his own path. Using his enchanted ring, he summons a massive vortex for one final, desperate shot. He blasts through the heavy chamber walls using his flame orb ability. He is literally burning a path through the sea. Reaching the altar, he hurls the mana stone into the mechanism. It lands with perfect precision, right where it needs to. The stone cracks open, releasing a surge of pure, glowing energy. Arcane power flows through the pipes, igniting the ancient puzzle. Massive gears groan and spin, catching the eyes of everyone struggling beneath the water. The great stone doors finally groan open. They swim out, gasping for life-saving air. Safe for now, the young noble wheezes that he nearly met his end. This cursed place is absolutely draining him. Suddenly, another ominous statue looms over them. Barnaby asks if this one is alive too, but nobody has an answer. Barnaby worries for their leader. Down below, Alaric appears, swimming toward them with every ounce of strength he has left. But his lungs are burning. The surface is still way too far away. Water fills his chest as he slowly drifts into cold darkness. Elena dives back in, pulling him close to give him the breath of life herself. He wakes in a dream, where a woman scolds him for pushing himself too hard again. Disoriented, he asks where he is. His old knightly comrades smile down at him. Julian tells him it is okay to rest. Arthur tells him he did enough. Elias realizes this is just a fading memory from his past life. Long ago, he had smiled just like this before making a promise he intended to keep. And yeah, you saw that too, right? He snaps back to reality, coughing up lungs full of water. Barnaby was terrified he would not wake up. Looking him over, they see no wounds. Cedric credits his healing factor for the save. He asks the girl why she is blushing so hard now. She stammers that it is nothing. Cedric explains the plan went perfectly overall. The lad wishes he had been warned. Cedric notes that to trick an enemy, you must first fool your friends. Alaric starts questioning the first strike, but the veteran knight quickly changes the subject. He asks why he carried the star crest, and he explains his promise to the fallen. Suddenly, Fiona bolts toward the next room, leaving the group confused. Reaching a hidden pedestal, she screams in triumph. She found it, the legendary hero's artifact. The others doubt its authenticity. Fiona insists it matches the ancient texts. This is the only key to the Nightshade's legendary vault. The greatest thief in all Ethelgard. The Nightshade had a treasury overflowing with gold. This necklace is the key. Grabbing the relic, she thanks them for their help. But then, the ceiling begins to crumble. The room is collapsing and everyone starts a mad dash. They scold her for being so reckless, but she just flashes a grateful smile while they run. The exit is ahead, but a horde of skeletons rises from the floor, blocking their path to freedom. Cedric decides it is his turn to shine. He activates his own artifact, unleashing a holy explosion that turns the undead to dust. They demand to know why he waited so long. He complains about the mana cost and jokes he will be charging everyone 500 gold crowns. Then, a skeletal knight charges. They scream for him to blast the monster again, immediately. He admits it was a one-time use. As they flee, they call him useless. Elena trips and they all plummet into a pit. Fiona uses her final spell to create a magical slide, letting everyone glide down safely. They splash into the water, but the skeletal knight is swimming right after them. Alaric calls out to Kira. She uses her lunar magic, freezing the water solid to trap the undead pursuer. Elena aims her weapon and tells the monster to pipe down. A massive explosion clears everything in their path, night included. Fiona warns they are heading for a wall. With a single arrow, the young archer shatters it. So, you and I are left wondering, will they reach the portal before the bridge finally gives way? Freya shouts for them to keep moving and leap on her command. The group dives through the gateway just as the spire crumbles into dust. The spider demon snaps that 𝒗𝒉𝑪's aura has vanished. Another failure added to their list, it hisses in pure disappointment. Below it, the knight bows low, offering no excuses. He vows to pay for this utter disgrace with his very life. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to see how cruel this monster can really be. Time for new players, it declares. The Lord clings to a shred of hope, realizing his master must still be alive since the magic rift remains wide open. Luckily, the party wasn't full yet. That meant 6 more warriors could still charge into the rift. He demands to lead the rescue mission, slamming his fist onto the table as his temper finally flares. A young man notes the heavy cargo and elite guards, exactly what you'd expect for the heir of Everrealm's wealthiest merchant. The girl asks Kaelin if he's terrified this whole scheme will explode. She finds it all too shady and suggests hiring Gilderoy. Thorn grows wary as someone enters, but stops when she hears a familiar voice. Someone kicks the door open, unable to ignore the chaos. The girl is now positive she recognizes that specific, annoying tone. Freya demands the ring from Alaric, but he just shrugs. He's not giving it up simply because he doesn't want to. Excited, the woman is now certain it's really him. She rushes over with tears of joy, but freezes when a loud voice screams for her to shut her mouth right now. Grabbing the boy's collar, the stranger demands their ring back. Alaric just rolls his eyes, claiming he took it as they agreed. Now watch this carefully. While they're bickering, the news outside is starting to spread like wildfire. The papers report Jasper Sterling is trapped in the rift. People can't believe it, since his squad was supposed to be elite. Talk of the huge 150 million crown ransom is everywhere. Devon reads the news, noting that the whole kingdom is buzzing. Roland claims his heroic spirit is burning with the master away. He's ready to save them. The other snaps that he's just after the gold. They wander the streets because their commander needs something from a local shop. The man says he has a plan. Stopping at a house, he tells him they'll understand once they step inside. Opening the door, they find a man sitting alone. Devon asks if this dusty shack is the right place. Inside the workshop, a man calls for Garrett to wake up and deal with the customers. The nap time is over. Garrett spots Roland and freezes, leaving his buddy confused. He thought the old rogue had died years ago. You and I saw that coming, right? This guy pulls a blade faster than we can blink. The other man swears he wasn't the one who did it. Watching the threat, the young lad wonders what went wrong. Roland admits he had his reasons back then, but now he pulls something out of his pocket for new business. Flashing the gold Alaric gave him, he says he wants top-tier gear. The man curses him out, calling him a total bastard. Then he suddenly pulls him into a massive hug. The young man realizes these people are absolutely out of their minds. Negotiations start. He claims to have everything except what he lacks. Roland asks for a powerful strengthening sigil. Pulling several from a chest, the merchant offers them up. Devon scoffs that they're just basic junk, but the merchant gets defensive. They bicker back and forth. These items are supposed to boost gear stats by a specific percentage if they work. He picks one up with a 100% success rate, but he's told it's garbage. Roland says they're being played and takes a look. Success rates are what truly decide if an enchanted parchment is worth it. They need one with low odds but massive, game-changing rewards. The man says he only profits from what he doesn't have. The boy calls him a fraud. Times have changed. Elite sigils are now restricted military supplies. Selling them is a crime. Leaving the shop, the knight sighs over his wasted time. He smiles, saying he would have bought 50 if possible. Suddenly, a heavy hand lands on his shoulder. The merchant grins back, saying he wasn't finished. Many knew the Archmage Frederick as the Dragon Master or the Draconic Sage. but his true title was Master of Time Magic. However, he vanished on that final, fateful day. 800 years ago, when the Shadow Lord was about to be sealed away, he cursed 6 heroes, freezing their time. Frederick alone was spared. He roamed the world, searching desperately for a way to break his friend's curse. He found no answers and vanished like a ghost. That was all Freya knew, though he surely left something behind. All that remains is the hero's ring, which Alaric is currently holding in his own hands. So what do you and I think? If Alaric can really bend time, then we're in for one hell of a ride. Trust me, it gets even crazier. All right, you and I are watching as Lady Caroline asks why he is fighting the shadow cultists in Frederick's name. He claims he has his reasons, but finally admits he will do whatever it takes to save them. Deep in the woods, Lady Cara is training relentlessly, sweat dripping as she swings her heavy blade. Sir Alistair appears and asks if she ever gets tired of this grueling daily grind. She was looking for him, but he says he had news for the master. The young knight starts stammering, looking completely flustered as he tries to speak. Finally, he asks for a favor, leaving her curious. Embarrassed, he asks if she would go somewhere with him. She agrees, and the next day, the young man waits by the clock tower, wondering if he arrived early. To his shock, Cara appears in elegant heels and apologizes for keeping him waiting so long. She explains that Mina forced her into this dress, even though it really was not her style. Blushing, she asks why her friend is staring like that. Is it because the outfit doesn't suit her? He nervously tells her that she actually looks beautiful. They head toward their destination. But pay attention here, because they aren't as alone as they think. The rest of the guild is stalking them right now. Flashback time. Cara tells Mina that Alistair needs help picking a gift for his sister. The red-haired adventurer scoffs, saying that is clearly just a lame excuse for a date. Cara insists she is terrible at choosing gifts and really wanted Mina to come along and help them. Back in the present, he shows her some brass knuckles in a shop and asks for her opinion. He thinks they're great for self-defense, but she wonders why he doesn't just buy a proper sword instead. They spend the day browsing stalls together. Cara admits that going out dressed up like this was easier than she expected, since she started night training when she was just a child. She wasn't used to being without armor or weapons. Alistair then suggests they check out the explosive stall, and she agrees. Meanwhile, their 3 friends are watching from the shadows. Let's be real, we've all had that one friend who's absolutely clueless when it comes to love, despite their obvious feelings. Mina sighs, saying they'll both end up alone at this rate. Suddenly, Alistair's sister, Alara, says this is exactly why people call her brother an idiot all the time. Surprised, Sir Thorn asks the girl how she even knew they were hiding there. The young girl reveals that she was the one who begged for a birthday present. Watching the pair, Thorn asks if he looked that good with his past love, but Mina tells him she couldn't care less about his old stories. Sir Cedric jumps in, saying they are wasting time. Thorn claims he is only saying that because he is cold and heartless. To her shock, Cedric says he actually does care and has dated once or twice before, but now he has no time for such things. Curious, the red-haired Mina asks what happened to his former lover. He says she is gone, but then remembers his journey back through time and realizes she might actually be alive and well in this current era. Night falls and Alistair thanks Cara for her help, sure that Alara will love her new gift. The young woman smiles and says she was happy to help him. She says goodbye and starts to leave, but he calls out to her. When she turns around, he chickens out and just says he'll see her tomorrow. Overjoyed, the adventurer with a huge smile tells him to let her know if he ever needs help again. When the young man enters his house, he finds his sister and friends and asks what they are doing. Somewhere else, a victim screams for help. A hooded knight tells a monster to stop because he won't let it pass. However, a man with the mark of the serpent on his back suddenly unleashes a terrifying dark power. He easily forces his way into the vault toward a stone that seems to be his ultimate goal. Smiling, he says he finally found the Chronos Stone of Lord Frederick, which holds the power of time itself. But when he picks up the object, he is shocked to feel that there is no magic left inside it at all. Furious, he begins trashing the entire room, swearing to hunt down whoever took the magic. So what do you and I think? The thief better start running fast. To see what happens next, hit that notification bell and stay tuned for more epic stories on this channel. Music.